Chapter 2955. In a tea house, high-quality tea was being steamed, exuding a unique fragrance. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing sat opposite each other, while the black puppy rested on a corner of the table, its eyes closed. "What happened just now?" Zhu Qing asked in a low voice. Even now, she still couldn't figure out how Yang Kai was injured. Although the injury wasn't serious, it was still bleeding. It was impossible to say that it was the third prince's doing. She knew very well how strong Yang Kai was. How could a trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master injure him? And all it took was a snap of his fingers. If the third prince really had this ability, then he wouldn't be far from the great emperors. This human sovereign city isn't simple. Yang Kai loosened the scarf covering his nostrils. The blood had stopped, but the scarf was a mess, so he put it away. Zhu Qing was shocked. "Was it really the third prince who injured you?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. "How is that possible?" Zhu Qing's expression changed slightly. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? She was shocked. What kind of master was hiding his strength that even she couldn't see through? If there really was such a person, then his strength was too terrifying. No. Yang Kai shook his head. That guy wasn't hiding his strength. His strength is that of a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Then how could it be? Zhu Qing's mouth opened slightly. How do I put it? Yang Kai frowned as he recalled the scene just now. After a long time, he said, "There is an extremely strong force in the human sovereign city, and the third prince seems to be able to control this force at will. It wasn't the third prince who injured me, but that omnipresent force." Although this was a bit awkward, the meaning was very clear. Zhu Qing naturally understood, so she asked in a daze, "What kind of force is that?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. "Do you remember the woman who warned us not to provoke people with leaves on their chests?" Zhu Qing patted the table and said, "The third prince seems to have a leaf symbol on his clothes." Yang Kai grinned, "And it's the symbol of a 9-leaf cultivator." He then pointed to the sky and said, "You may not have noticed, but the people flying in the sky all have a leaf symbol on their chests. It's just that there are different numbers." Hearing what he said, Zhu Qing quickly released her divine sense to investigate. She found that it was indeed the case. Among the people flying in the sky, no matter how strong they were, none of them were ordinary people. All of them had the symbol of a tree leaf embroidered on their chests. These people probably have a very special status in the human sovereign city. That's why they're the SSS, SSSS, SSS, SSSS, base, and there's. Zhu Qing frowned and said, "Isn't there a bit too many royal relatives?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "That's why most of those fellows only have 1 or 2 leaves. It's rare to see someone with more than 5 leaves. The third prince, for example, is a 9-leaf cultivator. It seems like he's someone with authority." Zhu Qing said, "I remember now. Steward Liao, who was in the cave before, seemed to have a similar symbol on his chest." "Not bad." Yang Kai nodded. "That's why he's able to control the space array over there. That's why he has the master seal of the human sovereignty. Even if the couple is stronger than him, they have no choice but to swallow their pride. TSK. It's good to have special privileges." "What are you thinking?" Zhu Qing looked at him coldly. Yang Kai said solemnly, "What I'm trying to say is that only the royal relatives can mobilize the mysterious power in the city. That's why they can easily defeat those who are stronger than them. Naturally, I don't think every royal relative has such an ability. Perhaps, there are some limitations. For example, only those with more than 5 or 6 leaves are qualified to do so. The more leaves they have, the more power they can mobilize." "MHM, you seem to have a point." Zhu Qing did not think too much about it. She did not think there was anything wrong with Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai sneered. "At the end of the day, it's still the law of the jungle. It's just that some people here can borrow a special power. This power seems to be everywhere in the city of human sovereignty. Can we stop it? Zhu Qing asked. Yang Kai shook his head. I can't say for sure. Earlier, the third prince didn't go all out, and I wasn't prepared for it. Hence, I don't know if I'll be able to stop it if it really comes down to it. The most important thing now is to figure out what the hell that power is. Only then can we deal with the problem. Should we ask around? Zhu Qing suggested. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. There's no need for that. Why? Because, someone's coming to us on a silver platter, little fool. Yang Kai smiled at her. Zhu Qing said angrily, You're the little fool. Yang Kai's words reminded her that ever since she entered the city of human sovereignty, her IQ seemed to have dropped. When she thought about it, it was probably because she felt like she had someone to rely on. Hence, her judgment and observation skills had plummeted. She did not feel good about this, but she did not reject this feeling. Master, since you're here, why don't you come and sit with us? Why are you all alone without anyone to talk to? Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at a table not far away. There was only one customer at that table. He looked to be in his 50s, had a goatee, and had a refined appearance. At first glance, he looked like a teacher. His cultivation was restrained, and his aura was ethereal. It was impossible to judge his strength. This guy entered the tea house right after Yang Kai. When he heard Yang Kai's words, the goatee did not hesitate. He stood up and sat down. He did not look at Yang Kai or Zhu Qing. Instead, he was interested in the little black dog that was lying on the table, pretending to be asleep. The aroma of tea filled the room. Yang Kai picked up the teapot and filled his cup. He said, What's your name, sir? The goatee picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He said calmly, A good dog. Yang Kai smiled. It's just a little mutt. What's so good about it? You flatter me. The little black dog did not have any special characteristics. As long as it did not reveal its return to Ruin's bloodline, no one would notice anything unusual. The goatee shook his head. I'm not talking about it. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. If you're not talking about it, then you're talking about me? The goatee stroked his beard and said calmly, You're worth teaching. Zhu Qing's face turned cold. She immediately wanted to teach this old man a lesson. This old man did not know what he was talking about. He actually dared to insult her man in front of her. How could Zhu Qing tolerate this? Yang Kai gave her a look, telling her to calm down. He laughed. Sir, you're really interesting. I'm a human. How can you compare me to a dog? The goatee said, Sometimes a human is not as good as a dog. A human has its disadvantages, but a dog has its advantages. Yang Kai sneered. Then which family's dog is it? The third prince's family. The goatee's face turned cold, but he did not flare up. He nodded. You're right. Yang Kai said, I've heard people say that a dog that bites doesn't bark, and a dog that barks is trash. It seems like you're a good dog. Zhu Qing snorted. Don't compare him to Bow Wow. Bow Wow is much better than him. She seized every opportunity to vent the anger in her heart. Reaching out, she hugged the black puppy and gently combed its fur. The goatee said, It's not up to me to decide if I'm a good dog. It's up to the third prince. If he thinks you're a good dog, then you're a good dog. If he thinks you're not, then no matter how strong you are, you're still a dead dog. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Sir, are you here to beat the dog and eat its meat, or do you have other plans? The goatee pushed the teacup in front of Yang Kai and motioned for him to fill it. He said calmly, Dog meat doesn't taste good. The third prince isn't interested. Yang Kai said, Oh, so you're here to recruit a hunting dog. Whether it's a hunting dog or a domestic animal depends on your performance. The goatee picked up the teacup again and took a sip. It's rare to see strong people from the outside. The third prince thinks you're not bad, so he's willing to give you this opportunity. Whether you can seize this opportunity or not depends on your performance. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. I'm sorry. Sir, you're ambitious. It's your freedom to be someone else's domestic dog. I don't think the same as you. My wife and I don't want to do anything. We just want to raise a dog. We're not interested in being a dog. The goatee put down the teacup. His expression didn't change. He seemed to have expected this. He nodded and said, I've heard some things about the outside world. Maybe you used to be a tyrant and can call the wind and summon the rain. But this is the human sovereign city. It has its own rules. An outsider like you will always have to suffer some losses before you understand the rules of the human sovereign city. As he spoke, he stood up and casually threw down a wooden token. He said, This is the third prince's token. If you can escape this calamity, then you have the qualifications to become the third prince's hunting dogs. If you don't, then it means that you're nothing more than this. When he finished speaking, he floated away. At the same time, a dozen figures rushed in from all directions, surrounding the tea house. Seeing this, the other customers in the tea house turned pale with fright and hurriedly fled. The owner of the tea house looked at this sudden scene with an expression of wanting to cry, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Because he recognized the identity of these people. Yang Kai rubbed his head and said with a headache, What do you mean by giving a data club? Zhu Qing looked around coldly and said, They don't seem to be the same people. Yang Kai suddenly said, If there's the third prince, then there must be the first prince and second prince, right? I don't know which group they are from. It seems that they're not as united as before. The two of them didn't try to hide their voices, so the cultivators gathered around the tea house could hear them clearly, but all of them remained indifferent. No one stood up to explain anything to Yang Kai, as if they were waiting for someone to appear. They were indeed waiting for someone. Not long after, there was another sound on the street. Then, a huge palanquin came from the other end of the street. The people carrying the palanquin were all Dao Source Realm cultivators. They didn't move at all and the palanquin flew steadily. Chapter 2956. The bed and palanquin were extremely luxurious, with a translucent pink curtain that gave off a hazy feeling of extravagance. There were two people in the palanquin, a man and two women, all of whom were reclining on the palanquin. There was good wine and fresh fruit on the couch. The man was hugging the women in each arm, taking a sip of wine and eating a spirit fruit, looking very comfortable. The two women were wearing very little, exposing a large part of their snow-white skin. They were wriggling in his arms, acting coquettishly, vaguely competing for his affection. The man acted as if there was no one around, his two big hands groping and ravaging the two women's delicate bodies, causing them to gasp from time to time. The people along the way all knelt down, not daring to raise their heads, not knowing that there was an endless romantic scene in the palanquin. Only the women's seductive voices entered their ears, making them feel as if their bellies were on fire. In the blink of an eye, the bed and palanquin arrived in front of the tea house. Before the palanquin landed, the Dao Source Realm bearers stood there with straight backs. The surroundings were quiet, and the obscene sounds from the palanquin became more and more abrupt. Yang Kai opened his eyes wide, watching with great interest. Zhu Qing blushed slightly and coldly snorted, but when she saw Yang Kai's bewitched look, she couldn't help but kick him under the table and glare at him. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, your eyeballs will fall out. Yang Kai grimaced and said to her, Qing, you look so good when you're jealous. Nonsense, Zhu Qing's face turned even redder. Who's jealous? The two of them flirted with each other as if no one was around, causing the surrounding cultivators to look on coldly. A burly, bald man walked into the tea house. He looked like a lackey, but his cultivation was quite good. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and his aura was profound. He stared coldly at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing and shouted, "The first prince has arrived, why aren't you kneeling? It's really a prince." Yang Kai and Zhu Qing looked at each other. He had just said it casually. They didn't expect that the person who came was really a prince. He and Zhu Qing had only been in the city of Human Sovereign for less than half an hour, and they had only had a small conflict with the third prince's people at the Space Magic Array. They didn't expect that the first prince would appear so soon. Although the third prince had taught him a lesson, he still sent people over. Undoubtedly, he wanted to recruit him as his subordinate. He wondered what the first prince was up to this time. However, when Yang Kai saw the first prince's posture, he had a vague guess. He immediately felt a little displeased, and his tone became very unfriendly. "Sorry, this young master does not have the habit of kneeling to others. If you have something to say, say it. If not, scram." Hearing this, the bald man was furious and shouted, "Impudent." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and was about to make a move. However, a soft voice came from the palanquin. "Stop. What if you hurt the beauty?" When the bald man heard this, he immediately stopped. However, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai. The voice from the palanquin said, "Beauty, let me introduce myself. I am the first prince of the city of Human Sovereign, Fushu. Are you interested in coming with this prince to play?" Zhu Qing didn't answer, but the two women in Fushu's arms were unhappy. One of them climbed onto Fushu's body and took a sip of wine. She said coquettishly, "The first prince is so bad. It's not enough to have us sisters to serve you. You actually want to find someone else. How annoying." The other woman also said sweetly, "That's right, first prince. What's so good about this woman's cold face? How can she be as considerate as us sisters who serve you wholeheartedly? First prince, don't pay attention to her. I don't know where this country bumpkin came from. Let's go back to the palace. My sister and I recently came up with a good idea that will definitely satisfy the first prince." The first imperial prince swallowed the fine wine and felt as if his entire body was as light as a feather. His two large hands forcefully pinched the soft and tender bodies of the two women beside him, causing them to let out a soft moan. He chuckled and said, "The two of you are indeed good, but she is not bad either. This imperial prince will take her in and let her be your sister." "No, no, we already have enough sisters. First prince, you can't accept any more." That's right, that's right. I can't even count all those sisters. First prince, you just promised this servant a few days ago that you won't fool around anymore. How can you go back on your word in just a few days? This person won't listen." The first prince laughed dryly and said, "Yes, yes, yes. This prince did say those words before, but at that time, this beauty didn't exist. I will accept one more, and one more. I definitely won't accept any more in the future. First prince is lying. This person doesn't believe you. Don't, first prince. There's nothing special about this woman. Oh, she has a head of red hair. If first prince likes it, us sisters can also dye our red hair red and wave it in front of you every day so that you can see as much as you want. How is that the same?" Fushu shook his head and said, "You don't know. Although this beauty doesn't look special, I heard that she came from the outside world. This prince has seen countless women, but this is the first time I've met one from the outside world. Naturally, I can't let her go so easily. She came from the outside world. What's so strange about that? Women are all the same. First prince, that's enough. Shut up." Fushu's tone suddenly became cold. The two women who were acting coquettishly suddenly fell silent. They understood their status and position in the first prince's eyes. They were just playthings. It didn't matter if they acted coquettishly from time to time because he doted on them. However, if they insisted on stopping the first prince from seeking pleasure, they would immediately fall out of favor. There were countless beauties in the first prince's residence. It wasn't necessary for the two of them to serve him. Thus, when they felt that the first prince's tone was not right, the two women didn't dare to disobey. One of them immediately changed her tone and said, "Since first prince likes her so much, then just accept her. It's just one more sister. As long as first prince is happy, anything is fine." Sister is right. I think this woman's appearance is also not bad. She is barely qualified to serve first prince. Fushu immediately smiled and kissed the two women on their cheeks. He laughed and said, "You two are the most reasonable. This prince didn't dote on you for nothing." The two women wriggled in the first prince's arms. The woman who spoke first said, "But this beauty seems to already have someone in her heart." "First prince, what are you going to do?" Fushu smiled and said, "That's because she doesn't know how powerful this prince is. Once she has tasted this prince's methods, why would she think of another man? Look carefully, this prince will go and subdue her right now." As he spoke, he broke free from the two women. He straightened his disheveled clothes and stood up from the palanquin. He opened the curtains and stepped down. After entering the tea house, he looked up at Zhu Qing. His heart immediately burst with joy when he saw her. He didn't get a good look at her from behind the curtains. Now, he saw that this red-haired woman was simply too beautiful. Although her expression was cold, it was enough to incite a man's desire to conquer her. As he had said before, he had never tried a foreign beauty before. It wasn't that he didn't have enough power, but rather that no one had entered the human sovereign city for many years. He was the first prince. In the human sovereign city, he was second only to the emperor. If he wanted a beauty, he only had to give the order and someone would immediately arrange it for him. None of the women dared to resist. They all did their best to please him. After getting used to eating delicacies, it was a kind of happiness to occasionally have a change of taste. Thus, the colder Zhu Qing's expression was, the more he liked it. Deep in his heart, he wanted nothing more than to bring this red-haired beauty back to the prince's mansion and dote on her. His fiery gaze was like a leech biting onto Zhu Qing's face. He began to move his gaze without restraint, wanting to examine her from head to toe. Yang Kai's figure flashed and stood in front of Zhu Qing. The first prince's expression immediately changed. It was as if he had seen a lump of stink. He said with disdain, "What's your name?" Without waiting for Yang Kai to reply, Fushu said, "I don't care what your name is. If you want to live, then scram. Seeing that you have done a good deed, this prince will bestow upon you a one-leaf body." As soon as these words were said, the surrounding cultivators all had fiery expressions. A one-leaf body. Although it was the lowest level of nobility, it was still nobility. In the city of human sovereignty, one would be able to enjoy special privileges that ordinary people could not. In an instant, one would be able to rise above the commoners. These people had followed the first prince for many years, but none of them had ever received such a reward. They did not expect that this outsider would receive such an honor just because he had a beauty by his side. This made many of the first prince's attendants green with envy. They secretly sighed at this brat's good luck. The bald man took a step forward and shouted angrily at Yang Kai, "Brat, why aren't you thanking us and leaving? Do you want to die?" Yang Kai sighed dejectedly. He looked seriously at the first prince and said, "Your Highness the first prince, this lowly one has a deep relationship with my wife. I don't want to be separated, and I don't have any intentions of offering her beauty. Your Highness the first prince is extremely powerful and has countless beauties by your side. I think the two in the sedan are quite good. Why do you have to set your sights on a married woman? If word gets out, it will damage your Highness's reputation." Fushu said with a cold face, "Are you insulting my intelligence, or insulting your own?" Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He also felt that his proposal was too childish. Fu Shu said, "This prince also does not want to bully others. How about this, if you think the two in the sedan are good, then I will give them to you. The one behind you is mine." As soon as this was said, the two women in the sedan were as if they had been struck by lightning. They suddenly became very stiff, but they did not dare to say anything. For a moment, their expressions were miserable, and they cried. Yang Kai said in surprise, "This. Won't the first prince lose out?" Fu Shu snorted, "This prince is a magnanimous master. What's wrong with letting you take advantage of me?" Yang Kai said, "But I have no interest in taking what others like. I only want to be with this lowly one." Fu Shu waved his hand and said impatiently, "Then just treat it as a reward. There is no need to thank me." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but he did not know what to say. Zhu Qing said behind him, "He is staring at me and won't let go. What are you going to do?" Yang Kai grinned and revealed a bright smile, "What else can I do? Since he is here, then I will beat him." Chapter 2957. Someone from the third order Dao source realm dares to act presumptuously in front of this young master. Yang Kai sneered as he raised his hand and slapped Fu Shu mercilessly. He could see that although the human sovereign city was safe and unaffected by the changes in world principles, it was in fact a pool of muddy water. If he and Zhu Qing, two outsiders, wanted to establish themselves here, they would have to show extraordinary strength and let others know that they were not to be trifled with. The strong preyed on the weak, this was the law of the jungle, and if it changed, it meant that they were not strong enough. Fu Shu's strength was not high, only in the third order Dao source realm, but Yang Kai's eyes were sharp enough to see that this guy's cultivation was exaggerated. He should have taken some pills or emperor artifacts to forcefully increase his cultivation, so it was impossible for him to display his full strength. Furthermore, this crown prince looked like he was addicted to wine and women, so it was likely that he had already been hollowed out. This kind of guy, Kai Yang could casually kill dozens or even hundreds of them. However, Fu Shu did not have the slightest self-awareness. At this moment, he was only 10 meters away from Yang Kai, so once he attacked, he would not have any time to react. His emperor chi surged, and the world energy fluctuated as a huge palm visible to the naked eye slammed down on Fu Shu. The bald man's expression changed greatly as he shouted, "Stop! Stop your mother's hand!" Yang Kai cursed, his hand did not stop moving, becoming more and more violent. Fu Shu really didn't have time to react, he stuck his head out to take a look at the beautiful woman behind Kai Yang. Only when the palm was about to hit him did he suddenly cry out in fear, his whole body stiffening and trembling, he didn't know what to do. Seeing that this palm was about to smash the talisman pivot into powder. A green light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. It suddenly formed a layer of protection, wrapping Fu Shu completely. Hong, the protection shattered, and Fu Shu's hair danced wildly, his body in a sorry state, but he was unharmed. What the hell is that? Kai Yang was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he didn't see any trace of the talisman Shu casting a spell, but that protective shield had strangely appeared. Looking up and down. It also didn't seem like he was wearing any kind of artifact. On the contrary, he was wearing a lot of useless pendants, which could only be used as decoration. The bald man had already charged out from the side. A light flashed in his hand and a sledgehammer suddenly appeared. The sledgehammer was half the size of a table. It was flickering with a dazzling light, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. The bald man shouted angrily, "You dare to be rude to the first prince? Die, brat!" His muscles bulged as he held the sledgehammer in one hand. He exerted all his strength and smashed it down on Yang Kai's head. In a split second, the sound of wind and thunder filled their ears, making them tremble in fear. "Escort the emperor. Protect them!" Yang Kai shouted. Zhu Qing glared at him. While her red hair was fluttering, her petite body flashed and stood beside Yang Kai, Then she raised a small white fist and met the sledgehammer head-on. The bald man's expression changed again as he shouted, "Get out of my way." He didn't know why this red-haired woman wanted to kill herself, but he knew the power of his attack. This woman's cultivation seemed to be quite good, but she was still a delicate woman. If she was hit by his sledgehammer, even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. This was a woman the first prince had taken a fancy to. How could he dare to kill her? He had used all his strength before. Now, even if he wanted to withdraw, it was too late. Seeing Zhu Qing in front of him, he could only twist his body and move the sledgehammer a little, hoping that the woman could escape. Zhu Qing's fist smashed into the sledgehammer. Her small fist and the sledgehammer created an extremely strong visual impact. No one doubted that Zhu Qing's fate would be miserable. However, the result was shocking. With a loud bang, Zhu Qing's body didn't move. Her hair fluttered wildly in the wind. The bald man holding the sledgehammer stared as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body froze for a moment before he was sent flying like lightning. Hong Long Long, the walls of the tea house and the building next door were filled with holes. As far as the eye could see, dust filled the air. The bald man fell into a pile of rubble, motionless. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, especially the guards who had come with the first prince. They all stared at Zhu Qing in a daze. They never thought that this seemingly soft and delicate body could explode with such destructive power. This was even more inconceivable than seeing a demon race jumping around in the human sovereign city. Zhu Qing waved her hand with a look of disdain. Outside the tea house, the two seductive women on the palanquin screamed in horror. How many years had the human sovereign city been peaceful? No one had ever dared to cause trouble in the city, let alone have a conflict with the first prince. Suddenly seeing such a big scene, the two women were naturally frightened. Their faces turned pale and their delicate bodies trembled. The screams woke up the dazed Fushu. He was stunned for a while before he suddenly woke up. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Yang Kai, "You hit me?" His tone was much harsher and became somewhat hysterical, "You dare hit me? This prince? That's right, you're the one I'm going to hit." Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the myriad sword in the air. He slashed down at Fushu's head. The sword light was biting cold, and the sword intent was awe-inspiring. Fushu was so frightened that he screamed and ran away like a rat. The myriad sword chased after Fushu like a maggot. The sword light slashed at Fushu's body, but it did not cause him any harm. Every time the sword light came, a green light would appear on Fushu's body and block the attack. If Yang Kai was strong, it would be strong. If Yang Kai was weak, it would be weak. It was as if it had a mind of its own. No matter what, it would protect the first Prince Fushu's safety. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai was unable to break through the green light. He clicked his tongue in wonder. The world was so big that nothing was too strange. If he had not accidentally come to this reincarnation world and entered the city of human sovereign city, he would not have known that such a thing existed in this world. "Help, help!" The first prince shouted as he ran. He no longer had the dignity of a prince. At this moment, he was just an ordinary person running for his life. He had even forgotten that he had once cultivated. His guards finally reacted and rushed towards Yang Kai to protect their master. Although these guards were not weak, how could they be Yang Kai's opponent? The myriad sword cut down one by one like cutting vegetables. However, Yang Kai did not kill them. Although the tea house was full of blood and screams, there was no danger to their lives. However, Yang Kai's ferocious appearance had scared the first prince out of his wits. He did not even have the strength to run. He was blocked in a corner of the tea house. He looked at Yang Kai in horror as he walked towards him step by step. He trembled and shouted, "Don't come here, don't come here. I am the first prince. I order you to stop." Yang Kai smiled sinisterly. Blood dripped from the myriad sword, making him look like a demon from hell. The first prince wished that he could just faint and be done with it. However, the fear in his heart made him more clear-headed than usual. After a few steps, Yang Kai stood in front of the first prince. He tilted his head and looked at him. Then, myriad sword slowly stabbed towards him. The first prince sucked in a breath of cold air and held his breath. He stared at the tip of myriad sword in horror. When myriad sword was about an inch away from Fushu, the green hazy light appeared again. It wrapped around myriad sword tenaciously and blocked its advance. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the light. Yang Kai used myriad sword to point at the green shield. He looked down at Fushu and asked, "What is this?" Fushu's 2 rows of teeth were chattering. He could no longer answer Yang Kai's question. A voice came from the side. "With the protection of the holy tree, the imperial family will not be harmed." Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the man with the goatee who had just left had appeared in the tea house again. He was still sitting in the same position as before. It was as if he had never moved. He stared at him indifferently. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "With the protection of the holy tree?" "What holy tree?" The man with the goatee said, "It has nothing to do with you, and it has nothing to do with me. I hate people like you the most. What do you want?" Yang Kai looked at him impatiently. The man with the goatee said, "You have offended the first prince and injured so many of his guards. You have also frightened the first prince. There is no place for you in the human sovereign city." "I'm so scared." Yang Kai sneered. "Are you going to tell me that if I want to live, I should quickly go and lick the feet of the third prince? Only he can protect my safety." The man with the goatee smiled. "Smart people understand." Yang Kai snorted. "It seems that everything that has happened here is within your expectations. You were the one who brought the first prince here, right?" The man with the goatee shook his head. "Don't accuse me wrongly. The first prince's desire to chase after beauties is well known. When you and this girl appeared in the human sovereign city, someone went to inform him. This old man only expected this situation and came to join in the fun." He paused and looked at Yang Kai. "How about it? Do you still want to refuse?" Before Yang Kai could reply, the frightened Fushu looked as if he had seen his savior. He looked at the man with the goatee. "I remember now. You are that person by the third prince's side." Yes, that person. Hurry up and kill this guy for me. This prince will reward you handsomely." The man with the goatee looked at the first prince with disdain. "This old man is the third prince's man. Why would I help you?" The first prince is confused. Fushu's face paled. "Then what will it take for you to help? How about I give you the 2 women outside?" The man with the goatee looked between his legs and sighed. "This old man is already so old. It is not easy to guard this little bit of yang yuan. I appreciate the first prince's kindness, but it is a pity that this old man cannot accept it. You, how can you be like this?" Fushu's face was filled with disappointment. The man with the goatee turned to look at Yang Kai. "Is your answer the same?" Yang Kai rested myriad sword on his shoulder and sneered. The man with the goatee understood and said to Fushu, "Although this old man will not help, this old man can show the first prince a way out." Chapter 2958. Speak, speak. Fushu hurriedly said. He didn't have many strong subordinates, and all of them were lying on the ground, so he could only place his hopes on the goatee. The goatee said, "With the protection of the holy tree, the crown prince will definitely not be injured." "Since he won't be injured, why are you afraid of him? You are a prince and can use the power of the holy tree. Even if you can't beat him, can't you just steal and run? As long as you return to your residence, what can he do to you?" Fushu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He scolded himself for being so scared. It was indeed as the old goatee said, he had the protection of the holy tree, so ordinary people couldn't hurt him. Since he wouldn't be injured, what was there to be afraid of? He hated himself for being so scared that he didn't even think of such a thing. He hated Kai Yang for making him lose face. Looking at Zhu Qing who was standing over there, he gradually regained his courage and slowly stood up from the corner of the wall. Although his body was still trembling, it was much better than begging for mercy and running away. The previous conflict had attracted the attention of many residents of Emperor City. At this moment, the tea house was surrounded by onlookers from all directions. Several groups of patrolling guards arrived and were shocked to see the mess in the tea house when they parted the crowd. When they saw Fushu, they all came forward to greet him and asked about the situation. You all came at the right time. The appearance of these guards increased Fushu's confidence. He pointed at Yang Kai and said, "This person is vicious and evil. He injured my guards and insulted this prince. Quickly come with this prince and take him down." When the guards heard this, they agreed one after another. A sneer appeared on Fu Shu's face as he suddenly began to chant an incantation. The incantation was cryptic and difficult to understand, causing the onlookers to be confused while Yang Kai was taken aback. He was too familiar with this chant. When the chant sounded, he couldn't help but think of a magnificent battle scene. At that time, he had 100,000 troops under his command. The various branches coordinated and fearlessly attacked the demon race camp. The wizard would chant such a chant. The chanting of the incantation made one's blood boil, filling one's chest with murderous intent. They wanted nothing more than to destroy everything in front of them. The Fushu's incantation was very short. There seemed to be some changes, but they were still the same. A ray of light suddenly bloomed and enveloped the guards. In the next moment, the blood and chi of the many guards suddenly surged, and their bodies swelled up like balloons. Their exposed skin glowed with a dark red light, and even their eyes turned crimson red. Timidity and fear disappeared from their bodies, replaced by determination and bravery. Bloodthirst. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had never thought that after more than 100,000 years, he would be able to see someone else use the bloodthirst technique. Although there were some changes to the bloodthirst technique, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't mistake it. Previously in the cave, when Manager Liao used the technique, there were some traces of wizard techniques. However, it wasn't obvious, so Yang Kai didn't pay too much attention to it. But now, it seemed that the reincarnation world still had wizard techniques. He didn't know how it had been passed down for so long. Zhu Qing obviously didn't expect such a scene. Her beautiful eyes curiously looked at the cultivator that had changed. She was somewhat puzzled. When the Fushu's incantation sounded again, Yang Kai already knew what kind of wizard technique this was. This wizard technique was the most troublesome type of wizard technique for the demon race. It was also a type of wizard technique that couldn't be cracked. It was because of the protection of this wizard technique that the barbarians could compete with the demon race. Yang Kai knew how terrifying this wizard technique was. How could he let the Fushu use it? He took a step forward, and the myriad sword leisurely disappeared. When he clapped his hands together, a huge crescent blade suddenly slashed towards the Fushu. This attack appeared very suddenly, and its power was unpredictable. It made the goatee secretly shocked. The Fushu was naturally shocked, but he didn't care. He remembered the goatee's words. Even though he was shocked, he didn't have any intention of dodging or blocking. The incantation from his mouth became louder and louder. The huge crescent blade hit the Fushu's body as expected, but was blocked by the green light that appeared on the Fushu's body. However, this time, the green light was especially dense, and it was almost lush. This green light was a type of protection. It would become stronger when facing a strong opponent. On the other hand, it showed the powerful killing power of the crescent blade. Silently, the divine technique that could devour space couldn't do anything to the Fushu. The green light actually blocked the crescent blade's attack again, but a small crack appeared at the spot where the crescent blade came in contact with it. It was almost undetectable. This kind of protection wasn't invincible, but it wasn't unbreakable. Yang Kai suddenly realized this point. The reason why Yang Kai's previous attacks didn't have any effect was because they weren't strong enough. And in this moment of delay, the Fushu had completed his wizard technique. Another ray of light bloomed and shrouded the guards. In the dark, there seemed to be something that connected these people together, making them live and die together. Everyone's chi and blood gathered in one place and soared into the sky. Zhu Qing's expression changed. Life chains. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and growled. He never thought that he would one day face the two great war wizard techniques, the bloodthirst technique and life chains. In the Thousand Illusions dream world, the barbarian army led by Yang Kai was invincible thanks to these two wizard techniques. Because of this, Yang Kai knew better than anyone how powerful they were. The goatee was surprised. You know about saint techniques? What are saint techniques? Yang Kai took a few steps back and stood side by side with Zhu Qing, looking forward coldly. There were about 30 guards in the group who had been affected by the bloodthirst technique and life chains. No matter who it was, their cultivation was below the Emperor realm. The strongest one was from the third order Dao Source realm, and the weakest was only a second order Origin King. If this group of people were to fight alone, Yang Kai could easily blow them away with a single breath and teach them how to behave. But now, they had the capital to fight to the death with the people of the Emperor realm. The name of the war wizard technique was not just a bluff. The goatee said, only the members of the imperial family who have 6 leaves and above can use the power of the holy tree to cast this secret technique. If you don't know about the saint techniques, how can you say the name of the saint techniques? Yang Kai did not answer him. He whispered to Zhu Qing, this is a little troublesome. Zhu Qing said, I'll take care of these people. I'll leave that prince to you. Yang Kai shook his head and said, they're not easy to deal with. Let me do it. Zhu Qing said leisurely, don't underestimate me, okay? Also, I don't want to fight with that annoying guy. Since you said so, that's the only way. Yang Kai shrugged. Zhu Qing snorted, if you can't take care of him, don't even think about touching me in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed and she pounced forward. Yang Kai wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and said, do you have to be so ruthless? The goatee poured cold water on them and said, it's useless. Since the saint techniques have been cast, you have no chance of winning unless you can reverse the saint techniques. However, you'll need the holy tree's protection first. Fushu was furious. Old man, whose side are you on? The goatee said calmly, I'm just here to watch the show. I'm not taking sides. You should focus on fighting the enemy, first prince. Be careful not to embarrass the imperial family. Fushu was infuriated by the goatee's words. He said with great ambition, open your eyes wide and watch carefully. As they spoke, Zhu Qing had already clashed with the 30 or so guards. When the violent energy surged, the small tea house collapsed. The owner of the tea house ran to the street and cried bitterly as he cursed. Soon, Zhu Qing discovered how difficult it was to deal with this group of people. They weren't very agile. After all, there were more than 30 of them. When they fought, they didn't cooperate at all. They didn't have any order, and they often interfered with each other. They looked clumsy. However, even though there were more than 30 of them, every single one of them had the ability to take her attacks head-on. Every time she attacked, any random person would be able to block it. This was simply unbelievable. She was a member of the dragon race, and her strength was violent. Even a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator wouldn't dare say that they could take a hit from her without being injured. However, this ragtag group of guards could do it. After a few punches, Zhu Qing quickly discovered the secret behind their ability to block her attacks. She didn't know what was wrong with these people. No matter who tried to block her, her attacks would be dispersed and shared by these 30 or so people. If one chopstick could be easily broken, 2 chopsticks would be twice the resistance, let alone these 30 or so people who had been enchanted with some kind of saint technique. After their chi and blood force was stimulated, these people didn't fear pain or danger. Everyone's eyes turned red, and the number of attacks they could withstand increased exponentially. Zhu Qing's face turned cold, and her attacks became more and more violent. To her, what happened just now was just a test. With a rumble, the battlefield kept shifting. Soon, half of the street was affected. On the old site of the tea house, Yang Kai stared at Fushu and said indifferently, "You heard what the madam said. For the sake of this young master's future happiness, please, lie down, first prince." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in front of Fushu, almost sticking to him. The goatee's eyes narrowed, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. In that instant, he didn't see what happened. Fushu screamed and almost fell again. However, he quickly calmed down and gritted his teeth. "Do you think this prince is afraid of you?" Yang Kai raised his hand and threw a punch at Fushu's face. Before Fushu could react, the fist was already in front of him. Fortunately, the green light blocked the attack and didn't injure him. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. His face was pale, but he gritted his teeth and chanted an incantation. He wanted to cast the bloodlust spell on himself so that he wouldn't be afraid anymore. Yang Kai suddenly looked at Fushu's chest and said, "First prince, you're only an 8-leaf cultivator. TSK, TSK. Even the third prince is a 9-leaf cultivator. Why is it that you, the eldest brother, have 1 less leaf than him? Is it because the human sovereign favors him, or is it because you're unpopular?" Fushu's incantation came to an abrupt halt. He said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Why would father favor the third prince? I'm the first prince." Chapter 2959. Is that so? However, the third prince indeed has 1 more leaf than you. If I'm not mistaken, the more leaves one has, the more honorable one's status is. In that case, you're indeed inferior to the third prince. That's because my cultivation base isn't high enough. Yes, that's right. I'm not willing to cultivate. That's why I'm only an 8-leaf cultivator. If I have a cultivation base like old thirds one day, a 9-leaf cultivator will be a piece of cake. Tisk, tsk, tisk. Yang Kai had a look of disdain on his face. I don't think so. If I were a human sovereign, I wouldn't like you, first prince. If I want to pass the throne to the third prince one day, I'll definitely consider him. The third prince is a dragon among men. His cultivation base is extraordinary, and he treats people with generosity. How can you compare to him? You. Shut up. Fushu was infuriated by Yang Kai. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he pounced on Yang Kai. With the protection of the holy tree, he looked fearless. Although Yang Kai was speaking, his hands never stopped attacking Fu Shu's body. He was constantly attacking various parts of Fu Shu's body, but he was still unable to break through the green light's protection. The first prince's attacks were no different from scratching an itch to Yang Kai, and he could completely ignore them. For a time, the two of them fought like street thugs. However, neither of them could defeat the other. All of their attacks were like stones sinking into the sea. The man with the goatee sighed. He could not bear to watch any longer and said, "Your Highness, there is no need to care about his words. Just use your saint arts. Your cultivation is inferior to his, and only saint arts will be able to avenge your humiliation." Yang Kai turned his head and snorted coldly. "Old thing, if you keep blabbering, I'll knock your teeth out." The goatee said earnestly, "Young man, you must know how to respect the old and love the young. That depends on the person. People like you who like to show off everywhere. I have to kill dozens of them every day. As they spoke, Fushu's incantation sounded again, but he had been reminded by Goatee. He no longer entangled himself with Yang Kai and directly cast bloodlust on himself. The timidity and fear in his eyes quickly disappeared, and his eyes were instantly filled with anger and excitement. He laughed loudly. As if there was no one around, he said ferociously, "Brat, you dare to offend this prince. I want you to die. After killing you, I will take good care of that beauty." Bloodlust could affect a person's rationality and cause them to lose some of their judgment, but it was undeniable that it was still very useful in certain special situations. Fushu's fear and cowardice were suppressed by the bloodlust. He stared at Yang Kai with his red eyes as if he had become a different person. He roared, "Bind!" All of a sudden, an invisible force pushed out from the void. Like a layer of waves, it bound Yang Kai's raised fist. Yang Kai was unable to smash down. No matter how he struggled, his fist was fixed in the air. He felt that his fist seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and the more he wanted to attack, the stronger the pulling force became. Yang Kai's expression was stern. The first prince, Fu Shu, was only a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he was able to achieve such a feat with the help of a so-called saint technique. This was beyond Yang Kai's imagination, and it made him even more wary of this modified witchcraft. Normal wizard techniques could not have such an effect, nor could they do such an unimaginable thing. He had always been the one to fight above his level, and this was the first time he was beaten by someone who was weaker than him. He floated back and was blocked again, but he easily opened up the distance between him and Fushu. After succeeding in one move, Fushu's confidence increased greatly. He laughed wildly, "Run. Let's see where you can run to. Sword, come." He stretched out his hand, and a green fluorescent light suddenly burst out in the void. The color of the fluorescent light looked exactly the same as the energy protecting Fushu, and the fluorescent light quickly gathered in the air, turning into a shocking long sword. Fushu pointed his hand, and the long sword slashed down at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's pupils shrank, and he instinctively felt the power of this attack. Under the surging of the law of space, several moonblades flew out to meet it. With a rumble, the green long sword destroyed all the moonblades along the way, but after intercepting the last moonblade, it suddenly collapsed. Fushu's body shook, and 2 streams of blood flowed out from his nostrils, but he did not feel it at all. He raised his hands again and roared, again. Another green light bloomed, and it was still a huge green long sword. Yang Kai looked thoughtfully in a certain direction. After a few times, he finally caught a subtle trace. Every time Fushu used the saint technique, it seemed to have a resonance with something in that direction. This resonance was very weak, and if it was not for Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he would not have noticed it. Fushu of the third-order Dao Source Realm did not have the strength to compete with him, and the only reason he could do this was because he had borrowed power. He had borrowed the power of the holy tree. And the direction that resonated with it should be the direction of the holy tree. He wanted to see what the hell the so-called holy tree was. It actually had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. His divine sense spread out like a tide, causing the void to buzz, and the goatee's face changed again. In an instant, everything in the human sovereign city was imprinted in Yang Kai's mind, as if the best artist had painted a picture in his mind. As his divine sense advanced, he could see farther and farther. Suddenly, a barrier blocked in front of him. Yang Kai was caught off guard, and his divine sense crashed into it, causing him to feel dizzy. At this time, the green long sword had already slashed down, and it hit Yang Kai's shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. Fushu laughed, "You dare to be arrogant, you dare to humiliate me, this is the price you have to pay." He made a hand seal, controlling the green long sword to press down, as if he wanted to cut Yang Kai in half. Yang Kai snorted coldly, and with the myriad sword in hand, he swung it up, and a biting cold sword chi burst out, cutting the green long sword in half. Fu Shu was stunned, and he was a little surprised. Yang Kai said, "First Prince, is this all you've got? What a joke, show me what you've got, let's see what you can do to me." Fu Shu was furious, and he shouted, "Brat, don't be so arrogant." He suddenly chanted an incantation, but this time, Yang Kai could not tell what kind of wizard spell it was. At the same time, Fu Shu got into a bow and arrow posture. A green arrow strangely appeared in front of him, and he gently pinched it, placing it on the invisible bow. Chasing the stars and moon. Die! Following Fu Shu's angry roar, the green arrow spun and broke through the barrier of space, leaving a visible vacuum along the way, and rushed in front of Yang Kai in an instant. Yang Kai tilted his head, and the arrow brushed past his temples, cutting off a few strands of black hair that fluttered in the wind. "You still dare to dodge?" Fu Shu was like an erupting volcano. Without any hesitation, he began to draw his bow and shoot arrows at Yang Kai like meteors. Blood flowed from his nostrils like a flood that had broken through a dam, drenching his clothes and the ground. However, it was as if he didn't notice it at all. His entire being was in an indescribable state of excitement. After 3 to 5 arrows, even his 7 orifices began to bleed. Using Saint Arts seemed to be a great burden on him. In this world, there was no power that could be obtained for no reason. Even if Fu Shu was the first prince and was born with the blessing of the holy tree, and could use powerful Saint Arts, with his level in the third order Dao Source realm, he would have to pay a great price to compete with Yang Kai. His unrestrained attacks made it easier for Yang Kai to spy on the source of the Saint Arts. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned, as if he had thought of something. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Fu Shu was overjoyed when he saw this, and said naively, "Have you seen this prince's strength? It's too late to kneel and beg for mercy, this prince will make you taste all the torture in the world." As he spoke, he raised his hand again, and a green arrow whistled through the air. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand slightly, and caught the green arrow in his hand. The arrow that contained a powerful force was instantly frozen in front of him, motionless. How can this be? Both Yang Kai and Fu Shu said this at the same time, but one of them had a blank look on his face while the other was filled with shock. "Your aura." Goatee's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Yang Kai, like a newborn calf, full of confusion. The moment Yang Kai closed his eyes, his aura suddenly underwent a tremendous change. It did not become very powerful, but this aura gave off an extremely ancient feeling, as if he had walked out from a distant time and space. His entire body exuded an indescribable ancient charm. The green arrow collapsed in Yang Kai's hand, and Yang Kai began to chant an incantation. At this moment, he was not the Emperor realm, but a wizard king from the southern barbarian tribe of the ancient world. His incantation was even more obscure and ancient than the first prince's. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely difficult to pronounce. "You." The first prince was dumbfounded, and he actually forgot to continue attacking. He pointed at Yang Kai, as if he had seen something impossible. Goatee's body also shook violently, and he was completely dumbfounded. A small fire snake suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. It was very lifelike, as if it was a real creature, and it kept rolling in the air. "Holy technique!" Goatee cried out in surprise, almost biting his own tongue, but he quickly denied his own judgment. This was not a holy technique, because the fire snake did not have the green light that was unique to holy techniques, but the entire casting process was almost identical to a holy technique. So this is a holy technique. Yang Kai's lips curled up. He could clearly feel that he had established a connection with something in the human sovereign city, and this connection was only established after he had transformed into the Wizard King. After using the wizard technique, this connection became much stronger. Chapter 2960. The small fire serpent rolled nimbly in the air, but it brought an unimaginable shock to everyone. Fu Shu was already stunned. He stared blankly at the fire serpent, completely forgetting that he was still in the middle of a battle. The goatee shouted, "First Prince, this is not a saint art. Don't be blinded by his tricks. Is this really not a saint art?" Fushu turned his head and asked. The goatee was so angry that his beard was in a mess. He reiterated again, "This old man guarantees with my life that this is definitely not a saint art. It just looks similar to a saint art. There is nothing to be afraid of." Fushu was shocked when he heard this. He shouted angrily, "I was wondering how someone as insignificant as you could perform a saint art. It turns out that you were just lying to me. You're dead meat." He wanted to draw his bow again, but Yang Kai had already flicked his finger. The fire serpent straightened up and shot towards him like an arrow. Fushu turned a deaf ear to the fire serpent's attack. He knew that the saint tree would provide him with strong protection. Any attack from Yang Kai could not do anything to him, just like the situation before. The fire serpent did not seem to be very powerful. It was just a very ordinary fire serpent technique. In ancient times, even a wizard could perform a wizard technique. With a boom, the fire serpent hit Fushu, but it produced an unexpected effect. The protective green light that appeared on the surface of Fushu's body was broken by the fire serpent. Although the fire serpent disappeared at the same time, the scattered sparks splashed all over Fushu's body. He was so hot that he screamed. The goatee narrowed his eyes. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, Fushu was the first prince. He was protected by the holy tree in Renhuang City, and only those with 8-leaf bodies and above were qualified to hurt him. However, this inexplicable outsider had actually done it. This was simply beyond his scope of understanding. He could not figure out why this was the case. And why did that secret technique look exactly the same as the saint trees? Other than the fact that it did not have the power of the holy tree attached to it, it was simply a saint art from another template. I also need the protection of the holy tree. Yang Kai looked at the first prince with a smile. Nonsense. Fushu extinguished the sparks on his body. He cursed angrily, "You. Whether it's nonsense or not, the first prince can see for himself." As Yang Kai spoke, he suddenly raised his hand, and another flame serpent appeared in front of him. Then another, a third, a fourth. You. Fushu was shocked beyond words. "Why don't you chant the incantation?" "Why do I need to chant?" Yang Kai continued to cast his wizard spell. It was still the simple fire snake spell. "Of course we have to chant the incantation to cast the sacred spell." Fushu found it hard to accept that his common sense had been broken. Yang Kai sneered, "How can trash like you be compared to this young master? This young master's saint arts are at my fingertips." While they were talking, a dense flame serpent had appeared in front of him. It was as if a snake cave had been destroyed. As time passed, the newly appeared fire snakes also underwent some changes. A trace of green appeared on top of the flame serpents. Although it was not very eye-catching, there was no doubt that it was green. The green color became more and more intense. The last few fire snakes that appeared were almost all dark green in color. Yang Kai finally stopped. He looked at Fushu with a smile, "See, I told you that I also have the protection of the holy tree." Hiss. Goatee gasped, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. The development of the situation was beyond his expectations. This outsider had actually obtained the protection of the holy tree and cast the sacred spell that was imbued with the power of the holy tree. It was impossible for the third prince to get him to join them. It could even be said that this person's arrival was enough to set off a storm in the human sovereign city. It might even change the current situation in the human sovereign city. He no longer had any thoughts of roping in Yang Kai. He was only thinking about how to retreat. On the other side, Fushu was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. The huge emotional change caused a series of chain reactions. First, the bloodlust technique had reached its limit and was cancelled. Then, the after-effects of using the sacred spell broke out. Fushu screamed and fell to the ground. He covered his nose with his hand, but he could not stop the blood from flowing out. His qi and blood were weakened to the extreme, as if he would die at any time. He wailed loudly and asked for help, but who could help at this time? The enemy who was fighting with him before was the first to fall. Yang Kai curled his lips and was too lazy to add insult to injury. He did not care about Fushu at all. He only relied on the power of the holy tree to deal with him. Now that Yang Kai was also on the same starting line, Fushu was no longer a concern. He turned his head and looked at Goatee with a smile. The latter's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He said bitterly, "Could it be, you are a lost member of the royal family?" Yang Kai said coldly, "Your imagination is a little too rich." "Then why, can you use the power of the holy tree?" Goatee could not understand this. "Who told you that only the royal family can be protected by the holy tree?" Yang Kai sneered. Goatee was startled. When he thought about it carefully, this deep-rooted idea was completely based on the common sense he had received since he was young. It seemed that no one had ever said that only the royal family could be protected by the holy tree and use the power of the holy tree. No one had ever doubted this statement. Goatee suddenly felt that his mouth was dry. He faintly felt that a big secret was about to be revealed in front of him and reveal the truth. He asked in a trembling voice, "Who can be protected by the holy tree?" Yang Kai said coldly, "Old man, you are a traitor. Why are you asking this? Do you have any ideas?" Goatee was shocked and angry at the same time. "Don't talk nonsense." While speaking, he looked around as if he was afraid that his words would be heard by someone. Yang Kai sneered, "Go back and tell your master not to bother me in the future. I have no intention of provoking anyone and have no intention of being enemies with anyone. It's just that my wife and I accidentally wandered here. When we find a way out, we will leave. If anyone dares to trouble us." Humph, Goatee was relieved. He nodded and said, "This old man will definitely pass on your words. As for what decision the third prince will make, it is not something this old man can interfere with. I also know that you don't have the ability to interfere. Go away." Yang Kai waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. Goatee immediately ran away. How could he dare to stay here? Fushu was still wailing. His voice was very miserable. In the sky not far away, Zhu Qing was fighting a bloody battle with more than 30 cultivators. Although these 30 cultivators were strengthened by Fushu's bloodlust and life chains and could fight together, how could they be a match for a dragon race? The bloodthirst art only stimulated their blood vitality, making their flesh and blood stronger and fiercer. Even if it could increase their strength, it couldn't increase it by too much. As for the life chains, it could only allow their life force to coexist and increase their resistance to attacks. Their offensive ability was still maintained at their original level. Zhu Qing could easily deal with them. The situation was very one-sided, but because of the life chains, Zhu Qing still had a hard time dealing with them. Yang Kai raised his hand and the fire snakes that had been floating in front of him flew over and hit the crowd. The life chains that connected their blood and chi power and life force were instantly punctured like balloons by countless fiery snakes. Their strength was completely drained. The life chains were dispelled and the connection was broken. The 30 cultivators were suddenly caught in Zhu Qing's violent energy field and were instantly injured. They fell from the sky like dumplings. Normal life chains couldn't be dispelled so easily, but Fushu's wizard technique was supported by the power of the sacred tree. Yang Kai used the same source of energy to interfere, so the life chains broke on its own. Zhu Qing was too lazy to chase after the enemy suddenly became so weak. Bullying such weak people was a disgrace to the dragon race. She flew to Yang Kai's side and looked at Fushu who was lying in a pool of blood. She said in disgust, "How is this person still alive?" Yang Kai was shocked. You still want to kill them? Women are really the most poisonous. Zhu Qing coldly snorted, this kind of trash, what's the point of letting him live? You're right. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked somewhere in the crowd. Your Excellency has been watching the show for so long, isn't it time to come out? You heard it, if you don't come out, my mistress will kill the crown prince. Don't cry when that happens. As Yang Kai's voice fell, a figure suddenly flashed and appeared directly in front of the crown prince. This person was very tall, but he was very thin, as if he was malnourished. He stood there like a bamboo pole and was very conspicuous. Fu Shu, who was in pain, was shocked when he saw this person. He pointed at him and said, You are, the thin bamboo pole didn't say a word. He bent down and stuffed a spirit pill into Fu Shu's mouth, then knocked him out with a palm. He reached out and lifted Fu Shu up, then turned around and looked coldly at Yang Kai. Oh. A 3-layer Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Although he had long known that the human sovereign city had a strong foundation, Yang Kai was still a little surprised to see a 3-layer Emperor Realm Master so quickly. The thin bamboo pole's aura was extremely strong, not any weaker than Azure Sun Temple Master Wen Zishan or Star Soul Palace's Xiao Yuyan. In other words, he was a master on the same level as Temple Master Wen, Elder Xiao, and the others. If they really fought, Yang Kai might not be able to defeat him. Of course, in the human sovereign city, with the protection of the holy tree, it shouldn't be a problem to crush him. He was now the target of the holy tree's protection. He had been constantly using the fire snake technique to establish a connection with the holy tree. The holy tree wasn't protecting the imperial family, it was only protecting the wizard. When he saw the crown prince use the wizard technique before, Yang Kai had some guesses. In order to confirm his guess, he used the power of the wizard. Chapter 2961. The facts proved that his guess was correct. When he used the first fire serpent technique, there was indeed a trace of resonance between him and the sacred tree, forming a subtle connection. After repeatedly using it, this connection became even more firm. That's why he was able to get the protection of the holy tree and cast the holy technique that the Fu Shu and the Goatee knew. The so-called holy technique was just a wizard technique that was supported by another power. People in the human sovereign city thought that the holy tree was protecting the royal family, so the royal family was inviolable here. They had a lot of privileges, and no one could resist them. But in fact it was probably because in the human sovereign city, only the royal family was a wizard, so they could establish a resonance and connection with the holy tree and mobilized the power of the holy tree. Except for the royal family, other people couldn't practice wizard techniques, or they were prevented from practicing wizard techniques. This should be a means of control by the human sovereign city. The only thing Yang Kai didn't understand was what the holy tree was, and why it could protect the wizard and be used by the wizard. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but Yang Kai couldn't find the answer for the time being, unless he saw the so-called holy tree with his own eyes. But this was easier said than done. Since the holy tree was so special and important, it must be protected by the human sovereign city. It would be harder for him to see it than to go to the sky. He put his thoughts on the thin bamboo in front of him, smiled and said, "Let me guess, the first prince and the third prince have appeared. Are you the second prince's people?" No, you shouldn't be the second prince's people, although I don't know if there is such a person." The thin bamboo looked silent and said lightly, "Why do you say that?" His voice was as thin as his body. It sounded dry. It was like he hadn't drunk a sip of water for decades. Yang Kai snorted, "Since ancient times, the royal family has no kinship. There must be a fierce struggle between the princes. If you are really the second prince's people, I'm afraid you can't wait for the first prince to die and be reincarnated. Why would you be so kind to save him? The spirit pill you gave him just now was pretty good. So that's the case, it seems that you have some observation skills." Thin Bamboo slightly nodded. You are right, I am not the second prince's people. Then who do you work for? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and asked. The Thin Bamboo said, by the order of the human sovereign. Please enter the palace. Human sovereignty. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and turned to Zhu Qing. Madam, do you think we should go? Zhu Qing said, it's up to you. Yang Kai nodded slightly and chuckled. Let me ask you something first. If I hit the first prince, the human sovereign won't do anything to me, right? The Thin Bamboo pole said, human sovereign's mind, as a subordinate, I will not try to figure it out, I only follow orders, please. While speaking, he turned sideways and assumed an inviting posture. Yang Kai said to Zhu Qing, it seems that we have to go. I also have some questions to ask him. Let's go then. Zhu Qing nodded. Lead the way. Yang Kai gestured at Thin Bamboo with his mouth. Thin Bamboo did not say a word. His figure flashed and flew in a certain direction. Yang Kai followed him. The black puppy ran out of nowhere and barked for a while. It jumped into Zhu Qing's arms. During the fight just now, this little guy was nowhere to be seen. Now that the fight was over, it immediately showed up. Human Sovereign City was huge, and Thin Bamboo was clearly a noble as well. Yang Kai had noticed the 5-leaf symbol on his clothes. The 5-leaf symbol was far inferior to the first prince and the third prince, but it was still a symbol of power. According to Goatee, only a 6-leaf cultivator was qualified to mobilize the power of the holy tree and cast the holy technique that could crush everything. There was only a fine line between the 5 leaves and the 6 leaves. Yang Kai estimated that in Human Sovereign City, all the true relatives of the royal family should have at least a 6-leaf cultivator, like Thin Bamboo. Their cultivation base was profound, but they did not have the royal bloodline. 5-leaf was the peak, and there was no room for improvement. He was a 3-layer sovereign. In the outside world, he would definitely be the sect master of a top sect or a tyrant. However, in Human Sovereign City, he was a servant. In Human Sovereign City, the commoners and nobles were distinguished by whether they had leaves or whether they had leaves. The true nobles and the powerhouses under their command were distinguished by the number of leaves. This was a method of control. Yang Kai did not agree, nor did he want to criticize it. He only felt that the human sovereign was really petty. His first impression of Thin Bamboo was much worse. The reason why the human sovereign summoned him was probably because he could communicate with the holy tree and mobilize its power. His appearance and actions had shaken the foundation of Human Sovereign City's rule. He was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, splashing ripples on the surface and attracting the attention of the overlord of the lake. Yang Kai estimated that if he refused the summons of the Human Sovereign City, he would immediately be ostracized and hunted down by the entire Human Sovereign City. Therefore, no matter what, he could not refuse the summons. Since he could not refuse, he could only go with the flow. However, this trip would not be too peaceful. He had to be more vigilant. In Human Sovereign City, only the nobles could fly in the air. No matter how high the cultivation base of a leafless cultivator was, he had to walk obediently on the ground. Thin Bamboo had a 5-leaf body and seemed to be an expert by the human sovereign's side. Naturally, he was qualified to fly. He flew all the way, and the people in front of him retreated. The nobles were inferior to Thin Bamboo. Yang Kai soon noticed that a 6-leaf body was rare. At the very least, he had not seen one along the way. Most of the nobles were below the 3-leaf stage. There were very few people above the 3-leaf stage. In comparison, Thin Bamboo's 5-leaf body was superior. The only difference between him, the first prince, and the third prince was that he could not mobilize the power of the holy tree. Because he was not born in the royal family, he could not cultivate the wizard spell, and he could not be protected by the holy tree. The palace was located in the center of the Human Sovereign City. There were many palaces and occupied a large area. It was the direction where Yang Kai had felt the resonance earlier. It was also the direction where the holy tree provided the power. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the holy tree, but all he could see was a hazy mist, as if it was shrouded in some kind of powerful spirit array, making it impossible for him to see inside. What had blocked his divine sense from probing before should be this spirit array. Not long after, thin bamboo flew down and landed in front of a palace. The palace was very magnificent and seemed to be very old. Standing outside the palace, a desolate and ancient aura rushed to his face as if it was telling the passage of the flowing time great emperor. Yang Kai's face turned serious. Thin bamboo handed the first prince, who had been in his hand, to the guard standing outside the palace. He turned his head and said, "Both of you can go in. The master of the human sovereign city is inside." Smiling, Kai Yang asked, "Could it be a trap? Are there hundreds of executioners waiting for us to enter so that they can chop us up?" Thin bamboo said with an expressionless face, "Is this a joke? It doesn't sound funny." Yang Kai shrugged. "That's because you don't have a sense of humor." Thin bamboo said, "The master of the human sovereign city is supreme. If he really wants to deal with you, he doesn't need any trap. We are all in the emperor realm. What nonsense are you talking about?" Yang Kai curled his lips and stepped into the palace. Thin bamboo pointed to the black puppy in Zhu Qing's arms and said, "Leave the beast." Woof. The black puppy barked at thin bamboo. It was obviously annoyed. Zhu Qing shook her head and said, "Bow Wow won't stay. The human sovereign palace is not a place that anyone can enter, let alone a beast. Please don't make it difficult for me." Thin bamboo stepped in front of the two people. Yang Kai sneered. "You said that the human sovereign city summoned us, and now you are stopping us here. Are you going to let us in or not?" The thin bamboo pole opened his mouth, as if he was about to say something, but suddenly he tilted his ear to listen. Apparently someone was transmitting a message to him. A moment later, he flashed and opened up a path for him. "This is the way to treat guests." Yang Kai smiled and walked side by side with Zhu Qing. From the outside, the human emperor palace was dimly lit, as if nothing could be seen. But once inside, it was brightly lit. More than a dozen huge pillars stood around, as if they were connecting heaven and earth. Luminous pearls decorated the place, and a soft light enveloped the entire palace. Pairs of eyes suddenly swept from all around. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that there would be so many people in the human sovereign palace. He glanced around and soon found a familiar figure in the crowd. He smiled and said, "Third Prince, hello. We meet again so soon. Thank you for taking care of me before." The third prince snorted coldly. His eyes were full of disdain. The people in the palace were all 6-leaf cultivators or above. In other words, they were all relatives of the emperor. They were all powerful great wizards, old and young, male and female. There weren't many 9-leaf cultivators, only 2 of them. Other than the third prince, there was a beautiful woman in her early 30s. The 2 of them stood at the top of the palace, just below the dragon throne. The rest of the people were lined up beside them. What surprised Yang Kai was that this beautiful woman was actually a second-order emperor realm master. There were more than 20 wizards, and their cultivations varied. There was not a single 3-layer emperor realm master in the palace. There was a huge dragon throne in the middle of the room. It was big enough for a person to lie on it without feeling small. On the dragon throne, a slightly fat elderly man was sitting upright. He didn't look very tall. Sitting on the dragon throne, he looked a little round, which made him look a little funny. However, the aura emanating from his body surprised Yang Kai. Before coming here, he had been secretly guessing the cultivation of the human sovereign. The special situation in the city made him understand that as long as he could communicate with the holy tree and mobilized the power of the holy tree, his own cultivation was secondary. Therefore, he vaguely guessed that the cultivation of the human sovereign shouldn't be too high. It shouldn't be at the level of the great emperors. It was because of this that he dared to come to the human sovereign palace and meet the human sovereign. If the other party was really one of the great emperors, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to resist. However, after seeing the human sovereign, Yang Kai realized that he was too naive. The human sovereign wasn't any great emperors. He wasn't even a three-layer emperor realm master. The aura emanating from his body was only that of a second-order emperor realm master. And it was extremely superficial. Chapter 2962. The ruler of the human sovereign city, the supreme person, was only a second-order emperor realm master. No one would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Zhu Qing obviously didn't expect this either and couldn't help but be a little stunned. She was an existence comparable to a third-order emperor realm master, so she could see through the human sovereign at a glance. A second-order cultivation was laughable in her eyes. Moreover, the human sovereign was obviously old. Although she didn't know how old he was, his vitality had already begun to decline. In other words, the second-order emperor realm was his peak, and there was no room for improvement. Moreover, his cultivation would gradually decline with the passage of time. The faintness of his aura was the best proof of this. How dare you? In the name of the human sovereign, why don't you kneel? A delicate shout rang out. It was the beautiful woman standing at the top of the right-hand side who took the lead. In the entire hall, only she and the third prince were nine-leaf cultivators, but her cultivation was one realm higher than the third prince's. She had the strength of a second-order emperor realm master. It could be said that she was the most powerful among all the members of the imperial family. Although the human sovereign's cultivation was the same as hers, his strength had begun to decline. However, she was different. She was the flowing time great emperor at the peak of her life, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. If she had the opportunity, it was not impossible for her to reach the third-order emperor realm. Yang Kai glanced at her and snorted coldly, "The rules of your human sovereign city are really strange. You have to kneel to anyone you see, but why don't I see you kneeling to me?" The beautiful woman took a step forward, her face cold. A powerful aura pressed down on Yang Kai. "This queen is the second princess of the human sovereign city. Do you think you can afford to kneel to me?" Yang Kai remained unmoved and said proudly, "Bullshit, princes and princesses are like floating clouds to me. In my eyes, whoever has the bigger fist can stand up straight and talk. Even the first prince was beaten like a dead dog by me, let alone you, the second princess." The second princess narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly and flashed with a dangerous light. "So, you think your fist is big?" Yang Kai looked at her seriously and sneered, "At least your chest is bigger than mine." The group of princes and princesses chuckled. They thought this outsider had a sharp tongue. The second princess was proud of her high cultivation and did not take any of the royal family seriously. She did not even look at the princes who were ranked at the top. It was a pity that she was born a woman, which was a shortcoming. If she were a man, she would have been the next successor to the human sovereignty. However, as a woman, she did not have enough capital to be proud. Her butt was not round. Her chest wasn't big, and other than her face, there wasn't anything else worth praising. Yang Kai's words hit the second princess where it hurt. She was so angry that her face turned ashen. She gritted her teeth and said, "Kneel down." As he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. A mass of green light shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow released from a bow. The shape of a palm appeared above his head and pressed down fiercely, as if trying to force Yang Kai to kneel on the ground with brute force. "I think you're the one who should kneel." Yang Kai snorted coldly and reached out to pull Zhu Qing behind him. At the same time, he made a gesture with one hand, and a ball of dark green light bloomed. This light was not as big as the second princess, but it was undoubtedly much brighter and more condensed. All the royal family members in the palace changed their expressions. The light shot up and melted into Bailu's palm. Under everyone's gaze, the palm suddenly changed direction and pressed towards the second princess. At first glance, it looked as if the second princess had cast the saint spell to deal with herself. The third prince narrowed his eyes, and an unprecedented sense of crisis lingered in his heart. He quietly looked up and saw that the human sovereignty's expression did not change. She sat there with half-closed eyes, as if she had fallen asleep. A mountain-like pressure fell from the sky, and the second princess's face suddenly became very ugly. A creaking sound came from her body, and her body slowly shrank. She resisted with all her might, constantly urging her power to resonate with the saint tree. However, there seemed to be another invisible force interfering with her, so she could not establish a connection with the saint tree. She could only rely on her own strength to hold on. She finally experienced the feeling of being oppressed by a saint spell. The man opposite her was obviously not as strong as her, but he could use a saint spell to play with her in the palm of his hand. An unprecedented sense of shame welled up in her heart, and her face turned red. She could only grit her teeth and shout, "What are you all looking at? Hurry up and help." Many of the royal family members in shock suddenly came to their senses. Just as they were about to intervene, Zhu Qing suddenly said lightly, "Let's see who dares to move." At this point, a huge red dragon suddenly spread out from her body. The red dragon was more than 30 feet long, and it hovered in the palace. Its huge body almost filled half of the human sovereignty palace, and a thick dragon aura overflowed in all directions, making people feel cold and breathless. Above the dragon's head high, two huge dragon eyes reflected everything, exuding an awe-inspiring and inviolable majesty. Everyone was stunned, and looked at the huge dragon's shadow in a daze, and there was a series of gulping sounds. The human sovereignty, who had been as steady as a mountain, finally opened her half-closed eyes. Her seemingly turbid eyes bloomed with amazing light, and she looked up to meet the dragon's eyes. In an instant, there was a surge of spiritual power in the palace. The red dragon raised its head and roared, creating a deafening sound, and the strong wind it set off blew a few of the weaker members of the royal family away. The full activation of the dragon race's origin force allowed Zhu Qing's strength to directly surpass the third-layer emperor realm. Even if these royal family members were protected by the holy tree, they could not do anything. The second princess, who was struggling to hold on, was even more embarrassed. Yang Kai had already cut off her connection with the holy tree, and now that she was hit by the dragon's aura, her body was lowered, and one of her knees touched the ground. Her face instantly turned snow-white, and a huge sense of shame filled her heart, making her experience a feeling worse than death. The human sovereignty city had stood tall for more than 100,000 years, and the royal family had long developed a superior character. It had always been the commoners who knelt to the royal family, and this was the first time in history that a royal family member had knelt to a commoner. Yang Kai did not continue to pressure her, and turned to look at the human sovereignty, saying, "Master, what do you say? If you continue to watch, I'm afraid your daughter will really kneel to me. Although it's not that I don't deserve her kneeling, bullying a woman is not something to be proud of. What's the saying again? A good man doesn't fight with women." The human sovereignty slowly stood up, and a voice that was not too loud rang out in the human sovereignty palace, "This emperor has not taught his daughter well. Guest, please stop." When the princes and princesses heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They had never spoken so politely to anyone in the human sovereignty city. Usually, even to their children, it was extremely dignified. When had it ever been so gentle? A strange look flashed in the third prince's eyes, as if he had guessed something. When he looked at Yang Kai again, the look in his eyes had completely changed. He did not expect that after not seeing him for half a day, the guy he had looked down on in the space array had become so powerful. Yang Kai looked at the human sovereignty with a smile. He did not stop, nor did he say anything. He just stood there, frozen. The red dragon that filled half of the palace slightly raised its head, and the dragon's power grew stronger. A trace of annoyance flashed through the emperor's eyes, but he didn't flare up. Instead, he turned to look at the second princess and said, "Fu Yu, your words and actions are improper. You've offended this emperor's guest. Quickly apologize." "Father." The second princess called Fu Yu was shocked when she heard this. She looked at the human sovereignty incredulously. When she met the human sovereignty's dignified and angry eyes, her eyes trembled, and she quickly lowered her head. She gritted her teeth and said, "Fu Yu was blind. I offended you. Master, please don't blame me." Her tone was extremely stiff, especially when she said the word master. Obviously, she had never done such a thing, and had never addressed anyone as such. Yang Kai laughed. "Since the human sovereignty has spoken, of course I have to give you face. Accept it." As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to withdraw his sorcery. The dark green palm that had been pressing down on Fu Yu's head suddenly dispersed and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The red dragon that filled half of the hall also collapsed like a bubble. The draconic aura dissipated, and the many members of the royal family heaved a sigh of relief. Fu Yu slowly got up and lowered her head. No one could see her expression and eyes, but her trembling body showed that she was extremely restless. "Give her a seat." The human sovereignty raised his hand. Immediately, someone brought two extremely luxurious chairs from the inner hall and placed them not far from the dragon throne. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "There's no need to sit. I think the master of the human sovereignty has a lot of things to ask me, and I also have something to ask the master." The human sovereignty did not force him. He nodded and said, "Yes, I do have something to ask you." Yang Kai put on a listening posture. The human sovereignty said, "Where are you from?" "The astral world." "I wonder if the master has heard of it." The human sovereignty nodded. "Of course I have. The city of human sovereignty has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. There have been outsiders coming in one after another. I don't know when it started, but the people who came in claimed to be from the astral world. It seems like you are too." Yang Kai smiled. "You call this place the reincarnation world, and there is a spatial intersection with the astral world. Naturally, those who can come in are from the astral world." The human sovereignty said again, "How did you enter the city of human sovereignty?" "As far as I know, no one should have opened the spatial array for you, because that person was killed by you." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "The master is very well informed. You found out in just half a day. Since someone died, of course we have to investigate carefully." Yang Kai suddenly shook his head. "I think this is very unfair. Only the master asks questions, and I am responsible for answering. It's not worth it. Why don't we take turns asking, each of us one question? If we can answer, we answer. If we can't, we ask another question. How does that sound?" Many members of the royal family were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen someone haggle with the human emperor. Furthermore, they had said it so confidently. However, the human emperor did not show any signs of anger. He only pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "As you wish." The third prince's eyes were even more surprised. Chapter 2963. "So, it's my turn now." Yang Kai's expression suddenly darkened as he spoke. "Where are the couple that came with me to the city of human sovereign? Are they dead or alive?" The human sovereign smiled, "That's two questions." Yang Kai shrugged, "The first one doesn't count. They're still alive. How did you enter the city of human sovereign through the space array without the seal of human sovereign?" Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped the void in front of him. The void suddenly collapsed, as if someone had moved a piece of a puzzle. Although it quickly recovered, it could still be considered a miraculous feat. The human sovereign looked enlightened, so that's how it is. Yang Kai said, how does the master of human sovereign want to deal with that couple? Kill them. Yang Kai was stunned. What's the meaning of this? Steward Liao died at my hands, and that couple just happened to be there at the right time. They didn't even help, so why should I kill them? Master, you don't take human lives seriously, do you? The human sovereign looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai coughed lightly. You ask first, you ask first. The human sovereign's gaze suddenly turned to the black puppy in Zhu Qing's arms. This beast is a demon? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Although its bloodline isn't pure, it is without a doubt a demon. As soon as he said this, the faces of the royal family in the hall changed greatly. They all looked at the black puppy in horror, and then looked at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing with vigilance. Yang Kai said, can you answer my question now? The human sovereign said, knowing the truth and not reporting it is the reason for their deaths. Yang Kai sneered, Master, you're so impressive. Looks like you care a lot about those two. As far as I know, you didn't even ask for their names, right? Not to mention any friendship. I don't know their names, but I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. It's always unsettling. You're kind. The human sovereign nodded slightly, his eyes like lightning, suddenly looked at Yang Kai. You're from the demon race? Yang Kai sneered, if I was from the demon race, I would have already overturned this human sovereign palace. Why would I be standing here talking nonsense with you? I don't think so either. However, there's always a possibility. We have to ask clearly. You, Yang Kai, Zhu Qing, and I have no intentions of your human sovereign city. What do I have to do to those two people? Calm. The mortal emperor spoke indifferently. All of you can leave mortal emperor city and are forever forbidden from taking a single step into the city. Then, I'll release them. Yang Kai curled his lips. As long as I can find a way back, I'll leave immediately. Who wants to stay in your human sovereign city? If you want us to leave, that's fine. Master, please show us the way. The human sovereign shook his head. It's easy to enter the reincarnation world, but difficult to leave. This world has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and no one has been able to leave. If we can enter, we can leave. As long as we find a suitable way, Master, if you really want us to leave early, don't keep it to yourself. The human sovereign shook his head slowly. I really don't know. Yang Kai frowned. He felt that the human sovereign didn't seem to be lying. It was meaningless to continue asking, so he could only sigh. I can understand Master's feelings of wanting us to leave. But if there's no way out, where should we go after we leave? Although the reincarnation world isn't big, it's not small either. With your strength, even if you encounter the demon race, you may be able to fight back. Other than the human sovereign city, you can go anywhere you want. Yang Kai curled his lips. Master, you're being too irresponsible. If that's the case, then we'll have to stay in the human sovereign city for a while longer. The human sovereign narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, then I'll have to fight you with all my strength. I hope the two of you are mentally prepared to go to hell together. As he finished speaking, a circle of dazzling green light suddenly erupted from his body. He seemed to have become hundreds of years younger, and an aggressive sense of oppression came crashing down. Yang Kai frowned. He instinctively felt that this old man was not to be trifled with. At this moment, he seemed to have established an unbreakable connection with the sacred tree. He was able to mobilize an unimaginable amount of power, giving people a feeling that he was invincible. He wasn't the only one feeling this way. The princes and princesses around them all felt the same way. They all stared at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing covetously. The dragon Yuan in Zhu Qing's body churned under the influence of their auras. Her face turned cold. Yang Kai patted her shoulder, signaling her to calm down. He smiled. Master, don't be so nervous. It's not impossible for us to leave the human sovereign city, as long as Master agrees to two of my conditions. The human sovereign raised his forehead. Speak. Yang Kai raised a finger and said, let go of those two unrelated people. They have no intention of disobeying you. The human sovereign said, it doesn't matter whether they die or not. What matters is your decision. Yang Kai smiled, then I'll take that as a yes. The second condition. I want to see the sacred tree. How dare you? The third prince and the second princess shouted in unison, as if they had been insulted. Kai Yang glanced at them coldly. Is this request so difficult to fulfill? How is this impudent? The second princess said, the sacred tree is the foundation of the human sovereign city. Only the royal family can approach it. Who are you to make such an unreasonable request? She turned to the human sovereign and said, Father, I beg you to kill this person with evil intentions. She had just suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Kai and lost all her face. She had been looking for an opportunity to get back at him. Now that the opportunity had come, she naturally couldn't wait to shed all pretense of cordiality with Yang Kai. Although this couple looked very strong, but in the human sovereign city, the royal family was the strongest. As long as the human sovereign made a move, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The human sovereign didn't seem to hear Fu Yu's words. He just looked at Yang Kai with a deep gaze. What do you want? Yang Kai shrugged, just pure curiosity. I just want to know what the sacred tree is. Why can it provide such a powerful force? The human sovereign said, what if I don't agree? Yang Kai chuckled, then suddenly stopped and said coldly, then we'll shed all pretense of cordiality and fight. Let's see if the royal family is stronger, or us husband and wife. No matter what, I'm going to see the sacred tree. Shameless boasting. Fu Yu was furious. Father, I'm willing to be the vanguard. I'll definitely let this brat know the power of the royal family. Yang Kai glanced at her, you're making a fool of yourself. Do you want me to teach you a lesson again and teach you how to behave? Fu Yu was fuming, her chest heaving up and down violently. She couldn't wait to fight with Yang Kai right now to save her face. Even if she couldn't beat him, it was better than being bullied by him. But without the human sovereign's order, she didn't dare to act rashly. Do you have to see it? The human sovereign suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Yang Kai smiled, Master, please fulfill this small wish of mine. The human sovereign closed his eyes and pondered. It seemed that he was having a hard time making a decision. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, answer one more question. Yang Kai nodded, go ahead. The human sovereign narrowed his eyes, how can you use the sacred art? How can you mobilize the power of the sacred tree? Yang Kai chuckled, Master, you should have already guessed it. Why bother asking? Although I have guessed it, I can't believe it. As far as I know, the ancient wizard's path of sorcery should have long been extinct in the astral plane. How can you use it? I learned a trick or two by chance. Don't show off in front of an expert, Master. The human sovereign shook his head slowly, obviously not satisfied with this answer. But other than this explanation, he couldn't think of a better one. Just as Yang Kai had guessed before, the sacred tree didn't protect the royal family. It only protected the wizard. In the entire human sovereign city, only the royal family could use the power of the sacred tree to cultivate the wizard's path and become a great wizard. That was why the royal family was so special in the human sovereign city. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, it wasn't that no one from the astral plane had entered the human sovereign city. There were detailed records of every outsider who entered the human sovereign city, and those records were almost the history of the entire astral plane's development. The changes in the laws of heaven and earth had gradually replaced the wizard's path of sorcery with martial arts. The ancient wizard's path of sorcery had indeed long been extinct, but with Yang Kai as a living example, the human sovereign couldn't take it seriously. I can fulfill your request. I hope you can keep your promise. The human sovereign finally agreed. He wasn't very willing to fight with Yang Kai. They could both use the sacred art and mobilize the power of the sacred tree. If they really fought, it would definitely end in a lose-lose situation. Not to mention that the woman wasn't an ordinary person. She seemed to be the legendary dragon race. The sacred art was enough to suppress the average third-layer emperor realm, but it was still somewhat lacking when facing the real dragon race. The second princess seemed to want to say something, but she swallowed the words that were at the tip of her tongue. She knew that the human sovereign had already made a decision, and it was useless to say anything now. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Master, please rest assured. I have always been a man of my word. Of course, I also hope that the master won't make things difficult for the couple anymore, and will release them as soon as possible." The human sovereign nodded slightly and said, "Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already walked out. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stepped forward to follow, and the other princes and princesses followed closely behind. The second princess looked at Yang Kai's back with resentment in her eyes, as if she wanted to tear him into pieces, but there was nothing she could do. The third prince walked to her side and quietly transmitted his voice, "Father has made a decision. Why are you in such a hurry?" Fu Yu was shocked when she heard this. She stared at the third prince in surprise and replied, "Third brother, you mean?" The third prince walked past her and said, "I didn't say anything." The second princess's eyes lit up. She was excited and vaguely looking forward to it. The sacred tree was located in the deepest part of the palace and was guarded by powerhouses. However, there were more than a dozen guards on the surface, and all of them were from the Emperor realm, not to mention the powerful auras hidden in the dark. The human sovereign led the crowd forward, and the guards came forward to salute him. When they saw Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, they were puzzled, not knowing who these two people were. Chapter 2964. These guards guarded this place all year round and were not allowed to come within 1,000 feet of the holy tree. Over the years, they had not seen anyone other than the royal family come here. But today, they saw two of them, and the human sovereign had brought them here personally. Naturally, they could not help but be concerned. There was a thick fog in front of them that seemed to be able to block the probing of divine telekinesis. It blocked their vision and prevented them from seeing what was going on inside. The human sovereign stopped and pointed to the front. "The holy tree is over there. If you want to see it, you can go in and take a look." Yang Kai stared at the rolling fog and smiled. He turned to Zhu Qing and said, "Wait for me. I'll be out soon. Be careful." Zhu Qing warned. After all, this was someone else's territory. Although she and Yang Kai were not pushovers, it was easier to dodge an open spear than an arrow in the dark. There was no harm in being cautious. "Don't worry." Yang Kai smiled lightly and stepped inside, but after taking just 2 steps, his figure suddenly disappeared into the fog, disappearing without a trace. Zhu Qing frowned slightly. Although she knew that this was the effect of the array, she could not help but be a little wary. "Are you a holy spirit of the dragon race?" the human sovereign suddenly asked. Zhu Qing's beautiful eyes stared at the fog in front of her as if she did not hear him. The human sovereign did not mind. He just smiled and said, "There are no holy spirits in the reincarnation world, but there are many records in the ancient books. It is said that the dragon race is the leader of all creatures and is extremely arrogant. Why would you mix with a mortal? You've disgraced the dragon race for no reason. Also, I see that your relationship with that person seems to be a little unusual. If someone like you were outside, you wouldn't even have the right to talk to me." Zhu Qing suddenly turned her head and looked at the human sovereign seriously. The human sovereign's eyes darkened. Many of the royal princes and princesses were also angry. No one had ever dared to speak to the human sovereign in such a manner. It was as if they had no respect for the human sovereign. "That's why you'd better watch your words. Since you know about the dragon race, you should know about the dragon race's temperament, Zhu Qing said. She turned around and stared into the fog again. The human sovereign was silent for a while before he chuckled. The dragon race's pride is well deserved. He suddenly crooked his hand slightly, and a green light shot out from the fog in front of him. It turned into a rope and tied Zhu Qing up. Although the dragon race is strong, it's still not enough in front of me. Zhu Qing's expression became extremely cold. She lowered her head and looked at the bondage on her body. She looked up and said, "I hope you know what you are doing." The human sovereign laughed coldly and said, "Of course I know what I am doing. The human sovereign city has been standing for hundreds of thousands of years. It is us, the royal family, who have protected the human race and allowed them to have a place in this world. I will not allow any accidents to happen. Your friend is the biggest accident. If she is an accident, she must be eliminated. So you let us here so that it would be easier for you to kill her." The human sovereign sighed and said, "My methods are indeed despicable, but I have to think about the human race. I hope you can understand. Here, the royal family can use all of their power. But you don't have to worry. With someone accompanying you on the road to the underworld, you won't be too lonely." Zhu Qing did not speak. She just roared. She turned around and suddenly became a 300-foot-long red dragon. The power of the dragon filled the air and shook everything. The green ropes binding her did not break. The ropes seemed to be extremely tough and could change size at will. Even if Zhu Qing showed her Holy Spirit true form immediately, she was still bound tightly. The green light on her red body was particularly eye-catching. The expressions of the many princes and princesses changed. They all used their saint techniques to attack the red dragon. Sparks flew when they hit the tough scales. The guards, both in the open and in the dark, were also deployed. There were about 16 strong cultivators from the Emperor realm in total. The two in the lead were third-layer Emperor realm cultivators. Their attacks were powerful enough to overturn rivers and seas. Even though Zhu Qing's divine technique was excellent, she was instantly surrounded and beaten up. The dragon's roar shook the sky. Among the princes and princesses, the second princess was the most ruthless. She seemed to want to pay back the humiliation she had suffered at Yangkai. The black puppy fearlessly rushed out from the side and took advantage of Fu Yu's unpreparedness to bite her thigh. It bared its teeth and shook its head, looking as if it was going to bite off a piece of flesh from her thigh. "Get lost!" Fu Yu was furious. She slammed her palm down. With her powerful second-order Emperor realm cultivation and the power of the Holy Tree, the power of this attack was extremely terrifying. However, the black puppy was extremely agile. It dodged the attack in a flash and bit off the clothes on Fu Yu's leg, exposing a large area of snow-white skin. Fu Yu was so angry that her nose became crooked. She no longer cared about Zhu Qing and wanted to kill the black puppy. The human sovereign stood there with cold sweat on his face. After the first attack, he did not make another move. In his opinion, although the dragon race was strong, the combined power of the imperial family and the guards here was enough to kill the red dragon. What he needed to deal with now was the guy who could use saint techniques. Turning his head, the human sovereign's gaze became piercingly cold. He had never considered letting Yang Kai observe the holy tree. He had only lured him here to make it easier to deal with him. The closer he was to the holy tree, the more power he could exert. In the fog, it was impossible to distinguish north from south. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was able to follow this omnipresent feeling and move forward. He could feel the location of the holy tree. This feeling was very familiar to him, as if he had experienced something similar before. The closer he got, the more obvious this feeling became. Finally, after passing through layers of obstacles, Yang Kai arrived in front of a towering tree. The thick fog seemed to suddenly disperse, revealing everything around him. This was an extremely majestic and huge ancient tree. Its branches and leaves were dense and spread out like a crown. Looking up, the branches and leaves covered the entire sky. The huge crown of the tree was like an infinitely wide chest, able to provide strong and powerful protection, blocking out all wind and rain. Yang Kai's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. He stared at the towering ancient tree in a daze. His thoughts were whirling. The sound of battle rang in his ears, and the scene of flesh and blood splattered in front of him. His lips trembled slightly. He reached forward and touched the trunk of the tree. A familiar feeling enveloped him. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. How could it be you, Senior Qing? For a moment, he felt as if he had returned to the ancient world. The scene of the first time he came to Snow Frost City and saw Qing was still vivid in his mind. Back then, in Snow Frost City, the royal city of the Snow Frost tribe, the evergreen divine tree stood tall on the ground, protecting the entire city from natural and man-made disasters. On the final battlefield of the Great War between the human race and the demon race, it supported the last hope of the human race with its own strength. This familiar aura and the countless tree holes on the trunk were exactly the same as the evergreen divine tree. It could be said that they were exactly the same. This was definitely the evergreen divine tree. Yang Kai believed that he was not mistaken. There might be other trees in this world that could be so magnificent, but this familiar aura would not change. Back then, he had lived in the tree hole for a long time. Yang Kai did not expect that the so-called holy tree in the human sovereign city was actually Qing. Wasn't Qing supposed to be dead? In order to seal the passage between the two worlds, Qing sacrificed himself and erupted all the essence he had accumulated throughout his life. He thrived on the ground and went straight to the demon race's territory, sacrificing himself to block the entrance to the star boundary from the demon race's territory. In that battle, millions of soldiers fought to the death in the wilderness. In that battle, countless masters died and their corpses piled up into mountains. That battle was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Butterfly had said that everything he experienced in the thousand illusionary dream world had traces of reality. Therefore, the 2 years Yang Kai spent in the dream realm was an illusion based on a certain period in ancient times. In other words, there was indeed an earth-shattering battle in ancient times, but in the real world, there was no Yang Kai in that battle. Instead, there were countless existences similar to Yang Kai, which allowed the barbarian race to win the final victory. There was no doubt that Qing existed. He was the biggest contributor to the barbarian race's victory and the key to turning the tide of the battle. This fact would not change whether it was in the illusion or reality. There was an astonishing intersection between the history of hundreds of thousands of years ago and today's trajectory, which made Yang Kai a little confused. But soon he found that something was wrong, because there was only a hazy chaotic will in the holy tree, like a newborn baby, without its own thoughts. When he came into contact with the holy tree, this will obviously also notice the existence of Yang Kai, and opened its heart to accept his existence without any defense. In an instant, Yang Kai and the holy tree in front of him produced an indescribable resonance, as if they were connected to each other. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, because he felt a vast amount of energy from the holy tree. This kind of energy was so huge that it was comparable to any of the great emperors, or even more so. The royal family of the human sovereign city was able to perform saint techniques by mobilizing this energy, forming a killing move that was far beyond their actual level. And at this moment, if he wanted to, he could also release this surging energy. The holy tree did not resist him at all, and instead accepted his existence with great kindness. Yang Kai suddenly frowned, and noticed that there was an additional disharmonious factor in the holy tree. This factor made him feel like a pustule growing on his body, which made him feel very uncomfortable. "Get out!" Yang Kai shouted, and suddenly reached into the holy tree with one hand and grabbed something. With another tug, a human figure was dragged out from the inside of the holy tree. This person was none other than the Ren Huang whom Yang Kai had just separated from not long ago. His face was filled with shock, as if he had never expected such an encounter. His entire mind was in a daze. Only when he met Yang Kai's cold eyes did he suddenly come to his senses. Forming a seal with his hand, he chanted an incantation and pointed his finger at Yang Kai. Chapter 2965. A sharp green light took shape like an awl and went straight for Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai stood in place and looked at him coldly. A layer of dark green light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body and turned into a strong and powerful shield. The green light hit the shield and collapsed at the same time. How can this be? Human Sovereign was shocked. Yang Kai could perform holy spells and mobilized the power of the holy tree. After all, he was also a wizard and a wizard could perform holy spells. But why would the holy tree automatically protect him without some kind of ritual baptism? The reason why the princes and princesses could be protected and saved in times of crisis was because of an extremely complicated baptism ritual. At this moment, the holy tree gave people a strange feeling. On the one hand, it did not refuse human sovereign's command, but on the other hand, it was hindering him from killing the enemy. It was like a disobedient child, doing whatever it wanted. You really want to kill me? Yang Kai sneered. He had obviously expected this. Human Sovereign did not speak, but his expression became serious. He changed the incantation in his mouth and raised his hand and blasted a thunder of fury at Yang Kai. The thunder of fury was terrifying. It was like a dragon shaking its head and wagging its tail. In the blink of an eye, it blasted in front of Yang Kai and bloomed a dazzling light, completely enveloping Yang Kai. Human Sovereign's expression changed again. When the light faded, he saw Yang Kai standing in place unscathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. Why? Human Sovereign roared, but not at Yang Kai, but at the holy tree. It was like a majestic father scolding a playful child. The holy tree had ruined his plans twice, and it was a little unbearable. Yang Kai said coldly, "Do you want to know why?" Human Sovereign growled, "What did you do?" Yang Kai snorted, "Don't you know whether I did or not? Why deceive yourself?" The Human Sovereign gritted his teeth and said, "I am the Human Sovereign, how dare you disobey me?" No one knew if he was talking to Yang Kai or the sacred tree. He shouted and chanted another incantation. When he chanted the incantation, the sacred tree suddenly trembled, as if there were some strange changes. Then, large amounts of green energy flowed out of the holy tree and surged into the Human Sovereign's body, causing his aura to rise steadily. His not-so-tall body suddenly became imposing. "Kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. How dare you?" Yang Kai was furious when he saw this. He began to chant the same incantation, but the incantation sounded more ancient and obscure than the human sovereignty incantation. It was more mysterious and difficult to understand. Although he did not know what kind of wizard the human sovereign was using, he could feel something invisible from the holy tree. The human sovereign's actions were damaging the foundation of the holy tree, which was tantamount to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. It seemed that he could not care less about anything else in order to deal with Yang Kai. The foundation of the holy tree was shaken, and the human sovereign city would be in trouble. The green energy flowing towards the human sovereign seemed to have encountered some kind of resistance, and began to slow down. The human sovereign saw this and became even angrier. His incantation became louder and louder, and he wanted to steal the power of the holy tree from Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, but his tone did not change at all, and he stayed true to his heart. The two of them stood facing each other like this. There was no flash of swords, nor was there a storm of blood. Instead, it was a very special way of fighting. The winner would take everything, and the loser would be trampled underfoot. The key to all of this was the resonance between one and the holy tree. The deeper one resonated with the holy tree, the stronger the power one could control. Yang Kai and the human sovereign both knew this, so they did not attack each other and only did their own thing. The holy tree did not have a clear mind. It was only a remnant of consciousness, and it guarded the will of the wizard. No matter which wizard thirsted for power from it, it would cooperate. The green light on the human sovereign's body was sometimes bright and sometimes weak. When it was bright, it meant that he had a slight advantage in the fight, and when it was weak, it was the opposite. He suddenly realized that Yang Kai was an extremely difficult opponent, and it was not as easy to deal with as he thought it would be. This guy's resonance with the holy tree was not inferior to his, the human sovereign who had lived by the holy tree's side since he was young. If it was not for this, he would have finished him off long ago, and they would not be fighting to a draw now. The holy tree seemed to have a special affection for this outsider, and it sided with him in every way, going tit for tat with him. He suddenly realized that it was a mistake to let Yang Kai come in here to observe the holy tree. If he had killed him in the Hall of Human Sovereign City, it might not have been so troublesome. I am the human sovereign, I am the king of the human race. The human sovereign roared in his heart, hoping that this thought would be transmitted to the holy tree, but he did not expect that it would have the opposite effect. He clearly felt that the holy tree was rejecting him, like a child who had been taught a lesson by his father and had a rebellious heart. This phenomenon caused his face to change drastically. Although Yang Kai was difficult to deal with, there were still ways to deal with him. But if he lost the support of the holy tree, he would be nothing more than an old man in the second-order emperor realm. There were countless people in the human sovereign city who were stronger than him. The human sovereign did not dare to let his imagination run wild anymore, and could only start with Yang Kai. As he chanted the incantation, he suddenly transmitted his voice, "If you have the time to fight with this emperor, why don't you take the time to care for your woman? If this emperor is not wrong, she should be dying soon, right? So what if it was the dragon race? So what if it was the head of all spirits?" There were countless masters in the human sovereign city. Even the dragon race would be defeated here. Yang Kai remained unmoved and said lightly, "My woman doesn't need me to care about her, you should worry about yourself. TSK, Master is not young anymore. It seems that he will not live for many years. Have you thought about when you will pass down the throne? I think there are a few princes who are not bad, especially the third prince. His cultivation is not bad, and his heart is tenacious. He is very suitable to inherit your position of human sovereign. He just gives people the feeling that he is a little sinister, but no one is perfect. The second princess is also not bad. I wonder if there is a precedent of a woman becoming emperor in the human sovereign city. If there is, you can pass the throne to the second princess. I think the princess is very ambitious." "Shut up!" the human sovereign shouted angrily. Yang Kai chuckled, "Not even two. Then, it seems like the master intends to pass the throne to the first prince. The first prince is addicted to wine and women. He is not a good choice. If the human sovereign city falls into his hands, I don't think anything good will come of it. When the time comes, your brothers will turn against each other and cause trouble. I don't think the master will be able to rest in peace even after you die. No, that's not right. The first prince is clearly a useless piece of trash, and yet, he's an 8-leaf cultivator. It seems like you really favor the first prince, sir. Could it be that the first prince's mother is someone you love? Is that why you love the first prince so much?" There was a slight change in the human sovereign's expression. Although it was slight, it could not escape Yang Kai's notice. Yang Kai continued to fan the flames. "It seems like I was right. Also, looking at the master, I'm afraid the person you love is already dead. I didn't expect the master to be so infatuated. I'm sure you had a good time with that beauty when you were young. However, the dead can't be brought back to life. My condolences, master. Memories are also a kind of beauty. It's not a bad experience to dream about them in the middle of the night. The human sovereign's face twitched as if he had been poked in a sore spot. Unable to bear it any longer, he frantically pulled the holy tree's power. Yang Kai snorted coldly and said, "You've lost." As soon as he finished speaking, the human sovereign grunted and took a few steps back. The faint green glow on his body also suddenly disappeared. His resonance with the holy tree was suddenly cut off. He tried to connect with the holy tree again, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. The holy tree did not respond at all. He knew that his state of mind had fluctuated too much earlier. He had been too anxious for success, and he had suffered a crushing defeat in this battle. So what if you don't have the protection of the holy tree? This emperor's cultivation is higher than yours. The human sovereign was unwilling to admit defeat. His old body suddenly straightened up, and his second-order emperor realm cultivation erupted. He raised his hand and slapped towards Yang Kai. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged, and the power of his palm was immeasurable. Yang Kai sneered and threw a punch forward. Emperor Qi surged on his fist, and a violent power poured out. When the fist and palm collided, the human sovereign was severely injured. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew out like a kite and fell heavily to the ground. He did not move for a long time. The sound of footsteps could be heard. Yang Kai slowly walked up to him and looked down at him. The human sovereign swallowed the blood in his throat, stood up shakily, and growled, "I am the human sovereign. I am the king of the human race. How can you treat me like this? Do you know why you lost?" Yang Kai asked calmly. The human sovereign was stunned. He wanted to know the answer, but he could not bring himself to do it. After hesitating for a long time, he asked in a stiff tone, "Why?" A just cause enjoys much support, while an unjust cause finds little support. You treated the holy tree as a source of power that you could draw from at will. You treated it as a capital above all living beings. You were wrong. The human sovereign said, "The holy tree is such an existence." Yang Kai snorted coldly, "Stubborn. It's pardonable if you don't know your mistakes, but if you do, then you deserve to die. The holy tree does not protect the imperial family, nor does it protect the wizard. It protects the entire human race. Yet you treat it as your own private property. How ridiculous." The human sovereign said, "Nonsense." Yang Kai sneered, "I'm talking nonsense. The human sovereign city's spirit array is powered by the holy tree. It protects the entire human sovereign city from the outside world. I'm talking nonsense. I think you're seeing things because you're old." After resonating with the holy tree, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the holy tree's power covered the entire human sovereign city. It was because of it that the human sovereign city could remain unchanged in the reincarnation world. The human sovereign said dejectedly, "What's the point of saying all this now? I've lost. It's up to you to kill me or scrape me." Yang Kai looked askance at him and said, "When did I say I'm going to kill you or scrape you?" The human sovereign was surprised and said, "You're willing to let me go? That'll depend on your performance." The human sovereign hesitated for a moment, then said, "I wonder, what request does your excellency have?" In this situation, even if the person in front of him wanted to seize the position of human sovereign, he would be powerless to resist. Since ancient times, the human sovereign city had always been like this. The one who controlled the holy tree was the human sovereign, and the one who controlled it now was an outsider. Chapter 2966. Many thoughts flashed through the human sovereign's mind. He was already mentally prepared to bargain with Yang Kai. He secretly decided that if this guy made any excessive demands, it was not impossible for him to feign civility. As long as he did not snatch the position of human sovereign, everything else was negotiable. He had to calm him down first, then slowly think of a way to deal with him. "Tell me about the history of the city of human sovereign and the reincarnation world." What? The human sovereign was a little stunned, wondering if he had misheard. Now that he was a fish on the chopping board, this outsider could do whatever he wanted, but he did not expect him to make such a request. The human sovereign was already prepared to have his flesh sliced off, but the other party only plucked a hair. No, this could not even be considered plucking a hair. Are you really old, blind and deaf? Yang Kai looked at him coldly, dissatisfied with his reaction. The human sovereign was finally sure that Yang Kai had only made such a simple request. He secretly speculated about Yang Kai's intentions. At the same time, he organized his thoughts and said, since you want to know, then Then I'll just say it casually. The human sovereign's expression was a little awkward. It had always been others who acted according to his wishes. He never thought that there would be a day when he would have to act according to someone else's wishes. What I know is limited. If there's anything I don't know, please don't blame me. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, don't be so long-winded. The human sovereign coughed and said, to be honest, the reincarnation world is actually a part of the astral world. Of course, the astral world was not called the astral world at that time, so I don't know what the ancestral land was called. Our ancestors called themselves the barbarians, and wizard magic was prevalent. The people gathered together and lived and multiplied in tribes. Although there was infighting, the human race was prosperous. As he spoke, he secretly observed Yang Kai's expression. He found that Yang Kai's expression had become a little strange, as if he was reminiscing about something. He did not know which of his words had touched a nerve, but he did not dare to stop and continued. Suddenly, one day, a huge hole appeared in the sky. Powerhouses walked out of that hole and invaded the barbarians. Those powerhouses who came from an unknown place called themselves the demon race. The demon race had many powerhouses, and killing was their second nature. Many tribes suffered heavy casualties. In the face of such a strong enemy, our ancestors naturally did not want to resign themselves to death. They used the strength of the entire barbarian race to resist. The war between the two races was extremely fierce. That war seemed to have lasted for many years. Whether it was the barbarians or the demon race, both sides suffered heavy casualties. The battlefield at that time was today's reincarnation world. Yang Kai said in surprise, the reincarnation world was a battlefield? Then, as you said, why was the reincarnation world separated from the astral world? The human sovereign said, you may not know, but the reason why our ancestors won that war seemed to have something to do with the sacred tree. According to the ancient records, the sacred tree sacrificed itself to seal the passage through which the demon race invaded. Unfortunately, some unforeseen event happened in the end. The laws of the astral world and the demon territory clashed, banishing the entire battlefield to the void. That was how the reincarnation world was born. The humans and demons who were fortunate enough to survive on the battlefield have been living here ever since. In the beginning, the two races were still fighting fiercely against each other, but the laws of this place are extremely strange, causing our human race to suffer a lot. The laws of the reincarnation world changed. At certain times, it was similar to the astral world. At that time, our human race could move freely without being affected by the laws. However, at certain times, it was connected to the demon territory. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was transformed into demonic chi, making it difficult for the human race to move. In the end, we relied on the sacred tree to gradually establish the human sovereign city, allowing the human race to have a foothold. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of years have passed. Yang Kai nodded slightly. His gaze was complicated as he looked at the towering ancient tree. Qing was still alive. Although he wasn't the wise old man from back then, he was still alive. He still had the last trace of his will and was still using his body to protect the remaining human race. If it wasn't for him, there would be no place for the human race in the reincarnation realm. This was because when the laws of heaven and earth that were suitable for the demon race existed, the demonic chi prevailed. The human race could not survive at all. On the other hand, the demon race was not so restricted. They had survived in such a harsh environment for a long time. Naturally, they would not be affected in a better environment. The information revealed by the human sovereign city corroborated with his experience in the dream world. This meant that the human sovereign city did not lie. Butterfly also did not lie. However, reality and illusion were not completely the same. At least, the illusion that Yang Kai experienced did not lead to the birth of the reincarnation world. Qing also died in that battle. He did not know if there was a mistake in Butterfly's record. In that case, the reincarnation world is actually located in a spatial crevice? Yang Kai asked with a frown. The human sovereign city nodded and said, "That's right. Our ancestors also had many guesses about the location of the reincarnation world. However, they all believe that this world is located in a crevice. This crevice is located between the astral world and the demon race's territory. Therefore, the laws of this world are constantly changing. Sometimes it is affected by the laws of the astral world, and sometimes it is affected by the laws of the demon race's territory." Yang Kai nodded. Many of his doubts were answered. Previously, when he was swallowed by the cold wave in the frozen earth, Yang Kai felt the fluctuations of the laws of space. Thinking about it, the cold wave was actually just a spatial entrance. Through that entrance, one could enter the reincarnation world. It was similar to teleportation through a spatial formation. Naturally, there would be fluctuations of the laws of space. However, this teleportation was not a teleportation between cities, nor was it a teleportation across territory. It was a teleportation across realms. Have you never thought of leaving the reincarnation world and returning to the astral world? Yang Kai asked. The human sovereign city smiled awkwardly and said, "Our ancestors also thought about it. However, how strong is the spatial barrier? Not to mention that it cannot be found. Even if it is found, who can break it?" At this point, the human sovereign city's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Yang Kai hesitantly and said, "Sir, you seem to be proficient in the laws of space." Previously, he had asked Yang Kai how he could enter the city of human sovereign city without the seal of human sovereign city. Yang Kai had demonstrated the power of the laws of space in front of him. Although the human sovereign city was old, his eyesight was not bad. He naturally saw through it at a glance. If it was this person, he might really be able to break the spatial barrier. Thinking of this, the human sovereign city's mood suddenly became a little irritated. Yang Kai looked at him thoughtfully and said, "You don't seem to want to leave this place." A trace of awkwardness appeared on the human sovereign's face. He said in a low voice, "Leaving this world and returning to the ancestral land is the last wish of our ancestors. This old man naturally wants to leave this place too." Yang Kai sneered, "What nonsense are you spouting? Human sovereign city is high and mighty. His words are the law. No matter how strong or weak the human sovereign city is, no one disobeys his orders. If I were you, I wouldn't want to leave this place either. Wouldn't you be happy and carefree here?" The human sovereign laughed awkwardly. Obviously, Yang Kai had hit the nail on the head. He was not very strong and knew his own limitations. If he really left the reincarnation world and returned to the astral world, he would be beaten back to his original state. Yang Kai changed the topic and said, "Is there really no way to leave this world?" Without waiting for him to answer, Yang Kai said, "You'd better tell me the truth. Although I don't really want to kill an old man, if I have no other choice, I won't show mercy." The human sovereign's expression changed slightly and he hurriedly said, "Foam Mountain. Where is Foam Mountain? Can we leave the reincarnation world from Foam Mountain?" The human sovereign said, "There is only one possibility, and I can't guarantee it. Of course, that is for a master like you. If you don't have space force to protect yourself, it is just a land of death. In order to leave this place, our ancestors racked their brains and tried many methods, but to no avail. In the end, they determined that Yinfeng Mountain may have a passage to leave this place. Of course, it is only a possibility, but that place is extremely dangerous. The Yin wind that blows out is a mixture of cold qi and demonic qi. Even a third-level Emperor Realm Master can't go too far. Cold qi. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and keenly grasped the key point. What kind of cold qi? The human sovereign said, a cold qi that can destroy all life. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the cold qi from the frozen earth? It seemed that the old man wasn't lying. Yinfeng Mountain might really be able to leave the reincarnation world. The cold qi from the frozen earth couldn't have come to the reincarnation world for no reason. After all, they were two different worlds. But in fact, there was cold qi on Yinfeng Mountain, which meant that the cold qi from the frozen earth had entered the reincarnation world through an entrance. If they could reverse the traces of this entrance, they would definitely be able to find the way back to the star world. However, there was also demonic qi mixed in the Yin wind, which meant that the entrance was not only connected to the star world, but also to the demon territory. The demonic qi in the demon territory could also leak into the star world. Therefore, somewhere in Yinfeng Mountain should be the spatial intersection between the reincarnation world, the star world, and the demon territory. The power of the cold qi alone was terrifying, and with the demonic qi causing trouble, it was indeed enough to stop a third-stage Emperor Realm cultivator. It was no wonder that no one from the human clan was able to leave the reincarnation world for so many years. The human sovereign observed Yang Kai's expression from the side. How could he not guess what he was thinking when he saw the rich expression on his face? He was delighted, but his expression didn't change at all. He put on a look of earnest persuasion. Does your excellency want to take the risk? Forgive me for being blunt, but Yinfeng Mountain isn't a good place to go. Even if your excellency really finds the way out, you might not be able to return to the star world. You might even accidentally enter the demon territory. If that's really the case, you'll definitely die. Yang Kai patted human sovereign's shoulder, causing him to shrink slightly. He grinned and said, don't you want me to die sooner? If you have any thoughts in your heart, just say it. It's disgusting to see you hide them and speak sarcastically. The human sovereign looked embarrassed and cursed in his heart. He didn't know what else to say. Yang Kai, however, made up his mind. He clapped his hands and said, let's go to Yinfeng Mountain. The human sovereign was shocked. I'm going too. You want to go? Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him. The human sovereign shook his head vigorously. If you don't want to go, then why bother asking? Yang Kai sneered and changed the topic. Do you know why I didn't kill you? The human sovereign wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said in a trembling voice, please enlighten me. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Qing and said, I'll spare your life. Manage the human sovereign city well and don't embarrass the old ancestor anymore. I risked my life to save you people. Chapter 2967. Yes. The human sovereign was a yes-man. He was no longer as arrogant as before. The support of the holy tree was taken away, and he was not strong enough, so he could only pretend to be weak. However, he was puzzled. Who was Qing? Could it be the holy tree? But why didn't he know about this? Let's go out. Yang Kai called out with a little disinterest. He reached out and patted Qing's tall trunk, then turned and walked out. The human emperor followed closely behind, imitating his every step. Walking out of the fog and returning to the imperial palace, he immediately heard the sounds of fierce fighting, mixed with miserable howls and angry roars. It's a fierce fight. Yang Kai glanced around and found people lying on the ground. 90% of the 20 princes and princesses were lying on the ground. Most of them had broken arms and legs, and a few of them seemed to be seriously injured. There was a large pool of blood beside them, and he didn't know if they were dead or not. As for the guards who had been guarding the holy tree, half of them had been beaten. At this moment, in the sky, the 300-foot-long red dragon's shadow coiled around the ground. It breathed out scorching dragon breaths, and a series of exquisite dragon race secret skills were released. The humans around it were like ants, and they fled like rats. The human sovereign was shocked to see this, and he could not hide the shock in his eyes. Although he knew that the dragon race was not to be trifled with, he did not expect it to be this strong. Basically, all the experts he could mobilize had gathered here, but they still couldn't do anything to a dragon. Instead, they suffered heavy casualties. Moreover, the battle situation in the sky didn't look too optimistic. Although the red dragon's body was huge and obvious, every attack was terrifyingly powerful. Those experts who could still move would either die or be injured after being hit by it. In the blink of an eye, another 2 people from the Emperor realm were hit by the dragon's breath. They fell from the sky covered in flames. "Stop, all of you stop!" The human sovereign hurriedly shouted. Hearing this, the princes and princesses and the guards who could still move retreated, putting some distance between them and Zhu Qing. When they saw Yang Kai and the human sovereign, they were stunned again. Because at this moment, Yang Kai was standing in front of the human sovereign. The high and mighty human sovereign was standing 3 steps behind him like an attendant. He looked unprecedentedly anxious. "Imperial Father!" the second princess exclaimed. She was a second-order Emperor realm master, the strongest among the imperial princes and princesses. She had been fighting with the black puppy and hadn't directly attacked Zhu Qing, so her injuries weren't too serious. She just looked a little disheveled, with her clothes in tatters. She looked at the mortal emperor in surprise and wanted to ask what was going on, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't bring herself to ask. "Bastard!" The human sovereign was furious. Without any warning, he opened his mouth, causing everyone to be stunned. "These 2 are this emperor's guests. You did not entertain them properly and even had a conflict with them. What is the meaning of this? You don't put this emperor in your eyes at all." The whole place was silent, and the second princess felt dizzy. Did she hear wrongly? The reason why they took action was because they were instructed by the human sovereign to join forces and take down the dragon race. But in the blink of an eye, her imperial father gave a completely different explanation. Was this still the human sovereign? The third prince, on the other hand, reacted quickly. He quickly knelt down and said, "Imperial Father, please calm down. We were just itching to learn from the guests. We did not mean to be negligent." "Learn from each other?" The human sovereign's face darkened. He secretly glanced at Yang Kai and found that he was indifferent. He raised his hand and slapped at the third prince. He slapped the third prince in the chest and sent him flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth in midair. The human sovereign shouted angrily, "Is this how you learn from each other? How dare you bully someone with numbers? You are a disgrace to our imperial family." The third prince ignored his injuries and got up again. He knelt down and said in a trembling voice, "Imperial Father, please calm down. We know we were wrong. We know we were wrong." The princes, princesses, and guards hurriedly knelt down. Even the 2 3-layer Emperor realm cultivators did the same. This kind of thing was absolutely impossible to see in the outside world. 3-layer Emperor realm cultivators were high and mighty. Which one of them was not a tyrant in the outside world? How could they kneel to someone whose cultivation was lower than theirs? But in the city of human sovereign, this was a common occurrence. You neglected the guests and started a fight. Do you think you can just say you were wrong? Don't be so naive. The human sovereign's face was cold and incorruptible. It seems that you have lived a peaceful life for too long. You don't know that there is always someone better than you. The second princess opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but the human sovereign glared at her and shut her mouth. She felt wronged. In the city of human sovereign, the imperial family was the heavens. What heavens beyond heaven? Above others? These bastards have eyes but fail to see. They actually dared to attack your wife. How would you like to deal with them? Kill them or cut them up? This old man will not interfere. The human sovereign turned his head and looked at Yang Kai with a sincere expression. When everyone heard this, they were all dumbfounded. Even the third prince, who had already guessed what was going on, was dumbfounded. He never thought that the human sovereign would be so polite to this outsider, even to the point of compromising. What happened in there just now? Why did the human sovereign's attitude change so much? He actually called himself this old man. Although he could not guess, the third prince vaguely felt that something extraordinary must have happened just now. Otherwise, the human sovereign would not be so humble. Yang Kai sneered and looked up at the graceful figure in the sky. He raised his voice and said, "Qing, are you hurt?" Zhu Qing had already returned to her human form. Hearing this, she slowly shook her head. If she wasn't a dragon, she definitely wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed when facing so many powerful enemies. However, after transforming into a giant dragon, her defense was amazing. Even though she was facing many enemies at once, she didn't fall into a disadvantage. Although she suffered many attacks, she wasn't injured. Yang Kai smiled and turned to look at the human sovereign, saying, "Then it's nothing. It was just a friendly match." The human sovereign was very excited. "This old man is very grateful for your righteousness." He was really afraid that Yang Kai would not let this matter go. He was secretly glad that the dragon race's cultivation was high. Otherwise, there would be no way to resolve this matter peacefully. "Why are you still here? A bunch of disgraces." The human sovereign turned to the crowd and shouted angrily. The princes and princesses and the guards felt as if they had been pardoned from a dream. They all left, not forgetting to pick up the wounded on the ground and take them away. The black puppy appeared out of nowhere and bit the second princess's chest while she was distracted. The second princess was shocked and raised her hand to slap the puppy. The human sovereign snorted coldly. The second princess's hand suddenly froze in the air. The black puppy was even more aggressive. It directly tore a large piece of her clothes from her chest, revealing the pink underwear underneath. It ran to the side happily with its tail raised high, as if it had taken revenge for some deep hatred. It was very proud of itself. The second princess's face turned pale. She quickly covered her exposed chest with her hands. Her face turned red, and she stomped her foot angrily. Then she quickly retreated. "I've made a fool of myself in front of you." The human sovereign was very embarrassed. He used to think that these princes and princesses were okay, but today, each one of them was more disgusting than the other. Yang Kai said lightly, "My wife and I will be staying in the palace for a while." The human sovereign was unwilling, but he could not refuse. He could only say, "You can stay as long as you want. Don't worry, I won't stay for long. I will leave when I'm ready." The human sovereign did not dare to say anything. At this time, the more he spoke, the more likely he would lose. "Also, I need all the information about the reincarnation world and the gloomy wind mountain. Send it to me as soon as possible." "Yes. There is one more thing I need your help with. There is a dragon race with us in the reincarnation world. A human. I hope that the human sovereign can help to keep an eye out for him. If there is any news, let me know immediately. Don't worry, when the laws of heaven and earth change, I will immediately send people to search for him." "Very well." 2 hours later, in an extremely luxurious palace, Yang Kai gently hugged Zhu Qing and sat on a spacious chair. Zhu Qing sat on his lap, and the little black dog was lying on the side, taking a nap. If that's the case, this reincarnation world is really strange. If we want to leave this place, we can only go through the gloomy wind mountain. Zhu Qing asked softly. Yang Kai gently played with Zhu Qing's soft hands. He had never paid attention to them before, but now that he was intimate with her, he realized that her hands were snow-white and flawless. They were soft as if they were boneless, and her 10 slender fingers were as thin as shallots. It was hard to imagine how such a small hand could release such terrifying power. Zhu Qing felt uncomfortable from his play. She wanted to pull her hands back, but she did not have the strength. She could only stare at him. Yang Kai pretended not to see and continued to play with her. He casually said, "From the information we have now, the gloomy wind mountain is the only way out, and we can only go there." Zhu Qing said worriedly, "But the cold is hard to resist. We haven't gone too deep into the frozen ground before, so no one knows what the cold is like inside the frozen ground. If the cold comes from the deepest part of the frozen ground, even a third-layer Emperor Realm Master would find it difficult to move. The slightest contact would cause one to be frozen into ice. No matter what, we have to go and take a look. But we have to find Zhu Lai first. Actually, this place is not bad. With the protection of the sacred tree, the human sovereign city can sit back and relax. We don't have to worry about any intrusions. If we can live here, you want to stay?" Yang Kai was startled. Zhu Qing was about to speak, but she suddenly seemed to notice something. Her face reddened, and she quickly stood up from Yang Kai's lap. Yang Kai pulled her back. "Someone's here." Zhu Qing was a little embarrassed. After all, she had just experienced sex and was very shy. Seeing that she was determined, Yang Kai did not force her and let her go. A moment later, an indifferent voice sounded from outside the hall, "Master, are you here? Fu Yu requests an audience." The little black dog, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly raised its head and bared its teeth fiercely. In the previous battle, it had formed a grudge with Fu Yu, so when it heard this woman's voice, it was hostile. "Come in." Chapter 2968. The door to the hall was pushed open, and a few women filed in. All of them looked extraordinary. With Fu Yu in the lead, they walked in a line. Each of them held a large pile of ancient-looking books in their hands. "Master, everything you want is here," Fu Yu said as she lowered her head. Fu Yu lowered her head as she spoke. She looked reluctant, as if she was being forced to do something she was unwilling to do. That was the truth. If it were not for the human sovereign's order, she would not be here to do the work of a servant. She wondered what the human sovereign was thinking. Was there a need to curry favor with an outsider to this extent? Her dissatisfaction was written all over her face. "Put them down." Yang Kai swept his eyes over this group of people and found that most of these women looked familiar. They were actually all princesses. Fu Yu looked the oldest. The youngest one was only 14 or 15 years old. He had not seen her in the Great Hall, but her six-leaf body could not be faked. The youngest princess was clearly very curious. She stood at the end of the line and kept looking at Yang Kai with her big eyes. Under the influence of the Fu Yu, she had assumed that Kai Yang was a heinous villain, but now that she looked at him, he didn't seem like one. He didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so she couldn't understand why her second sister hated him so much. Yang Kai looked at her and winked at her. The little princess was startled. She quickly lowered her head and put down the things in her hands. "Do you have any other orders? If not, we'll be leaving." Fu Yu looked at Yang Kai coldly. Her tone was stiff, and she looked unconvinced. Yang Kai glanced at her. He wanted to make things difficult for her. He waved his hand and said, "Wait outside. I'll call for you if I need anything. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important." "Wait, wait." Fu Yu's eyes widened. She almost thought she had heard wrong. She was the second princess of the human sovereign city. She was second only to one person and above everyone else. It was humiliating enough that she had to deliver books to him. How dare he ask her to wait outside? Did he think she was a servant who could be ordered around? She could not tolerate this. His anger almost exploded, but when he thought of the human sovereign's previous instructions, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. His monstrous anger was immediately extinguished. He could only grit his teeth and say, yes. She would never dare to disobey the orders of human sovereignty. The princesses slowly exited the hall and stood guard outside the door with different thoughts in their minds. Apart from the little princess, the rest of the princesses clearly had resentment on their faces. They felt that this kind of thing should not be done by them. In the main hall, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing looked at the books piled up on the table. They each took a book and started reading. These books were basically records about the reincarnation world. Half of them were about the development history of the reincarnation world, and the other half were about the customs and landforms of this world. The human race had been here for over 100,000 years, and this realm wasn't very large, so aside from the area around Devil Fury City that was forbidden to the human race had already explored all the other areas. These were all the secret treasures of the royal family, and ordinary people would never be able to see them. For the next few days, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stayed in the palace and did not come out. They carefully flipped through these books and collected all kinds of information about this world. After a few days, Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and put down the last book in his hand. He frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Zhu Qing finished reading at about the same time. She said thoughtfully, "So this world really is located in the gap between the two realms, a spatial crevice." Yang Kai chuckled. If it wasn't so, there wouldn't be such a thing as the laws of heaven and earth changing. It's really difficult for them to survive and reproduce in such a place. The holy tree has been a great help. The holy tree. Yang Kai nodded slightly. It has indeed been a great help. Not only has it protected the entire human sovereign city, but it has also left behind the inheritance of wizard techniques. Yang Kai originally thought that the wizard techniques of the royal family had been passed down from generation to generation by their ancestors, allowing the wizard techniques to continue burning. But now, it seemed that this was not entirely the case. After hundreds of thousands of years, the laws of heaven and earth had changed. In the astral realm, the wizard techniques had gradually been replaced by martial arts. The reincarnation world would occasionally be in common with the laws of the astral realm. Naturally, it was not suitable to cultivate the wizard techniques. However, Qing's existence allowed the wizard techniques to be passed down from generation to generation. Those royal family members could only cultivate in seclusion near Qing to feel Qing's power and resonate with Qing. Only then could they truly cultivate the wizard techniques. Without Qing's help, even if they mastered the cultivation method of the wizard techniques, the laws of heaven and earth would not allow them to cultivate the power of the wizard techniques. Qing was a hero of an era. He was the inheritor of the power of the entire ancient world. Without him, the wizard techniques in the reincarnation world would have already perished. It was a pity that during the battle between the humans and the demons, his mind had already sunk. Now, he was only left with a chaotic will. He guarded his dying wish to protect the human race and protect the wizard techniques. Yang Kai did not know if he had the chance to wake up again. However, he estimated that the chances were very slim. Because hundreds of thousands of years had passed, if Qing could really wake up, he would have done so long ago. He would not have waited until now. Moreover, Yang Kai estimated that even if Qing could wake up, he would not remember the past. He would be reborn. He should be reborn. There were records of the Yinfeng mountain in the ancient books. However, it was very rare. It only recorded a rough location. The situation inside was not known at all. This was because the human race had not set foot in that place for hundreds of thousands of years. However, the demon race would often stay in the vicinity to cultivate with the help of the pure demonic qi that gushed out from the Yinfeng mountain. Therefore, if they really wanted to go to the Yinfeng mountain, they would definitely clash with the demon race. Yang Kai did not care about this. In any case, he had subdued more than 10 Demon King and could order them around at will. He also knew the various characteristics of the demon race like the back of his hand. If they really encountered the demon race, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. There was still no news from the human sovereign city about Zhu Lai. The laws of heaven and earth in the outside world had changed. The entire human sovereign city's powerhouses were frequently dispatched to search for information about Zhu Lai. However, they had not found anything so far. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were not too worried about Zhu Lai. After all, he was still a rank 8 red dragon. It was not the dragon race if something happened so easily. Therefore, the two of them leisurely stayed in the palace. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly woke up from his meditation. His eyes were slightly shining, as if he was a little excited. What's wrong? Zhu Qing did not need to cultivate. She was flipping through a book at the side. When she noticed Yang Kai's movements, she raised her head and asked. Qing, I seem to have become stronger. Yang Kai said with some excitement. Becoming stronger is a good thing. Why are you like this? Because I don't know why I became stronger. In what way? Bloodline. Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing curiously. I don't seem to have done anything during this time. Why do I feel that my bloodline has become stronger? The strengthening of his bloodline was very obvious. This was because Yang Kai could feel that the golden divine dragon's origin energy had fused more deeply with him. During this time, he did not cultivate the dragonization ability, nor did he encounter any life or death battles. There was no reason for him to become stronger for no reason. The increase of power always required a certain amount of effort. Let me try. In order to avoid any misconceptions, Yang Kai immediately roared and activated the dragonization ability. When the high-pitched dragon roar sounded, the golden dragon flashed away. With a burst of crackling sounds, the bones all over his body made a burst of popping sounds. His figure suddenly grew taller, and his combed bun spread out. The moment the dragon's might filled the air, Yang Kai only felt an itch on his forehead, as if something was about to break out of his body. His arms lengthened, his hands turned into dragon claws, his clothes were torn, and his exposed skin was covered with a layer of solid dragon scales. He was already used to these things, and he knew what kind of changes would happen to him, so he concentrated on experiencing the changes in his body. When all the changes stopped, Yang Kai had already turned into a behemoth. He exhaled softly, and two white smoke-like airflows instantly came out of his nostrils. Zhu Qing sat in a chair, closed the book, and looked up at him. Yang Kai took big steps, walked around the hall, and said in surprise, "Hey, I seem to have grown a little taller." The previous battle with Zhu Lai in the Azure Sun Temple made him make a breakthrough in the dragonization ability, and his body suddenly became 40 feet. Now, his height had increased again, and a conservative estimate was that it had reached 45 feet. This increase was not an illusion, but real. So far, Yang Kai has also vaguely grasped some key points. The deeper the cultivation of this secret art, the more thorough the fusion between himself and the golden divine dragon source, and the purer and more high-end the dragon race bloodline. The most intuitive manifestation was his height. As his cultivation deepened, his half-dragon body became taller and taller. Yang Kai suspected that when he could really completely refine the golden divine dragon source, he would be able to transform into a golden dragon and roam the 10,000 worlds. How tall were you before? Zhu Qing asked. Probably. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and drew. Fortunately, the palace was built extremely magnificently, otherwise, he would not be able to straighten his back now. Then you have really become stronger. Zhu Qing pursed her lips and smiled. But why? Yang Kai wanted to scratch his face, but when his dragon claws scratched the scales on his cheeks, a string of sparks flew. It was a good thing to become stronger, but it was not good to not know the reason. He had to figure out the reason so that he could continue to work in this direction in the future. Carefully recalling the events that had occurred recently, Yang Kai found that there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Moreover, it had only been less than 2 months since his last breakthrough in the dragon transformation art. Yang Kai could clearly remember every little detail that had occurred in between, but he couldn't recall anything particularly noteworthy. Zhu Qing lowered her head, and a touch of red flew on her cheeks. She opened the book and continued to read, but her mind was not on it at all. Do you know something? Yang Kai found her strange and turned his head to look at her. Zhu Qing shook her head like a rattle drum, and her face turned even redder. Tell me, tell me. Yang Kai walked in front of her and squatted down. Even so, he was several times taller than Zhu Qing. Looking down at the little person, he felt extremely strange. He guessed that after Zhu Qing transformed into a giant dragon, her vision would also be like this. Chapter 2969. I really don't know. Zhu Qing replied in a low voice. Is it related to the secrets of the dragon race? Zhu Qing shook her head. Then tell me. Yang Kai reached out and carefully scooped Zhu Qing into his palm, as if he was holding the most exquisite porcelain. He threatened, if you don't report what you know, be careful of the family law. What family law? Zhu Qing's eyes widened in confusion, but she quickly understood Yang Kai's meaning. She was so embarrassed that her whole body heated up. She looked up at Yang Kai and found that his eyes were staring blankly and his breathing had become heavy. She sighed in her heart. She knew that if it was a blessing, it would not be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it could not be avoided. She immediately covered half of her face with a book and whispered, all things carry yin and embrace yang. When yin and yang intersect, the origin converges, and qi is in harmony. Yang Kai was stunned at first, then a strange expression appeared on his face. He said with a smile that was not a smile, you mean, Zhu Qing's entire face was covered by the book, so no one could see her expression, but the pretty face behind the book must be burning. She hurriedly said, I'm just saying it casually. Don't take it seriously. The dragon race is also about dual cultivation. Yang Kai laughed even more happily. He opened his big mouth, looking exceptionally ferocious, as if he could swallow Zhu Qing in one gulp. If that was really the case, then the future would be too happy. Of course not, it's just what? Yang Kai stretched out a claw and gently pushed away the book that was covering Zhu Qing's face. He moved his face closer, looking very aggressive. Zhu Qing had nowhere to hide. She said with a troubled expression, it's just that even for you human women, the primordial yin qi is greatly beneficial to the cultivation of men. The higher the cultivation, the more obvious it is, let alone the dragon race. Yang Kai said, you're saying that the reason why I'm like this is because of your first time? Zhu Qing gently nodded. She was so ashamed that Yang Kai said such words to her face. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. It won't work in the future. No. Zhu Qing shook her head. I don't believe it. As Yang Kai spoke, he grabbed Zhu Qing and dashed to the side. As he took large strides, he withdrew the dragonization art and his huge body shrunk rapidly. What are you doing? Zhu Qing asked in surprise. We'll know once we give it a try. Yang Kai had already returned to his original appearance and carried Zhu Qing in his arms. Lying on Yang Kai's chest, Zhu Qing felt the burning heat. She immediately panicked and said anxiously, it really doesn't work. I'm not lying to you. Yang Kai smirked. I told you to give it a try. Stop struggling. It's useless. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw Zhu Qing heavily onto the bed. Zhu Qing cried out in alarm. Yang Kai had already pounced on her like a hungry dog. Even though Zhu Qing had experienced this before, she was still not used to it. Her heart was beating violently in her chest, as if it would jump out of her mouth at any moment. The man on top of her was very aggressive. His indomitable aura was rampaging, and her defense, which was not very strong, was smashed into pieces. Her clothes began to become messy. Zhu Qing tilted her head and closed her beautiful eyes. She grabbed the bed sheet with both hands, as if she was about to rush to the execution ground. She was extremely nervous. Yang Kai suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned his head and looked to the side. He pointed his finger and said word by word, "Get out of here." The black puppy had been awakened at some point. It had been sleeping quietly for the past few days. It was very obedient and didn't make any noise. At this time, it raised its head and stared in the direction of the bed. It didn't move and even held its breath. It was seriously observing. That dog's eyes were filled with curiosity and confusion. Hearing Yang Kai's words, it whimpered and stood up reluctantly. With its tail between its legs, it slowly walked towards the door. When it reached the door, it looked back reluctantly. Its eyes were filled with a longing expression, as if it was begging Yang Kai to let it stay. Yang Kai snorted. It could only dejectedly push open the door with its head and walk out through the crack. It even remembered to close the door before it left. Outside the palace, several women of different ages stood there. Basically, a layer of frost could be scraped off their faces. The princesses had had enough. A few days ago, Yang Kai had told them to wait outside the palace. They could only obey. They didn't expect that they would wait for several days. In the past few days, they didn't hear any summons. Yang Kai also didn't give them any orders. They could only obediently wait outside, standing there like wooden stakes. They had been living like princes for many years. When had they ever suffered such grievances? Everyone was cursing Yang Kai in their hearts. They wanted him to die early and reincarnate. Only the little princess was innocent. She didn't know what was going on. She only knew that her father ordered them to come here. They had to listen to the man in the room and satisfy all his requests. She was still young. Her innocence hadn't been tainted by the complicated imperial family. She didn't feel wronged. She just stood there for a few days. She was tired and sleepy. At this time, she was leaning on one of her older sister's shoulders and dozing off. Her head was nodding and there were several times when she almost fell to the ground. When the little black dog came out, the princesses saw it. It immediately attracted their attention. They all looked at the little black dog. Second Princess Fu Yu's face was filled with resentment. She still remembered how this little bastard had humiliated her a few days ago, so she naturally bore a grudge against it. She was thinking about how she could take revenge. She wondered if she could seize this opportunity to capture this little bastard and cook it into a pot of dog meat for a sumptuous meal. The little black dog obviously sensed something. It turned its head to look at Fu Yu. It bared its teeth and made a threatening sound from its throat. It was about to pounce. "Little bastard, you still dare to be arrogant. There will be a day when I will kill you and eat your meat." Fu Yu thought hatefully. She seemed to have foreseen that scene. An indescribable pleasure swept through her body. At this time, a scream suddenly came from inside the palace. The princesses were all shocked. They didn't know what had happened in the palace. They looked at each other with blank faces. The little princess who had dozed off was also awakened. Her eyes were wide open. She was more alert than anyone else. She hurriedly asked, "What happened? What happened?" No one paid attention to her. The princesses were all listening attentively. Another scream came. This time, the girls heard it even more clearly. However, this sound seemed a little strange. It didn't sound like an accident. It was very suppressed and very soft. It sounded like the faces of the princesses turned red. They obviously realized something. They didn't have the mood to eavesdrop. Instead, they wanted to block their ears so that this sound wouldn't dirty their ears. The suppressed sound became louder and louder. It was intermittent. Sometimes it was high-pitched and sometimes it was low-pitched. It sounded like it was about to die. The little princess was shocked. Her face turned pale. What's going on? The sound inside is very strange. Did something happen? Should we go in and take a look? The girls didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this suggestion. The sixth princess, who was standing beside the little princess, hurriedly said, "Don't go in." "Why? Why can't we go in?" the little princess asked. The sixth princess stomped her feet. Children shouldn't ask so many questions. Oh. The little princess nodded obediently. Although she didn't know the reason, since the sixth sister said so, she must have her reasons. She suddenly looked at her sisters curiously and said with a worried face, "Second sister, sixth sister, 11th sister, why are your faces so red? Are you sick?" The 11th princess glared at her and said angrily, "What sick? When have we ever been sick?" But the little princess worriedly stretched out her small hand and touched the sixth princess's cheek. She was so scared that she retracted her hand and said, "Sixth sister, your face is so hot. It's terrible. Hurry up and ask father to come and take a look." The 11th princess glanced at the sixth princess, covered her mouth and smiled. "Sixth sister, it's useless to ask father to see this." "Then who should see it?" The 11th princess pouted her lips and said, "Just ask the man inside to come and take a look." After saying that, she laughed. Her waist bent down and she trembled for a while. "Then I'll ask him to come over." The little princess believed her and rushed into the hall. But after taking 2 steps, she timidly stepped back and said in fear, "Is he killing people? I don't dare to go in." The 11th princess laughed even more happily. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were full of water. She pointed out, "He's not killing people, but he is eating people." Eat people. The little princess's face turned pale. The 11th princess tried to scare her, "The man inside is a vicious man. He likes to eat little girls with tender skin like you the most. If you are caught by him, he will eat your 10 fingers first, then your nose, and then your ears." As he spoke, he chewed on the food in an extremely realistic manner, as if he was really eating something with relish. Ah! The little princess was frightened. She suddenly jumped into the sixth princess's arms and trembled. She said in a trembling voice, "Sixth sister, save me. I don't want to be eaten. I don't want to be eaten by him." "Why are you scaring her?" The sixth princess glared at the 11th princess fiercely. "My little sister is pure. She will believe whatever others say. Why are you scaring her?" The 11th princess shrugged her shoulders and said, "Anyway, I'm bored and want to have some fun. Sigh, this erotic drama, I can only listen but not do it. It's really boring." Fuyu said coldly, "If you want to, you can go in. But I don't know if he wants you." The 11th princess said, "Forget it. That guy is not to be trifled with. I'm afraid that I will be eaten until not even bones are left." Hearing this, the little princess believed her more and more. She hugged the sixth princess tightly and cried, "Sixth sister, take me away. I don't want to be here. Father, save me. Father, save me." Woo-woo. Fuyu glanced at her and said in a low voice, "Cover her ears." The sixth princess quickly reached out and covered the little princess's ears tightly. The sound in the palace kept coming. In the beginning, it was somewhat restrained, but in the end, it became unrestrained. It made the princesses feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, the little princess seemed to be tired after crying. She fell asleep in her sixth sister's arms. The tear stains were still there. The sixth princess was distressed and angry. She felt that the man was really not a good thing. Chapter 2970. It's really useless. Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing, who was lying on the bed, speechless. He used the dragon transformation art again, but there were no special changes this time. His body was still only 4.5 meters tall, and there were no signs of him growing taller. Zhu Qing covered her snow-white body with the blanket and frowned slightly. I already told you, why didn't you believe me? Now that he thought about it, it wasn't a problem whether he believed her or not. It was just that men were lustful and wanted to have sex with her. Yang Kai withdrew the dragon transformation art and giggled. I didn't do it enough. If I do it a few more times, maybe. After saying that, he threw himself onto the bed again. Stop fooling around. Zhu Qing pushed him away with a serious expression. Dragons are inherently lustful. The more you fuse with the origin, the more obvious it will be. You need to restrain yourself. Since they had become intimate a few days ago, Zhu Qing had been very obedient. Now that she had suddenly become so serious and dignified, Kai Yang couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. He always felt like he owed her something. It wasn't good to force her anymore, so he could only nod and say, okay, I'll restrain myself. But if everyone in the dragon race is like this, how are you going to live? Zhu Qing said, only those male dragons are like this, and they won't be impudent to their brethren on the dragon island. Yang Kai's eyes widened. Then what if they need it, what do we do? Zhu Qing didn't want to answer this question, but she knew that she couldn't persuade Yang Kai. She could only frown and say, they have their own ways. These words inevitably made Yang Kai's imagination run wild. Some extremely funny scenes appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but laugh. He was ready to make fun of Zhu Lai when he saw him again. Zhu Qing glared at him and said, didn't I say that you're not allowed to touch me without my permission? Yang Kai said innocently, you didn't agree just now. I thought you agreed. Don't do this again. Zhu Qing pinched Yang Kai's arm hard to vent her dissatisfaction. Then, she began to put on her clothes. Yang Kai supported his head with his hands and looked at her foolishly. Why are you staring at me? Zhu Qing blushed. You're so pretty. Yang Kai's sweet words came out of his mouth. I can look at you for a lifetime. I don't know how many women I've told this to. There was jealousy in Zhu Qing's words. She quickly tidied up her dress and looked around blankly. Where is Bow Wow? He's guarding the door. Yang Kai pointed at the door. Zhu Qing suddenly remembered that the black puppy had been driven out by Yang Kai. Then, she remembered that there were still a few princesses standing outside the door. Her face suddenly turned pale. His performance just now was unbearable to the ear. He was afraid that the other party had heard everything clearly. How could he have the face to see others now? She was embarrassed and annoyed. She reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's ear. Stand up. Yang Kai got up. He was naked. Although he was not burly, his body was very well proportioned and exuded a masculine aura. Facing Zhu Qing, who was embarrassed and annoyed, he just smiled and played dumb. Zhu Qing looked at him angrily. She didn't look at the places where she shouldn't look. She picked up his clothes from the bed and carefully dressed him. It was the first time that the dragon girl had done this, so she was a little unfamiliar with it. A man's clothes were always different from a woman's clothes. She had never had the experience of serving others. Moreover, Yang Kai was facing her, so she was even more restrained. After a while, she gradually got into a good mood and dressed Yang Kai neatly. She held Yang Kai's hand and walked to the dressing table. She pressed Yang Kai to sit down on a chair and carefully combed his hair. Yang Kai stared at the figure in the mirror with a smile. Seeing her attentive look, his vanity soared. Half a day later, the human sovereign came in a hurry. When he arrived at the door, he looked at his daughters in surprise. "Why are you standing outside?" Fu Yu pursed her lips and said, "He asked us to wait here." The human sovereign frowned. "Has it been like this for the past few days?" Fu Yu nodded slightly. The human sovereign sighed and showed a disappointed look in his eyes. However, he didn't say anything. He just said loudly, "Master, the information you asked for has been found." The door opened. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing walked out one by one. The human sovereign bowed and squeezed out a flattering smile on his face. The expressions of the several princesses were all different. The second princess Fu Yu could not hide the look of contempt in her eyes, especially when she looked at Zhu Qing. The sixth princess lowered her head and no one could see her expression, while the 11th princess was staring at Yang Kai with great interest, as if she was secretly looking forward to something. The little princess, on the other hand, turned pale and quietly hid behind her sixth sister, her body trembling. Yang Kai could see the reaction of the girls at a glance. He snorted in his heart and didn't have time to care about it. He just looked at the human sovereign and said, "Tell me about it." The human sovereign replied, 30 minutes ago, there were signs of someone fighting at the Eagle Beak Cliff. I sent people to investigate immediately. The battle was over. More than 10 members of the demon race died. All of them had extraordinary cultivation. Did you find out who did it? The human sovereign shook his head and said, "No. It's just that in this reincarnation world, all humans live in the human sovereign city. Other than the two you mentioned, I'm afraid no one will stay outside. They also don't have the strength to kill more than 10 members of the demon race. Therefore, I guess the person you're looking for is probably near the Eagle Beak Cliff." Yang Kai nodded and said, "If that's the case, let's go and take a look." The human sovereign heard this and said, "I'll arrange it immediately and have someone lead the way." "No need. I know the place. My wife and I will go and check it out ourselves." In the past few days, Yang Kai had memorized the landscape of the reincarnation world. Therefore, when the human sovereign mentioned the Eagle Beak Cliff, he knew where it was. "Then the two of you must be careful." Yang Kai grinned and said, "If everything goes well, we may leave this world directly. Thank you for your hospitality, master." Hearing this, the human sovereign's face lit up. He couldn't wait for Yang Kai to get out of here as soon as possible so that his rule wouldn't be threatened. Naturally, he was overjoyed when he heard this, but he quickly suppressed it and said calmly, "I'm sorry for not being a good host. Please forgive me." Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with him. Just as he was about to ask Zhu Qing to leave, he suddenly saw Fu Yu still looking at Zhu Qing with disdain. He was annoyed. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "Bow wow, let's go." Woof. The black puppy stood up and barked at Fu Yu. Then, it slowly walked toward Yang Kai. "What? What did you say?" Yang Kai stared at the black puppy. Woof. The black puppy tilted its head, wondering what Yang Kai was up to. "What? How can that be? You evil creature, don't let your imagination run wild. You've gone too far." The black puppy was completely dumbfounded. It stood there dumbfounded, its eyes filled with confusion. Yang Kai continued, "As a human, you must know your place. Even as a dog, you must know your place. Don't think about things you shouldn't think about, and don't say things you shouldn't say. Understand? It's a good thing I'm here. Otherwise, you would have been beaten to a pulp." As he spoke, he glanced at the human sovereign. The group was confused by his words, and the princesses were even more confused. Fu Yu frowned, instinctively feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. The human sovereign, on the other hand, was a smart person. He quickly smiled and said, "Master, what is this pet beast of yours trying to do? If you don't mind, you can tell me. If it's within my means, I will." Yang Kai chuckled. "It's nothing much. It just made an interesting request." You don't have to worry about it. The human sovereign grumbled inwardly, but he said, since it's interesting, why don't you tell me about it? Yang Kai pointed at Fu Yu. This little bastard has taken a liking to the second princess, saying that it hit it off with her and wants to take her away. Don't you think that's funny? The smile on the human sovereign's face froze. He didn't know how to respond as a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Fu Yu's face paled as she cried out, impossible. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. What's impossible? Fu Yu panicked. How could it possibly take a liking to me? You're just making things up. Yang Kai scoffed. If it were me, I wouldn't have taken a liking to you either. But it did. What can I do about it? It's probably like a tortoise falling in love with a bean. If you don't believe me, you can ask it yourself. How am I supposed to ask? Fu Yu was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't possibly ask the black puppy this question. Although she was sure that Yang Kai was taking revenge on her, the situation was beyond her control. If she wasn't careful, she might really be taken away and become a plaything for this bastard. This was worse than killing her. How could she agree to it? Imperial Father. She hurriedly looked at the human sovereign, wanting to ask for help. But what she saw made her words stuck in her throat. She saw her imperial father frowning, deep in thought, as if he was considering whether or not to agree to this matter. In an instant, all her hopes were dashed and she lost all her strength. Her imperial father was really considering whether or not to give her to that little bastard. That's right. Her imperial father was so afraid of this pair of adulterers. If he could send them away safely, not to mention one daughter, even if he had to send all his daughters away, he wouldn't even frown. Since ancient times, there had been no familial love in the royal family. She didn't know what she was hoping for. The human sovereign opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Yang Kai chuckled. Second princess, you worry too much. Although Bow Wow likes you, I can't take you away. Second princess, just stay in the human sovereign city and be your princess. Fu Yu didn't answer. She stared at Yang Kai with hatred, as if she couldn't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Second princess, are you saying that you want to leave with me? If that's the case, just say the word. This young master might consider it. Yang Kai's lips curled up. Fu Yu quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at him again. She didn't want him to cause any more trouble. Humph. The human sovereign snorted. At this point, how could he not know that Yang Kai was deliberately looking for trouble? Perhaps there was something wrong with the way Fu Yu looked at the dragon girl. He glared at Fu Yu and said, "Come over here and thank the master." Fu Yu didn't dare to disobey. She walked over and bowed. In a low voice, she said, "Thank you, master." His arrogance had been completely wiped clean. Chapter 2971. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were about to leave through the space magic array in the city, and the human sovereign personally sent them off. A group of princes and princesses followed closely behind. Anyone with a bit of dignity in the human sovereign city had also come. The procrastination of such a large group of people made those who didn't know the truth wonder what was going on. Along the way, the human sovereign seemed to be very talkative and considerate, constantly reminding Yang Kai of the things to pay attention to outside. Yang Kai would respond from time to time. After finally sending them to the space magic array, the human sovereign secretly let out a sigh of relief. As long as this guy left, the human sovereign city would still be his world in the future, and the rule of the royal family would not be shaken. He personally blessed Yang Kai and Zhu Qin with the seal of human sovereign and ordered people to open the space magic array. When the light of the teleportation lit up, the human sovereign's hanging heart finally relaxed, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Yang Kai's words completely shattered his good mood. In the future, the Japanese master may come here again, so I hope Master can take good care of the holy tree, and don't arbitrarily extract its power." The light lit up, and Yang Kai and Zhu Qing disappeared. The human sovereign felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and the smile on his face became stiff. Many princes and princesses, as well as the powerhouses in the city, all sensed that the human sovereign was not in a good mood, and kept quiet out of fear. After a long while, the human sovereign's body suddenly erupted with an extremely strong aura, turning into a wave of air that spread in all directions. As this wave of air spread, he seemed to have vented his anger, and his entire person became much older. Tens of thousands of miles away from the human sovereign city, in the depths of a cave in an extremely hidden forest, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing leisurely appeared. The cave was so dark that they couldn't see their own fingers in front of them, and there was only a slanted tunnel leading to the surface. In the tunnel, there was a simple space magic array connected to the space magic array in the city. There were more than a dozen places like this in the entire reincarnation world, covering almost half of the reincarnation world. The cultivator of the human sovereign city used these space magic arrays to repeatedly come and go. Each space magic array was built in an extremely hidden way, for fear of being discovered by the demon race and being destroyed. Even if the demon race did discover these space magic arrays, they could only destroy them. Without the support of the human sovereign seal, they could not enter the human sovereign city through the space magic array. 2. The space array that he had set up could only be activated by wearing a special teleportation token. The two of them walked out of the tunnel and came to the surface. There were no abnormalities in the laws of heaven and earth in the outside world. It was obvious that the reincarnation world was leaning towards the astral world. "Yang Kai, protect me." Zhu Qing did not waste any time. She instructed Yang Kai to use the dragon race's secret technique to find Zhu Lai. What did you call me?" Zhu Qing whispered, "Husband." She had never called a man that way before. She felt her heart beating rapidly. This simple address seemed to have connected the two of them together, sharing life and death, honor and disgrace. Yang Kai finally showed a satisfied expression. Zhu Qing cut her palm, and a drop of red blood rolled down. It was like a burning flame, extremely hot. It fell to the ground and disappeared. An obscure and profound incantation sounded. Zhu Qing's face was solemn, as if she was praying to an unknown god. She was full of piety. Yang Kai had seen a similar scene once. It was when Zhu Qing used the secret technique in the frozen earth. Therefore, he knew that the secret technique that Zhu Qing was using was the same one that Zhu Lai used. It was a secret technique that was specially used to find people. After a while, the incantation became louder and more intense. It shook the heaven and earth, as if thunder was rolling and dragons were roaring. A dark red dot bloomed from the ground. Then, something that looked like a blood coral grew out of the ground. It only stopped when it was 1 foot tall. Zhu Qing stopped the incantation and reached out to suck the blood coral up. She glanced at the direction where the light on the blood coral floated. She pointed at a place and said, "It's over there." Yang Kai nodded and flew up. He flew in that direction with Zhu Qing. After half a cup of tea's time, the two of them arrived at a cliff. From a distance, this cliff looked like the perch of an eagle, and the cliff was the eagle's beak. This was the eagle's beak cliff that the human sovereign had mentioned before. When the two of them arrived, they found that there were corpses of the demon race here. The ground was covered in blood and broken limbs. Moreover, from the traces left behind, although the battle was fierce, it was very short. This was because the demon race seemed to have been killed before they could use their full strength. This could only mean one thing: the enemies that the demon race encountered were very strong, so strong that they could easily crush them. Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing nodded slightly and said, "There's the aura of the dragon race. It's Zhu Lai. Can you see where they went?" Yang Kai asked. Zhu Qing looked at the blood coral and pointed to the left, "This way." Another hour later, Yang Kai, who was flying, suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. He raised his head and looked into the distance. Obviously, he had discovered something. Zhu Qing also sensed something and focused her vision to look forward. The world energy in that direction was fluctuating, and there were faint sounds of fighting. It seemed that there was some kind of conflict. The two of them looked at each other and immediately increased their speed. After a while, the scene in front of them entered their eyes. A group of demon race soldiers, numbering in the hundreds, surrounded a certain area. The gathered demonic qi soared into the sky, and there were two figures in the area surrounded by them. They were Zhu Lai and Li Jiao, who had been separated from Yang Kai after entering the reincarnation world. It was unknown whether the two of them had always been together, or if they had met up later. The situation of the two of them was not optimistic. Although they were the only powerhouses in the world, there seemed to be a few demon king among the demon race soldiers surrounding them. They were relying on their advantage in numbers to constantly contend with them and exhaust their strength. Several dozen members of the demon race had already died on the ground, obviously at the hands of Zhu Lai and Li Jiao. The demon race consisted of hundreds of races, and each race had its own unique divine technique. The shadow demon was good at escaping, the succubus demon was good at bewitching, the power demon had infinite strength, and the blood demon was sinister and mysterious. If one did not understand the characteristics of these demon race, it would be easy to suffer losses. If it had been an ordinary third-stage Emperor realm cultivator, even if there were two of them, they would have been defeated long ago. It was also thanks to Zhu Lai being a member of the dragon race that he was able to stand tall under such a heavy encirclement. However, he was him, and Li Jiao was Li Jiao. Zhu Lai clearly did not care about Li Jiao's life or death. When Yang Kai and Zhu Qing arrived, Li Jiao's state was clearly not right. His emotions were extremely high, and his body was faintly emitting traces of black qi, as if he had been corroded by the demonic qi. Moreover, his eyes were slightly red, and his movements were somewhat stiff. The circulation of his emperor qi was also intermittent. In the midst of the demon race's army, an enchanting and charming succubus demon was casting a technique on him. An invisible voice of bewitchment broke through Li Jiao's mental defenses without leaving a trace. The murmuring voice echoed in his mind, wanting to destroy his will and turn him into a demon slave. This was the most common method used by succubus demons. Compared to the other demon races, the succubus demon race was generally delicate and weak, but their divine sense was incomparably powerful. They were most proficient in this kind of sneaky and insidious method. Several demon commanders fearlessly launched attacks at Zhu Lai, but their bodies exploded with a few pokes from Zhu Lai's finger, and blood rained down from the sky. At this moment, the blood that covered the sky suddenly retracted, and as if it had a mind of its own, it turned into a blood snake, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it bit towards Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai snorted coldly. He spat out a scorching dragon's breath, incinerating the countless blood snakes. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, a blood snake came charging at him from within the dragon's breath. Zhu Lai did not even realize how it had broken through. At first glance, this blood snake looked no different from other blood snakes, but upon closer inspection, one could see how powerful and unique it was. At this moment it was too late to defend, so Zhu Lai could only activate his dragon yuan and prepare to take this attack head-on. A strange cackle suddenly sounded from within the blood snake, full of pride, as if some scheme had succeeded. Zhu Lai frowned, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. It did not seem wise for him to choose to take this attack head-on. Just as the blood snake was about to hit Zhu Lai, a pitch-black crescent blade suddenly slashed down from the sky, brushing past Zhu Lai's head and directly cutting the blood snake in half. The blood snake was reduced to ashes as if it had been incinerated. At the same time, an extremely mournful scream came from not far away. A blood demon suddenly clutched its head and half knelt on the ground, its expression twisted in pain. "Who is it?" Zhu Lai shouted in a low voice. When he looked up, he saw a familiar figure appear in the sky. Yang Kai grinned and greeted him enthusiastically, "Hello, brother-in-law." Zhu Lai frowned, his face filled with confusion. What? He did not hear what Yang Kai had just called him. As soon as his voice fell, Li Jiao, who had been standing behind him to defend against the enemy, suddenly turned around and sent a palm strike towards him without warning. Emperor Qi surged from his palm as his third-stage Emperor realm cultivation erupted at this moment. Li Jiao's eyes lost focus, clearly not acting on his own accord, but the power of this palm strike was not something Zhu Lai could ignore. A red light flashed, and Zhu Qing mysteriously appeared between Zhu Lai and Li Jiao. She punched out her fist, which landed on Li Jiao's chest first. The sound of bones breaking rang out as Li Jiao screamed in pain. His absent-minded eyes moved again, obviously at a loss about his situation. The next moment, he felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his chest as a huge force pressed against his heart, almost stopping it. A burst of qi burst out from his back, tearing apart his clothes as he flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood mid-air. Zhu Lai turned around and saw Zhu Qing. At first, he was overjoyed, but then his expression turned cold. "You're not dead yet? Is that how you talk to your elder sister?" Zhu Qing glared at him. "Humph." Zhu Lai coldly snorted, seemingly wanting to say something, but his eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Zhu Qing in disbelief, exclaiming, You, what about me?" Zhu Qing pursed her lips, her cheeks flushed red as she guessed why Zhu Lai was so surprised, interrupting him, "If you have something to say, say it later." Chapter 2972. The arrival of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing shocked many members of the demon race, especially the blood demon and the succubus demon, who had attacked secretly, which made them tremble with fear. Whether it was the howling blood demon or the pale-faced succubus demon, they were both demon king-level existences. The two demon kings had attacked without leaving any traces behind, but they had been countered by the newcomers one by one, and even injured one of them. This was simply inconceivable. Just as they were in a daze, the sound of a dog barking suddenly entered their ears. Immediately after, a bubbling black puppy charged out from the side. Its 4 short legs were like wheels as it ran excitedly towards a demon general. It was as if it had seen an enchanting female dog when it was in heat. It was extremely comical. That demon general should be a power demon. His body was tall and sturdy, and he held a huge axe in his hand. The blade of the axe was bright and sharp, and it was emitting a dense black aura. It was obviously a demon weapon. Seeing the black puppy charging towards him, the demon general's expression immediately became ruthless. He shook his head, raised the huge axe in his hand, and smashed it down towards the black puppy. His movements were very casual because he could feel that the black puppy wasn't very strong. He could easily kill such a little bastard. The attention of the other members of the demon race was also attracted by Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. Other than a few members of the demon race who glanced at the black puppy, no one paid much attention to it. The huge axe chopped down, but the black puppy nimbly dodged it. It was so agile that it was ridiculous. The demon general's attack missed, and he was slightly stunned. He was a little angry from embarrassment, and before he could do anything else, the black puppy suddenly opened its mouth and bit towards him. The black puppy's head, which wasn't too big, suddenly swelled up, and suddenly became the size of a door. It caught the demon general in its mouth. Everyone was shocked. Many members of the demon race turned their heads and stared at the black puppy in amazement, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Zhu Qing and her brother were obviously taken aback as well. They never expected this unassuming little thing to possess such power, swallowing a demon general in a single bite. Although the demon general wasn't very strong, it was still equivalent to an origin king, and as a demon general from the power demon clan, not even an ordinary Dao source realm cultivator could be his opponent. Zhu Qing was especially shocked. Although she found the black puppy to be a bit strange these days, she never expected it to possess such a divine technique. Only Yang Kai remained calm, stroking his chin thoughtfully. According to Gong Yu, the black puppy possessed the bloodline of a strange beast from the territory of the demon returned to ruins. This bloodline was hidden very deeply, but it was awakened by Gong Yu's demon race secret technique in Azure Sun Temple. At that time, the black puppy could be described as holding back 10,000 enemies, and Gong Yu was able to contend with 10 masters from the Emperor realm for a long time with its divine technique. It could even swallow a third-layer Emperor realm master like Feng Ming in one gulp, let alone a mere demon general. It was just that the black puppy's performance had not been very stable these days. Except for swallowing manager Liao, it had not used this divine technique again. A few days ago, it had fought with Fu Yu in the Imperial Palace for a long time, but it had not swallowed Fu Yu. At this time, it was as if it had been injected with chicken blood, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Yang Kai reckoned that it had something to do with these demon race. Return to Ruins was a strange beast from the territory of the demon race, after all. The aura of the demon race made the black puppy extremely happy, and these demon race were probably delicious food to it. Just as Yang Kai was deep in thought, the demon general in the black puppy's mouth struggled with all its might. It could be seen with the naked eye that the black puppy's mouth bulged from time to time. Its huge mouth was completely disproportionate to its short body, and it was swayed by the demon general's strength. Suddenly, it raised its head and made a swallowing motion. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a small lump swelled up in its throat, then rolled down to its abdomen and disappeared. Its door-sized mouth also returned to its original size at the same time, but its abdomen didn't change at all. No one knew where a living demon general had been swallowed to go, and even the demon general's huge axe had disappeared without a trace. A series of gasps sounded, and the demon race felt their hair stand on end. The black puppy licked its lips, and its expression was as if it hadn't had enough. Its pair of bright eyes looked towards the demon race's gathering place. Every demon race that it saw, no matter how strong or weak they were, couldn't help but have goosebumps, as if they had met their natural enemy, and their hearts trembled. Without needing any instructions, the moment danger shrouded them, the demon race's numerous demon race's secret techniques were used one after another. Streaks of pitch-black energy turned into attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they attacked the black puppy. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he wanted to observe, so he didn't make a move to stop them. The black puppy whimpered, but it wasn't because it was afraid, but because it was excited. It jumped 3 feet into the air and opened its mouth again. This time, its mouth opened even wider than before, and the huge mouth seemed to be connected to an unknown world, emitting an extremely strong suction force. The attacks that were aimed at it were all swallowed up, and there wasn't even a drop left. The black puppy became even more ferocious, and it pounced forward despite the numerous demon race's attacks. Its mouth opened to the size of a house, and it bit down. The space where it bit down shattered, and a large part of the void was missing. The dozen or so demon race in this area instantly disappeared, and the remaining people fled for their lives, quickly distancing themselves from the black puppy. Gulp, the black puppy swallowed another mouthful, but it still wasn't satisfied, and it turned its gaze to the other demon race. Exterminate the demon race in the territory. Return to Ruins. A low shout sounded, and within the demon race, an existence whose entire body was pitch black, as if it was wrapped in smoke, cried out in horror. He recognized the origin of the black puppy, and his voice was full of fear. This person from the demon race was a demon king level existence, and his aura wasn't weak, almost equivalent to a second-order Emperor realm master. Coupled with his shadow demon background, he could even easily assassinate a third-order Emperor realm master if he was caught off guard. He was the strongest among this group of demon race, and he should also be the leader of this group of demon race. But such a master, after recognizing the origin of the black puppy, actually cried out in horror, and his body turned into a cloud of smoke, before exploding into 9 streaks that fled in all directions. Return to Ruins was famous in the territory of the demon race, and it was known as the Exterminate Demon Territory. Although it was born in the territory of the demon race, it could almost be said to be the enemy of the demon race. It existed to devour, and the demonic chi and demon race were its favorite foods. It was rumored that in the real territory of the demon race, there was once a return to ruins that wreaked havoc everywhere, and even the demon saint was no match for it. In the era without the great demon god, the return to ruins was simply the overlord of the demon race territory. It had devoured countless demon race, and destroyed countless demon race towns. Return to Ruins represented destruction, and wherever it went, there would be ruins. That was why it had the name Return to Ruins. In the end, a powerful demon saint led all the demon race to fight the Return to Ruins to fight to the death. That battle lasted for decades, and the demon race suffered heavy casualties. Their population was almost reduced by more than half, and the areas that were destroyed occupied 2/3 of the entire demon territory. The demon race won in the end, and the Return to Ruins was killed. As the leader, the demon saint broke through the limit of power and became the great demon god, becoming the ruler of the entire demon territory. It was also because of that battle that the living environment of the entire demon territory became extremely bad, and many masters in the demon territory had no choice but to expand their territory and look for a more suitable world to live in. Every member of the demon race was familiar with this period of history, even the demon race in the reincarnation world was the same. That was why when he saw the black puppy use the devouring divine technique, the demon king immediately thought of the reputation of destroying the demon territory. Even though he couldn't determine whether this was Return to Ruins, the sense of crisis of life and death couldn't be faked. Once the Return to Ruins swallowed him, there was basically no chance of survival. He was scared out of his wits, and he hurriedly used the divine technique to escape. Only one of the 9 smokes hid the real body, and the other 8 were just a diversion. In front of this divine technique, even an enemy who was stronger than him wouldn't be able to stop him. The shadow demon was adept at escaping, and this was the best description. But this time, the shadow demon king miscalculated. Before the smokes could run more than 100 feet, they suddenly hit an invisible barrier. 8 of them collapsed, and the other one retreated. The shadow demon's figure reappeared, and his face was ashen. He raised his head and looked at the human in the sky. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, and the power of the law of space fluctuated around him. With him as the center, the space within a radius of 1,000 feet turned into a swamp. It suddenly became extremely sticky, and the edges were as hard as steel, turning into a cage. All the members of the demon race lowered their bodies, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai were also slightly uncomfortable, but Yang Kai didn't deliberately target them. In addition, the 2 dragon race members were quite strong, so they were much better off than the demon race members. Li Jiao groaned and seemed to have regained his consciousness, but he was seriously injured by Zhu Qing's palm on his chest. Now he could only lie on the ground, urging his emperor's qi to heal himself while resisting the corrosion of the demonic qi. "Bow wow, if you don't attack now, when will you?" Yang Kai said lightly. The black puppy immediately jumped up and pounced on the blood demon who had used the secret technique to sneak attack Zhu Lai. It clearly felt that this demon race was more delicious than the other demon race members. The blood demon's sneak attack on Zhu Lai had failed. Yang Kai's moon blade had cut off its secret technique, injuring its divine sense and greatly reducing its strength. When it saw the black puppy pouncing on it, its expression changed greatly. It turned around and turned into a bloody light, enveloping the black puppy instead of retreating. The Return to Ruins was a well-known name, so he had naturally heard of it. However, even if the black puppy in front of him had returned to Ruins, it was only a cub that had returned to Ruins. As a demon king, he naturally had the strength to contend with it. The bloody light spread out in the air, becoming bigger than a house. It was like a bloody net that was about to envelop the black puppy. The black puppy tilted its head and looked at it, looking very confused. It clearly didn't understand how this guy could become bigger than its mouth. It tried its best to open its mouth, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get bigger than the bloody net. It suddenly became angry and took a deep breath. An incomparably powerful suction force came, and screams came from the bloody net. It was like a pancake that was being folded and slowly pulled into the black puppy's huge mouth. Chapter 2973. The thick, blood-red light was sucked into the huge mouth. The blood demon reverted to his original form in a panic, but it made it even easier for the black puppy to devour him. The huge mouth suddenly closed, biting down on the blood demon's waist. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to break free. The blood demon's face paled in fright. He cried out for help, but which member of the demon race was bold enough to save him? The black puppy's aura was not powerful, but its unique aura made them feel a chill in their bones. Coupled with the shadow demon's cry for return to ruins earlier, they all trembled in fear. Right now, all they wanted to do was get as far away from this little thing as possible. The blood demon was devoured bit by bit. He was actually unable to use his divine technique at all. He was like an ordinary demon folk who had never cultivated before. He could not even use the demonic chi in his body. As far as the eye could see, this scene was extremely similar to a python devouring its prey. Snakes and pythons could devour prey that was much larger than themselves, so why couldn't the black puppy do the same? Dark red flames blossomed, and a scorching power erupted. It was the Zhu siblings who had made their move. The two of them were both red dragons, so they specialized in the origin energy of fire. As soon as they attacked, the temperature in the surroundings suddenly increased. The surroundings seemed to have turned into a furnace, about to melt all the demon race. Dragon breaths, spinning fireballs, and flaming blades swept through the air. The demon race were immediately sent flying. They were thrown into disarray. One by one, the demon race fell like weeds. The demon race had many people, and most of their divine technique was mysterious and difficult to defend against, but even if Yang Kai and Zhu Qing had not come, Zhu Lai would not have suffered any losses with his strength. An eighth-step red dragon, an existence that had surpassed the third layer of the Emperor realm, was enough to slaughter this demon race. In just a single exchange, more than half of the members of the demon race were killed or injured. None of those who were swept by the scorching flames survived, and all of them lost their lives. The succubus demon screamed, the shadow demon's expression changed, and the sand demon tried to escape by burrowing into the ground. However, the surrounding space was sealed, and the divine technique of burrowing into the ground could not be used. He was bounced out as soon as he plunged into the ground. Zhu Qing rushed forward and punched the scantily clad succubus demon with her delicate fist. A violent force exploded and turned her into a bloody mist. Not even her bones remained. She had been unhappy with this succubus demon for a long time. She secretly sent him flirtatious glances. She didn't know who she was throwing them at, but that person seemed to be enjoying it. Sand Devil had failed to escape underground. Just as he was about to stand firm, Zhu Lai's flaming blade came slashing down from the sky, splitting him into two halves. The remaining shadow demon couldn't do anything by himself. He turned his head and looked around. His army of 100 people was almost completely annihilated, and he was the only one left. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine, and his hands and feet turned cold. The two dragon race had not even revealed their true forms, yet they were already so powerful. If they did, they would still be able to defeat them even if they were 10 times stronger. Zhu Lai rushed toward the shadow demon. The shadow demon wanted to use the same life-saving divine technique again, but the dragon's might made him dizzy. How could he use it again? Zhu Lai smashed his fist toward him, shattering his head. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. It was a horrible sight to behold. At this moment, the black puppy had just swallowed the blood demon. A gulping sound came from its throat. It was still not satisfied, but when it turned around, there were no longer any living demon race members. The hundreds of demon race members were all dead. It snorted and ignored the corpses. It only raised its head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai hadn't made a move. Other than creating a spatial cage, he didn't kill any demon race. This was because he knew that there was no need for him to make a move. He landed beside Li Jiao and looked down at him. Li Jiao just happened to open his eyes. When he saw Yang Kai, he immediately revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Palace Master Yang, save me." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Brother Li, what do you mean by that? I see that Brother Li is full of energy and vigor. How could you need me to save you?" Li Jiao said anxiously, "Palace Master Yang, you can't lie through your teeth. I've been corrupted by the demonic qi. Can't you see?" He and Zhu Lai had been stranded in the reincarnation world, but they weren't as lucky as Yang Kai. No one had led them to the human sovereign city and they had remained in the outside world. When the laws of heaven and earth changed, the old demon qi filled the air. Even though Li Jiao was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, he still couldn't resist it. In the end, the demonic qi invaded his body. That trace of demonic qi was extremely difficult to deal with. It was like a maggot in one's bones and couldn't be dispelled no matter what. If it wasn't for this, with his cultivation, he wouldn't have been controlled by a succubus demon. Being injured by Zhu Qing was a small matter. It was only a matter of breaking a few bones and spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. He would be able to recover after a period of rest. Being corrupted by the demonic qi was life-threatening. If things went wrong, he might even become the demon race. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai was like seeing a life-saving straw. "I can see it, but there's nothing I can do about your situation," Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said. When Li Jiao heard this, he almost cried, "Palace Master Yang, you can't just stand by and watch me die. This Li only came because of you. If Palace Master Yang hadn't invited me, how could this Li have ended up here? Isn't it natural to be a tyrant in my Fire Dragon Palace? Now that I've ended up in this situation, Palace Master Yang should also take some responsibility." As he spoke, he secretly observed Yang Kai's expression, afraid that he would anger him. As expected, Yang Kai was very angry and said with a straight face, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. The reason you came with me was because we agreed on the conditions in advance. It wasn't that you didn't gain anything. What's more, I didn't cause you to be corrupted by the demonic qi. It was your own lack of strength and determination. What responsibility do I have to take?" Li Jiao said with a sad face, "Palace Master Yang, can you bear to see this Li be corrupted by the demonic qi, lose his mind, and become a demon?" Why can't I bear to?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Don't worry, if you really become a demon, this young master will definitely free you and give you a quick death." Li Jiao cursed in his heart, so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have followed Yang Kai to that damned frigid earth. Now that he had ended up like this, he didn't know what his future path was, so he was at a loss. All right, Yang Kai suddenly chuckled, patted him on the shoulder, and pulled him up. His change of expression was so quick that Li Jiao wasn't used to it. He looked at him blankly and said, "Palace Master Yang, what do you mean?" Yang Kai said, "It's just being corrupted by the demonic qi. If it were anyone else, they would have already been turned into a demon. Fortunately, Brother Li's cultivation is deep, so although you have been corrupted, it's not impossible to treat." Li Jiao's eyes lit up when he heard this and he quickly said, "This Li knew that Palace Master Yang wouldn't leave me in the lurch. I ask Palace Master Yang to teach me a way to save me." "A way to save you is right in front of you." Yang Kai chuckled. Li Jiao didn't understand. Yang Kai pointed to a spot not far away and said in a low voice, "Go find Zhu Lai and have him give you some dragon blood. Dragon blood has divinity, so it should be enough for you to expel the demonic qi." Li Jiao was frightened and his face paled. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Palace Master Yang, please don't joke like this. How could dragon blood be so easy to obtain? If Zhu Lai knew that I had such thoughts, I'm afraid he would slap me to death. This Li is just a little Jiao, how could I dare to have such thoughts? That's why you want to have such thoughts. With your background, if you can drink a mouthful of dragon blood, tsk tisk, gudong." Li Jiao couldn't help but gulp. Speaking of which, he was still a descendant of the dragon race. Although he was greatly suppressed by the dragon race's bloodline, if he could really drink a mouthful of dragon blood, it would be of great help to his strength. It would definitely raise his bloodline to a new level. Yang Kai's words sounded inconceivable at first, but they echoed in his ears like magic, causing him to become restless. His eyes flashed with excitement and the demonic qi on his body seemed to thicken a little. Yang Kai saw this but didn't point it out. He only chuckled and turned his head to the side. On the other side, Zhu Qing and her brother seemed to be up to something. One of them looked as if she had made a huge mistake. Her eyes were darting around, and she didn't dare to look at the other party at all. The other one was shocked and kept looking at his sister as if he was trying to get to know her all over again. Zhu Qing's face turned slightly red and her eyes drifted even more. "You." After a while, Zhu Lai opened his mouth to speak, "How did you advance to the 9th rank?" From the moment they met just now, Zhu Lai felt that something was wrong. Zhu Qing's bloodline seemed to be a lot purer than his. One must know that when she left Dragon Island last time, the siblings were both at the 8th rank. It was very difficult to advance in the dragon race's bloodline. On one hand, it was affected by the inheritance of one's parents. On the other hand, it was also dependent on one's own efforts and the support of Dragon Island. All three were indispensable. The siblings were one of the few powerhouses on Dragon Island. The 8th rank was already very impressive, and even the Great Elder was only at the 10th rank. The Great Elder once asserted that the siblings would very likely stay at the 8th rank for the rest of their lives. There was only a very small hope for them to break through to the 9th rank. The Great Elder lived a long life and his vision was very sharp. Usually, the things he said wouldn't change too much. The truth was indeed so. Ever since the siblings advanced to the 8th rank, it became more and more difficult for their bloodline to advance. No matter how many dragon blood flowers they ate, no matter how long they secluded themselves in the dragon palace, there was no obvious effect. He never thought that he would suddenly see his own sister become a 9th-ranked giant dragon. This was simply too inconceivable. Zhu Lai believed that he didn't see wrongly. The dragon race was very sensitive to each other's bloodline. Even if Zhu Qing didn't reveal her true form, the aura of the 9th rank couldn't be faked. Zhu Lai felt like his heart was being scratched by a cat. He was jealous and envious of his sister's advancement. He really wanted to know the secret of Zhu Qing's advancement. Zhu Qing didn't reply, but her expression became even more bashful. Zhu Lai asked again. Only then did Zhu Qing said softly, "The opportunity came, impossible." Zhu Lai immediately denied. He felt that Zhu Qing was too petty. She actually wanted to keep this a secret. His curiosity grew even stronger. "Qing, you're already at the 9th rank?" Yang Kai walked over and asked in surprise. Chapter 2974. After asking, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that in the imperial palace of the human sovereign city, Zhu Qing had once shown her true form, which was a huge red dragon that was 300 feet long. Zhu Lai's form in Azure Sun Temple at that time seemed to be smaller than hers, only 200 feet long. Similar to his situation, the purity of the dragon race's bloodline could be seen from the size of her true form. It seemed that Zhu Qing's bloodline was really stronger than Zhu Lai's. Zhu Lai was not lying when he said that she was a ninth-order dragon. However, there was one thing that made Yang Kai feel very strange: ninth order is ninth order, it's a good thing. Don't you dragon race always pursue the purity of your bloodline? Qing, why are you blushing? Impossible, impossible, how is this possible? Zhu Lai muttered, his eyebrows knitted together. He couldn't understand how Zhu Qing could be promoted to the ninth order in such a short time. He felt indignant in his heart, feeling that the heavens were unfair. Why didn't such a good thing fall on his head? He suddenly turned his head and looked at Yang Kai coldly, asking in a cold voice, "What did you call her just now?" He was shocked by the promotion of Zhu Qing's bloodline and didn't pay much attention to how Yang Kai addressed his sister. Now that he had recovered, he felt that something was wrong. How could such an intimate address come from the mouth of a human? This was simply blasphemy to the dragon race, an insult. However, Zhu Qing didn't refute. He suddenly realized something and his tone became colder, murderous intent lingering. "What did you call me just now?" Yang Kai stepped forward and stood side by side with Zhu Qing, and then under Zhu Lai's surprised gaze, he reached out and grabbed Zhu Qing's shoulder, grinning at him. "You are Qing's younger brother, of course I call you brother-in-law." Zhu Qing twisted her body, but she couldn't get rid of Yang Kai's evil claws. She could only let him do what he wanted. Zhu Lai's pupils suddenly shrank. He wasn't an idiot. Seeing that Zhu Qing didn't reject Yang Kai's intimate actions and instead welcomed him, coupled with the way Yang Kai addressed the two of them, an unimaginable thought finally emerged. His face turned ashen in an instant, as if it was covered by a layer of frost. On the other side, Li Jiao's mouth was so wide open that it could fit an egg. His mind was in turmoil as he looked at Yang Kai. He felt as if he was looking up at a tall mountain, and a feeling of admiration involuntarily appeared in his heart. Was this the act of riding a dragon? Am I dreaming? If that was the case, wouldn't Palace Master Yang be Dragon Island's son-in-law? How could this be? He simply prostrated himself in admiration towards Yang Kai in his heart. Previously, he still had some complaints in his heart, but now, he couldn't bring up this kind of resentment. Compared to what he did, he could even do something as heinous as riding a dragon on Dragon Island. Was there anything in this world that he didn't dare to do? Zhu Lai's eyes were burning like flames. He looked at Zhu Qing, then looked at Yang Kai, and asked in a deep voice, "You guys, aren't you joking?" Yang Kai frowned as he sensed Zhu Lai's murderous intent. He said with some displeasure, "Do I look like I'm joking with you? I want to hear your answer." Zhu Lai didn't pay attention to him and only looked at Zhu Qing. "How can you talk to your sister like that?" Yang Kai's face sank as he said fiercely, "Don't think that I won't beat you up just because you're my brother-in-law. If you don't know the difference between superior and inferior, be careful that I don't beat you up until your sister can't recognize you." Zhu Lai's neck stiffened as his murderous intent burst forth. He stared at Yang Kai and said in a low voice, "I couldn't ask for more. Yo, you dare to open a dye house just because I gave you some face. Today, I, as your brother-in-law, will teach you how to behave properly." Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and was about to walk forward, but Zhu Qing reached out and pulled him back. "Why are you pulling me?" Yang Kai's face was unhappy. "Your brother is a bit lawless, so he needs to be taught a lesson. Don't worry, I won't kill him. I just plan to break a few bones so that he will remember how to talk to you." Zhu Qing gently shook her head, looked at Zhu Lai, and said, "You saw and heard everything. I have nothing to say." Zhu Lai trembled and staggered a few steps. Although Yang Kai's words and actions were all signs, and he had already guessed it, when Zhu Qing confirmed his guess, he still found it hard to accept. The dignified dragon race, the ninth-rank red dragon, the leader of all creatures, actually gave herself to a human. This was simply a disgrace to the Dragon Island. A disgrace to the entire dragon race. "Zhu Qing, you disappoint me too much. Zhu Lai slowly shook his head, his disappointment was obvious. How can you be so muddle-headed? Yang Kai coldly snorted, you're talking as if I'm a bad person. Zhu Lai, this young master is finding you more and more unpleasant. Same here. Zhu Lai coldly glanced at Yang Kai. The two's gazes collided, and sparks flew everywhere. It looked like a fight could break out at any time. Zhu Qing smiled faintly, and said, I don't think I'm muddle-headed. On the contrary, I think this is the greatest happiness in my life. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's displeasure towards Zhu Lai disappeared in an instant. His whole body was filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction, and he laughed foolishly. Zhu Lai bitterly said, women, no matter how strong they are all fools. You should know what the consequences of doing this are. Zhu Qing's face turned slightly pale. She lightly pursed her red lips and nodded. Then why are you still doing this? Zhu Lai roared hysterically, his face full of resentment for failing to meet his expectations. Zhu Qing did not answer, and said with her head lowered, even if I had another chance to choose, I would still do this. Crazy, really crazy. Zhu Lai kept shaking his head. He looked at Zhu Qing, and then looked at Yang Kai. His expression kept changing, and it was extremely complicated. After a while, he said softly, it's because of him that you can become a 9th-rank red dragon, right? I see, I thought this was your opportunity, but I didn't expect. Hee hee. Zhu Qing's face turned slightly red. Obviously, she agreed with Zhu Lai's words. Yang Kai widened his eyes and looked at Zhu Qing strangely, what does your promotion to the 9th rank have to do with me? How could it have anything to do with me? He had no idea when Zhu Qing had broken through to the 9th rank. Don't ask any more, Zhu Qing said shyly. Looking at her appearance, Yang Kai suddenly remembered those 2 crazy days in the mysterious small world. At that time, he seemed to have faintly noticed that Zhu Qing's aura had changed, but he did not investigate it. Now that he thought about it, it was likely that her bloodline had already improved at that time. If that was the case, Yang Kai changed his tone and quietly asked, Qing, is it because my primordial yang qi has some effect on you, that? Zhu Qing reached out and pinched his arm, replying with embarrassment, where did you get this primordial yang qi from? Yang Kai chuckled dryly before winking at her and continuing to send her a divine sense message, you know, it's that. Zhu Qing nodded gently, you have the ancestral dragon bloodline, the essence of your bloodline, it's very helpful to a dragon race cultivator like me. She had never discussed such an explicit topic with a man before, so she couldn't help blushing. Is it really because of me that you were able to break through to the 9th rank? Yang Kai kept asking. And, Zhu Qing's cheeks burned even more. Does that mean that as long as the 2 of us work together and train hard? Yang Kai's eyes darted around as he suddenly felt enlightened, there will be a chance for you to upgrade your bloodline to a higher grade. Let's not talk about this anymore. Zhu Qing bit her red lips, too embarrassed to continue discussing this topic with Yang Kai. I get it, I get it. Yang Kai chuckled. Zhu Lai looked on coldly from the side, seeing the 2 of them exchanging flirtatious glances, as if they were in love, he wanted to reach out and gouge out his own eyes. He really couldn't understand what Zhu Qing was thinking, why she would make such a stupid choice. He sneered, enjoy yourself while you still can, you'll regret it sooner or later. I find that you're really annoying. Yang Kai looked coldly at Zhu Lai, if you weren't my brother-in-law, I would definitely teach you a lesson. Zhu Lai gritted his teeth, do you think I like being your brother-in-law? Don't flatter yourself. Yang Kai said angrily, if I don't teach you a lesson today, my surname isn't Yang. Qing, stand to the side. As he spoke, he pushed Zhu Qing aside, let out a low shout, and directly used the dragon form secret technique. His body suddenly expanded, turning into a 4.5-meter giant, and smashed a fist at Zhu Lai. Under the influence of the bloodline suppression, Zhu Lai couldn't transform into a giant dragon at all, and his cultivation was suppressed by more than 40%. He was secretly shocked. When he fought with Yang Kai last time, this guy didn't seem to be this big, and he only suppressed him because he had a breakthrough. But this time, his ancestral dragon's origin had merged even more. Zhu Lai could only desperately defend against the power of that fist. With a boom, Zhu Lai was sent flying by the giant fist, and his body flashed wildly. Yang Kai chased after him, and without waiting for him to adjust his posture, a storm of attacks came at him. With a series of crackling sounds, Zhu Lai was like a punching bag being hit here and there. "Stop hitting him." Zhu Qing was so anxious that she stomped her feet. One was her man, and the other was her brother. Why couldn't they get along well? They were like enemies the moment they met, and she was stuck in the middle, which was very difficult. "Don't worry, I'm just teaching him a lesson, I won't beat him to death." Yang Kai replied from afar, but he didn't show any mercy. In any case, the skin of an 8th-rank red dragon was thick, and it was very durable. The situation was one-sided, and Li Jiao was trembling with fear as he watched. His admiration for Yang Kai increased by a lot. Not only did he ride a dragon, but he actually beat up his own brother-in-law like this. Throughout history, there was probably no one else besides this Palace Master Yang. But then again, this Palace Master Yang probably didn't know that he had provoked a huge disaster. If you have the ability, don't rely on the bloodline suppression. Zhu Lai took the fist. Although he wouldn't be seriously injured, he had lost all his face. He had nowhere to vent his anger, so he could only use his mouth. "You said this last time, don't you remember your end, stupid boy?" Yang Kai snorted, and continued to punch and kick him. Chapter 2975. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhu Lai lay on the ground with a bruised face. His clothes were disheveled, and he was panting heavily. He looked like a helpless young girl who had been ravaged by 100 strong men. His eyes were swollen, and his eyes were narrowed into slits. It was almost unnoticeable. His handsome face was even more tragic, almost deformed. "Next time, if you dare to disrespect me or Qing, you'll end up like this." Yang Kai looked down at him condescendingly. Zhu Lai tilted his head to the side, ignoring him. He secretly decided that where there was life, there was hope. Didn't the human race have a saying, "A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him"? He would endure for a moment so that he could erupt at a better time. One day, he would let this dragon know how powerful he was. Yang Kai withdrew his dragon transformation art and returned to his original form. "Yang. Palace Master Yang." Li Jiao's timid voice came from the other side. "Save me." Yang Kai turned his head to look, and suddenly felt like laughing. He saw that the little black dog had unknowingly run to Li Jiao's side, and was sniffing at him. Its eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity, and it would occasionally stick out its tongue to lick Li Jiao's exposed skin. Li Jiao had been eroded by the demonic qi, emitting a smell similar to the demon race. It was probably because of this that he attracted the little black dog's attention. The scene of it swallowing a blood demon king was still vivid in his mind, so Li Jiao was very afraid of this little beast. In addition, this was a pet beast brought by Yang Kai, so he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only ask Yang Kai for help. "Bow wow, that's not food." Yang Kai called out. Only then did the little black dog glance at Li Jiao reluctantly. It then obediently walked back and leaped into Zhu Qing's arms. "Perverted dog." Yang Kai looked at it with disdain. Speaking of which, the little black dog used to only be close to him, but ever since it met Zhu Qing, it had always been by her side, refusing to leave. Zhu Qing said, "What nonsense are you saying, it's a female dog." Tai Yang was flabbergasted, "Are you serious?" He had never paid attention to the little black dog's gender. He walked over and grabbed the little black dog's tail, wanting to lift it up to take a look. However, Zhu Qing slapped his hand away. "What's the big deal about taking a look?" Yang Kai mumbled and didn't dwell on this matter any longer. He looked at Li Jiao and Zhu Lai and said, "Since you found him, let's set off for Yin Wind Mountain." Li Jiao asked, "What kind of place is Yin Foam Mountain?" Yang Kai said, "If you want to leave this world, that's the only exit." Li Jiao's spirit was immediately shaken as he stood up energetically. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off quickly." Among the people present, his cultivation was not the lowest. After all, there was Yang Kai, who was at the bottom. However, in terms of combat effectiveness, he was undoubtedly the weakest. Moreover, he was eroded by the demonic qi and felt uncomfortable all over. He could not wait to leave this damned place as soon as possible. "Let's go." Yang Kai summoned his flowing cloud shuttle as he spoke. Zhu Qing walked in with the little black dog in her arms. Li Jiao also entered the shuttle with a smile on his face. Yang Kai turned his head and looked not far away. "Do you want to come in?" "Humph." Zhu Lai coldly snorted, an expression of disdain on his face. Anyone who had just been beaten up would not be in a good mood, let alone in the dragon race. "Forget it if you don't want to come." Yang Kai curled his lips and did not insist. In any case, he had already invited them, so they could not blame him if they did not want to come in. Zhu Lai did not treat him as his brother-in-law, so there was no need for him to warm up to them. He directly entered the shuttle and identified the direction. Circulating his emperor qi, he drove the flowing cloud shuttle in the direction of Yin Wind Mountain. The speed of a flying emperor artifact was extremely fast. The flowing cloud shuttle turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Jiao was very self-aware. He found a corner and sat down cross-legged, urging his strength to resist the erosion of the demonic qi. The restlessness in his heart continued to grow. Yang Kai had just encouraged him to go to Zhu Lai for some dragon blood to suppress and expel the demonic qi in his body. Although it sounded unrealistic, he took it seriously. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good idea. Dragon blood had divinity and could definitely expel and suppress the demonic qi. For a flood dragon like him, dragon blood had another important function, which was to purify his bloodline. His cultivation had already reached its peak, and there was no hope for him to improve in this lifetime. If he wanted to increase his strength, the only way was to start with his bloodline. Back then, he had narrowly escaped death and brought back a dragon blood flower from the frozen ground. For 300 years, he had continuously used his own blood to cultivate it. When the melon had finally ripened, it had fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Every time he thought about it, he felt his heart ache. At that time, the one who had taken the dragon blood flower from him was Zhu Qing, a member of the dragon race. He did not even dare to think about retaliating. However, compared to true and pure dragon blood, the dragon blood flower was simply too weak. If he could obtain a drop of dragon blood, the benefits would be much greater than consuming 100 dragon blood flowers. The more he thought about it, the more difficult it was for him to control himself. He definitely could not beat Zhu Lai in a fight. He was wondering if he should tell Zhu Lai. Maybe he would agree to give him a drop of dragon blood. With his head full of random thoughts and the demonic qi in his body tumbling, the little black dog raised its head from Zhu Qing's arms and stared at Li Jiao with burning eyes. On the other side, Yang Kai smiled and comforted, "Don't worry, he's following us." Zhu Qing sighed and said, "Don't bully him like this in the future. Most people in the dragon race have this kind of temper. He didn't do it on purpose." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Your temper doesn't seem to be like this." Although Zhu Qing was indeed extremely arrogant when they first met, as if she didn't put anyone in her eyes, things changed after that. "Only towards you. Who told you to?" Zhu Qing glared at him fiercely. "I should have known that you weren't a good person. Then why did you keep following me? Yang Kai stuck his face close to her. Zhu Qing reached out and blocked his chest, then shyly gestured to the side. Yang Kai looked at Li Jiao, who was meditating, and angrily cursed. If he hadn't known, he wouldn't have let this guy come up. The reincarnation world really wasn't that big. With the flowing cloud shuttle's speed, Yang Kai and the others arrived near the Yin Wind Mountain in just a day. In the distance, a huge ancient castle stood a few hundred kilometers away from a mountain peak. The ancient castle's construction was extremely rough and ferocious. From afar, it looked like a ferocious beast that was crawling there, ready to devour people at any time. Outside the ancient castle, there were all kinds of buildings scattered all over the place. There was no plan at all, and the messy buildings formed a special city in this place. Demon Fury City. The gathering point of the demon race in the reincarnation world. The entire Demon Fury City was much larger than the human sovereign city. After all, the Demon Fury City didn't need any barriers to resist the changes in the laws of heaven and earth. The demon race wasn't like the human race. No matter how the laws of the reincarnation world changed, they wouldn't be affected too much. It could even be said that when the laws of the demon territory leaned towards them, they were like fish in water. At this place, the demonic qi outside was already quite dense. Moreover, the demonic qi here had a trace of icy characteristics. It could almost be called the cold demonic qi. It was because the Demon Fury City was close to the foot of the Yin Wind Mountain, and the Yin wind blowing from the Yin Wind Mountain had this characteristic. It was bone-chilling and caused people to develop demonic thoughts. The demon race built the Demon Fury City here for the sake of better cultivation. The closer it was to the Yin Wind Mountain, the denser the demonic qi was, and the more suitable it was for the demon race to increase their strength. Hundreds of thousands of years of research allowed them to reduce the influence of the cold as much as possible while absorbing the demonic qi into their bodies, turning it into their capital for growth. When the flowing cloud shuttle broke through the void, many experts in the Devil Fury City naturally sensed it. Numerous figures flew up from the city and hovered in the void. In the blink of an eye, the sky above the Demon Fury City was densely packed with people. There were at least several thousand of them, and there was no lack of Demon King-level existences among them. The flowing cloud shuttle stopped outside the Demon Fury City, and Yang Kai slowly walked out of it. Countless pairs of eyes focused on him as powerful divine consciousness swept over, causing the surrounding void to distort and deform. Yang Kai had a calm expression on his face, and a faint smile on his face. "Insolent human, how dare you trespass into my Demon Fury City? You're simply courting death. Who are you? Tell me your name. Kill him, kill him. Let me do it, I want to suck his yang qi dry and let him die." One demon king after another shouted. No human had ever dared to come to the Demon Fury City so openly, it was simply unreasonable. Many demon kings felt that the dignity of the demon race had been violated, so naturally they couldn't just ignore it. The pitch-black demonic qi soared into the sky, blotting out the sky, turning into a huge black cloud that slowly advanced towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled lightly and said in a clear voice, "This young master wants to go to the Yinfeng mountain range and is just passing by. I have no intention of starting a conflict with you, so if it is convenient, I hope you can accommodate me." Haha, what did this little brat just say? He wants to go to the Yinfeng mountain range. Is he courting death? Everyone says that humans don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and now it seems that this is indeed the case. With such little strength, he wants to go to the Yinfeng mountain range. This king is going to laugh himself to death. Little brother, why are you courting death? Even we demon kings don't dare approach the Yinfeng mountain range lightly. If you go there, I'm afraid you will die 10 times out of 10. Why don't you stay and chat with elder sister? Elder sister is very lonely here. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks for elder sister's concern, but I really do want to go to the Yinfeng mountain range, so I can only accept elder sister's kindness. Can I trouble elder sister to tell the other demon kings to let me pass? The succubus demon who spoke had a faint smile on his face and a pure expression, making people involuntarily have a good impression of him. After listening to Yang Kai's words, he asked with a naive expression, "Little brother, why are you going to the Yinfeng mountain range?" "It is rumored that the Yinfeng mountain range has a way to leave this world, so I want to go look for it." The succubus demon nodded. "There is indeed such a rumor, but whether it is true or not, no one can guarantee. It's fine, it's fine. I'm just giving it a try. If I really can't find a way out, then I'll come back and accompany elder sister. Little brother has a big tool and good skills, so he definitely won't disappoint elder sister." The succubus demon covered her mouth and laughed. "Ayaya, what are you saying, little brother? It's really embarrassing." "AI, alright, seeing how sincere you are, elder sister will help you ask, but whether they are willing to let you pass is not something I can control." Chapter 2976. As the succubus demon spoke, he actually turned around and asked in place of Yang Kai. However, the demon kings that were asked all shook their heads and looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a dead person. Their eyes were filled with ridicule and mockery. The succubus demon turned around and looked at Yang Kai with a regretful expression. "Little brother, it's not that this big sister doesn't want to help, but they aren't willing to let you pass. What do you think we should do?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "No matter what, I still have to thank this big sister. And, you should stand to the side." "What are you planning to do?" The succubus demon was slightly startled. Yang Kai said seriously, "Since they aren't willing to take the initiative to back away, then we can only use force. Big sister, you look so delicate and weak, so it's best if you stand a bit further away to avoid accidentally injuring yourself." The succubus demon was dumbfounded when he heard this. He felt that Yang Kai's words were extremely absurd. A mere low-rank demon king was actually spouting nonsense here. Was he not tired of living? However, seeing that his expression was extremely sincere, the succubus demon cautiously asked, "Are you saying, you want to fight?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and immediately started fighting. With a raise of his hand, the simple and unadorned mountains and rivers bell appeared. An extremely ancient and desolate aura spread out with a bang, and the profound patterns on the bell flickered with light. A force that could suppress all things descended from the sky, like an invisible heavy hammer smashing down. Sensing this suppressive force, many of the demon race's powerhouses in the air paled. This was because under this suppressive force, they felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on them. Their blood and chi surged, and they couldn't breathe properly. Their bodies involuntarily began to fall. Some of the weaker demon commanders coughed up blood and began to dance in the air. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't stabilize themselves and began to fall one after another. Even those demon kings with profound cultivations found it difficult to move freely. They had no choice but to use secret techniques to break free from the restraints of this suppressive force. The mountains and rivers bell suddenly grew in size and directly pressed down from the sky. The huge shadow of the bell covered the light in front of several demon kings. Amidst their panicked screams, the bell swallowed them like the mouth of a giant beast. With a loud bang, the mountains and rivers bell fell to the ground, and the entire Devil's Wrath city shook 3 times. Many of the buildings that weren't very sturdy collapsed in an instant. The entire place was silent as the eyes of all the members of the demon race were filled with shock as they stared blankly at the huge bell. Below the bell, there should be several demon king with high cultivation being suppressed, one of which could even be ranked in the top 10 of the entire demon rage city. However, such a powerful demon king didn't even have time to react in the face of such a terrifying attack. Right now, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The answer would be revealed soon. Yang Kai formed a seal and the mountains and rivers bell shrank and flew back to his hand, leaving behind several mutilated corpses on the ground. Each corpse looked like a biscuit, as if someone had rolled their corpses with a rolling pin. Gasps rang out as the faces of all the members of the demon race changed. The demon kings who had previously ridiculed Yang Kai couldn't say a word, only fear spreading in their hearts. Every member of the demon race unconsciously stepped back, wanting to open up the distance between them and Yang Kai. A casual attack from him had such power. Who in Devil's Wrath City could stand against him? Even the most powerful demon king couldn't do this. If they really provoked this person to start a massacre here, it was likely that the entire Devil's Wrath City would be destroyed. Ha! The succubus demon who had spoken earlier turned pale as she swallowed her saliva and said, "Little brother, you're really bad. You actually pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger to scare others. Big sister was almost scared to death by you." She squeezed out a smile on her face, but it was uglier than crying. Her voice was trembling, obviously she was extremely scared. Although she was a demon king, her strength was only in the lower tier of the entire Devil's Wrath City. If that attack had been used on her, she definitely wouldn't have had a good end. Only now did she realize that this harmless smiling human actually possessed such destructive power. Yang Kai held the mountains and rivers bell in his hand and shook his head. "Big sister, what you said is wrong." "What's wrong?" The succubus demon's heart skipped a beat, knowing that she had said something wrong and was in for a bad time. She glanced at the small bell in horror, her body couldn't help but tremble. Yang Kai sternly said, "I never said that I wasn't a tiger, so how could I pretend to be one?" Yes, that's exactly the reason." The succubus demon repeatedly agreed, "They were the ones who had eyes but failed to see, looking down on us like dogs. They deserved to die." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Big sister really knows how to chat. I can't help but want to chat with Big sister for a while longer. Ayaya, what should I do? I still have urgent matters to attend to." Ha! The succubus demon's face stiffened as she turned to the side and said, "Since you have urgent matters to attend to, then go quickly. Don't delay the time." "Fine." Yang Kai nodded, "Then this young master will take his leave first. Now, no one wants to stop me, right?" The succubus demon shook her head and said, "Naturally, no one is blind." The many demon kings all wore solemn expressions, but none of them dared to speak casually. They were afraid that if they spoke too much, they would provoke that human again and kill a few more of them. "That's good." Yang Kai winked at the succubus demon, "Big sister, you don't have to be so sad and worried. This young master might come back again. When that time comes, I'll definitely talk with Big Sister through the candlelight and let Big Sister experience this little brother's charm." "How am I sad and worried?" The succubus demon cursed in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it. She was feeling very uncomfortable inside. The group of demon kings also had ugly expressions. Yang Kai's words made their hearts jump. They only wanted this guy to quickly get lost and die in the ill-wind mountains. How could they hope for him to come back and kill them? Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't say anything else. Otherwise, these demon kings might really go crazy. The flowing cloud shuttle once again tore through the sky, heading straight for the ill-wind mountains a few hundred li away. The succubus demon fiercely breathed out. She felt that her entire body was drenched in sweat. When the cold wind blew, her entire body felt cold. Many pairs of eyes looked at her. The succubus demon gritted her teeth and said, "What are you all looking at me for? I didn't kill them." "You shouldn't have said so much to him." A powerful demon king coldly snorted. Demon Fury City had never lost so much face before. Not only had someone barge into their city, but he had even killed a few demon kings without the slightest hesitation. Unfortunately, no one was able to stop that human's violence. The demon race had lost all face. Naturally, they needed someone to take the blame for this. And the succubus demon, who was the only one who had come in contact with Yang Kai, was the best and only choice. How can you blame me for this? The succubus demon screamed, feeling that she had been wronged. If you had talked to him properly, Demon Fury City wouldn't have suffered such an unexpected calamity. The succubus demon looked at the Demon King in a daze. She never thought that this would be the reason for her being scolded. Someone else is coming. The Demon King turned its head and saw a handsome red-haired young man walking over. His expression was gloomy and his eyebrows were furrowed. It was obvious that he was worried about something. He had barged into Demon Fury City without the slightest scruple, treating all the demon race powerhouses as if they were nothing. It was as if he had entered his own backyard. The Demon King was enraged. Demon Fury City had stood tall in the reincarnation world for hundreds of thousands of years. When had it ever been looked down upon like this? The human who had barged in before was fine. Although his cultivation wasn't very high, his treasure was shockingly powerful. Who did this guy think he was? He signaled with his eyes, and many of the demon race powerhouses immediately flew into the air to block the red-haired young man's path. Zhu Lai stopped and coldly swept his gaze forward. The anger in his heart was like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. The matter between Zhu Qing and Yang Kai had made him extremely annoyed, but what was done couldn't be undone. He didn't know how to deal with it in the future. He had nowhere to vent his anger, but now someone had come knocking on his door. He took a deep breath and calmed his emotions as much as possible. He calmly asked, "Who is the strongest here?" This question was a bit strange, but many of the demon race powerhouses still subconsciously glanced in a certain direction. Under everyone's gazes, a tall and sturdy man with a monstrous demonic chi stepped forward and said in a thunderous voice, "This King Hao Fei, who are you?" It was the guy who had reprimanded the succubus demon. Among all the demon kings, he was recognized as the strongest. He was only one step away from breaking through the shackles and becoming a demon saint. He was confident that he could make a breakthrough within 100 years. As long as he could become a demon saint, he could launch a large-scale attack on the human sovereign city and change the situation in the reincarnation world that had remained unchanged for hundreds of thousands of years. He could enslave the humans and turn this world into the backyard of the demon race. He had the ambition and the potential to do so. Just now, Yang Kai had used the mountains and rivers bell to unleash a terrifying attack. He had thought about it for a moment and estimated that he wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack, so he had swallowed his pride. But now, he couldn't be a coward. The demon race were warlike and worshipped the strong. If he didn't answer, he would be looked down upon by his people, which would be detrimental to his own cultivation. He secretly made up his mind to humiliate this red-haired young man and let him know the strength of the strongest powerhouse in Demon Fury City. He looked ahead disdainfully, his eyes empty, as if he didn't put anything in his eyes. Zhu Lai lightly spat out a single word, "Die." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body turned into a streak of fire and crashed towards the Demon King called Hao Fei like a meteor. His movements were as fast as lightning. Hao Fei's expression changed. When Zhu Lai made his move, he instinctively felt the strength of his opponent. He hurriedly activated his demonic chi to resist. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar suddenly rang out, causing pain to one's eardrums. This dragon's roar seemed to contain an extremely strange power. When it entered Hao Fei's ears, it actually caused the demonic chi in his body to pause and show signs of dispersing. He was shocked and quickly stabilized his mind. But at this moment, his vision suddenly turned fiery red. It was as if the entire world was burning, and an incomparably large dragon head suddenly appeared, covering the entire sky. Those majestic dragon eyes looked down at him from above, causing Hao Fei's entire body to stiffen and his hands and feet to turn cold. Chapter 2977. In the blink of an eye, Hao Fei's body shook and froze in place. The sound of something shattering came from inside his body. Zhu Lai's whereabouts were revealed behind Hao Fei. He exhaled softly, and his mood suddenly became much better. He coldly snorted and ignored the other demon race members. He chased after Hao Fei. No one tried to stop him, and no one dared to. It wasn't until a long time after Zhu Lai had left that a demon called out Hao Fei's name softly, but he didn't get a response. Hao Fei was frozen in midair as if he had been immobilized. His expression and eyes didn't change in the slightest, like a lifelike statue. Master Hao Fei. Master Hao Fei. The succubus demon boldly walked forward and touched Hao Fei. With a boom, Hao Fei's entire body exploded. He turned into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a corpse. Screams and gasps filled the air. Every demon's eyes trembled as they stared at the blood mist in the air. They almost thought that they were dreaming. The number one expert of Rage Devil City, the famous Lord Hao Fei, was actually dead. He had been killed by a red-haired young man who had appeared out of nowhere. If they hadn't seen this with their own eyes, no member of the demon race would have believed it. But the truth was right in front of them, so they had no choice but to believe it. Compared to the scene of the human using a treasure to kill several demon kings, the demon race was even more shocked that Hao Fei had been killed in one move. After the shock, there was confusion. Who was that red-haired young man? What was that human's background? They had never heard of such a strong person in the human sovereign city. If those two were really from the human sovereign city, then the demon race wouldn't have a place in the reincarnation world. They would have been exterminated a long time ago. The Devil's Fury City had suffered a series of great changes. First, a few devil kings had died, and then, the strongest master of the clan had actually disappeared without a trace. The entire Devil's Fury City was suddenly shrouded in a layer of shadow, and every devil race was in a state of panic, fearing that the two fellows would come back and kill them. If that really happened, no one in the Devil's Fury City would be able to stop them. They won't live for long. A demon king shouted, they went to Ill-Wind Mountain, a place of certain death. They won't come back, so there's nothing to worry about. When these words were said, many members of the demon race were shocked. They remembered that Yang Kai had said that he would go to Ill-Wind Mountain to find a way to leave this place. It was as if a ray of light had appeared in a hopeless situation. The demon race was no longer as frightened. However, this time, Demon Fury City had suffered heavy losses. Although not many of their clansmen had died, all of them were demon kings. Among them, one was the strongest person, and another was ranked in the top 10. If this news were to spread to the human sovereign city, the humans there would become restless. For a time, many members of the demon race were anxious. About 1,000 meters down the middle of Ill-Wind Mountain, Yang Kai and the others stopped, all of them wearing dignified expressions. Previously, he had used the flowing cloud shuttle to fly all the way here, but he couldn't go any further after thousands of feet. He had no choice but to walk out of the flowing cloud shuttle and endure the cold wind blowing from the top of the mountain. He took the lead, Zhu Qing hugged the little black dog in the middle, and Li Jiao brought up the rear. After advancing for thousands of feet like this, Yang Kai actually felt like he couldn't go any further. Ill-Wind Mountain was truly worthy of its name. The ancient books in the human sovereign city only recorded a drop in the ocean about it. Yang Kai had tried his best to overestimate the dangers of Ill-Wind Mountain, but he had still underestimated it. There were no other obstacles on this mountain, only the constant cold demonic chi blowing down from the top of the mountain. This cold demonic chi not only contained the unique frigid cold of the frozen earth, but also the dense demonic chi of the demon territory. When the two were mixed together, they complemented each other and multiplied their power. Even though Yang Kai's cultivation was strong, he was still unable to resist the raging cold demonic chi. His emperor chi leaked out like a flood from a broken dam, and after just advancing 1,000 feet, he was already exhausted. Looking up, the fog was so thick that it was impossible to tell where the top of the mountain was. "Let me do it," Zhu Qing said. Yang Kai nodded and did not insist, retreating behind Zhu Qing, allowing her to take the lead while he took the opportunity to take a spirit pill to restore his strength. In such an environment, it was the most difficult for those in the lead because most of the cold demonic qi blowing down from the top of the mountain would be resisted by those in the lead, while those behind would only need to pay a small price to keep up. Li Jiao, who was at the back of the group, was pale and showed a flattering smile to Yang Kai, a fawning expression on his face. In terms of resistance to this cold demonic qi, he was undoubtedly the weakest. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was not as good as his, whether it was his dragon race bloodline or the pure demonic qi sealed in his body, he had a unique resistance to this cold demonic qi. The same was true for Zhu Qing. The bloodline of a ninth-order red dragon was not to be trifled with. The dragon race was born with a powerful resistance to all kinds of forces, which was directly proportional to the strength of their bloodline. Therefore, if Li Jiao wanted to leave this world through Yin Wind Mountain, he had to rely on the strength of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. He was afraid that he would be left behind and felt uneasy in the depths of his heart. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him. While circulating his secret art to dissolve the effects of the spirit pill, he silently observed the changes in the cold demonic qi, just in case. Ha! Zhu Qing suddenly let out a low cry, as if she had discovered something extremely unexpected. Yang Kai asked nervously, "What's wrong?" "Bow wow, it's..." Yang Kai hurriedly looked over and immediately revealed a surprised expression. He saw that the little black dog in Zhu Qing's arms had actually opened its mouth and moved against the flow of the cold demonic qi. A large amount of cold demonic qi was swallowed into its stomach, greatly reducing the resistance that everyone felt. As if it had felt the gazes of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, it actually shook its head proudly and opened its mouth even wider. With the resistance reduced, Zhu Qing, who was walking at the very front, was almost unable to feel the interference of the cold demonic qi, and her speed suddenly increased by a lot. This beast is truly miraculous. Li Jiao hurriedly flattered, a fawning expression on his face as he said, "I wonder where Palace Master Yang found such a divine beast. His luck is truly not shallow." Yang Kai leisurely turned his head and glanced at him. "Brother Li is full of energy. If you have the leisure to chat, you might as well take the lead." Of course, Li Jiao submissively replied, wanting to slap his own mouth. The little black dog's miraculous display allowed the speed of the group of three to suddenly increase by a lot. In just a short incense stick's worth of time, they had advanced more than 1,000 feet without any difficulty. The little black dog had a special fondness for demonic qi and monsters. Although the cold demonic qi of this Yin Wind Mountain had undergone some changes, it was still the same, which was exactly what it loved. If they could continue like this, they might really be able to easily reach the top of the mountain. After 1,000 feet, Zhu Qing, who had been silently observing the little black dog's situation, suddenly said, "Yang Kai, I'm afraid Bow Wow won't be able to hold on for much longer." When Yang Kai heard this, he looked at the little black dog and saw that there was indeed something wrong with it. It was no longer as relaxed as before and instead seemed to be holding on with great difficulty. Its large mouth was suddenly opening and closing, as if it could return to its original state at any time. A layer of visible frost had appeared on its pitch-black body as it curled up in Zhu Qing's arms and shivered. The place where Zhu Qing came into contact with it was also covered in frost. Although the frost was thin, it exuded an unimaginably cold aura, as if it could freeze all things. Without any warning, the little black dog had reached its limit and its large mouth suddenly returned to its original state. The all-encompassing cold demonic qi had no outlet to vent, and it swept from top to bottom. As soon as Zhu Qing came into contact with it, she cried out in alarm. The power of the dragon race suddenly erupted and a huge red dragon phantom appeared, wrapping around her and Yang Kai. Kacha, the red dragon phantom only lasted for a moment before cracks appeared on its surface. It was like a cracked mirror that was about to shatter. "Not good, retreat quickly." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and at the same time, he reached out and grabbed Zhu Qing's waist, lightly tapping his foot and quickly retreating downwards. Li Jiao's reaction was also extremely fast. Seeing Yang Kai so panicked, he immediately knew that danger was approaching and that it was not something he could resist, so he turned around and ran. Going down the mountain was much easier than going up the mountain. The three of them spent a lot of effort to walk a distance of 1,000 feet, but in the blink of an eye, they had already retreated. They ran into Zhu Lai, who was resisting the cold demonic qi and brushed past him under Zhu Lai's dumbfounded gaze. A short while later, at the foot of Ill-Wind Mountain, the three of them looked up with lingering fear. No matter who it was, a layer of cold qi had condensed on the surface of their bodies. This cold qi was like maggots that could not be easily dispelled. It was so cold that the energy in their bodies could not circulate smoothly and their bodies were stiff. The little black dog situation was especially serious. It curled up in Zhu Qing's arms and didn't move. Its entire body was wrapped in a ball of ice as if it was already dead. No matter how Zhu Qing called out to it, it didn't respond. "Don't worry, it's very tough, it won't die so easily." Yang Kai comforted, but he wasn't confident in his heart. However, the little black dog was attacked by the 10 great emperors last time and was almost in a state of near death, but it still survived in the end. Although the situation this time wasn't too optimistic, it was still slightly better than the last time. Zhu Qing nodded and sat down cross-legged without saying a word. She held the little black dog in her arms and didn't let go. She urged the power of the dragon Yuan to dissolve the cold demonic qi that had invaded her body and nourished the little black dog's body, hoping for a miracle to happen. Li Jiao was the same as well. He sat down while shivering and silently circulated his profound art. The corrosion of the cold qi just now almost made him smell the scent of death. Thinking back to it now, he still felt lingering fear. Zhu Lai also returned. Looking at the situation of the few people, he frowned slightly and stood to the side, not saying a word. He didn't go too deep like the others. The path he walked was still within the range of his endurance, so he wasn't injured. It was just that he consumed a lot of energy. He still didn't know why Yang Kai and the others were able to walk so far ahead of him. The cold air blowing from the Ill-Wind Mountain was on a completely different level compared to what he had experienced in the frozen earth. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. To be honest, the cold qi of the cold wind mountain lived up to its reputation as the frozen earth forbidden land. Even if he was an 8th-rank giant dragon, he had already reached his limit. If he went any further, he would definitely be frostbitten. Yang Kai glanced at him and forced a smile. He sat down cross-legged and adjusted his breathing. With Zhu Lai here to protect him, he naturally didn't have anything to worry about. Although he didn't have a good relationship with this brother-in-law of his, as a member of the dragon race, this silly boy was still trustworthy. Chapter 2978. It took Yang Kai 4 hours to get rid of the cold that had invaded his meridians and flesh. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Zhu Lai was still standing to the side, motionless. Although Zhu Qing was safe and sound, she was helping the black puppy to get rid of the cold, and he didn't know how long she would take. Noticing Yang Kai's gaze, Zhu Qing raised her head and said, "It's not a big deal. It just needs some time." Yang Kai nodded gently, not surprised. Ever since Gong Yu activated the bloodline of the Return to Ruins, the black puppy's vitality had become unbelievably tenacious. It could be said that it was all thanks to the black puppy that they were able to walk so far on Ill-Wind Mountain. In that position, even Yang Kai and Zhu Qing couldn't have done better. Therefore, when Yang Kai found that the black puppy couldn't hold on, he immediately pulled Zhu Qing and escaped. Strictly speaking, the black puppy's strength wasn't very strong, because it only emitted the aura of a 5th or 6th rank monster beast from the beginning to the end. A monster beast of this level could be found anywhere in the astral boundary, and it wasn't a rare existence at all. However, it was this 5th or 6th rank monster beast that could contend with 10 venerable sovereigns by itself, swallow a demon king alive, and swallow the ill wind that gave Yang Kai and Zhu Qing a headache, and carry them forward for a long time on Ill Wind Mountain. Level and strength, which had boundaries, seemed to be completely meaningless to the black puppy. It was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When it was weak, it was harmless to humans and animals, but when it was strong, even gods and ghosts would avoid it. The black puppy's bizarre performance made Yang Kai feel that if they wanted to leave the reincarnation world through Ill Wind Mountain, they might have to pin their hopes on the black puppy. Yang Kai had experienced the horror of the ill demonic chi, and he didn't think that he could reach the top of Ill Wind Mountain with his own ability. Zhu Qing and her brother probably couldn't do it either. That kind of cold that could extinguish all life was not something they could withstand. If it was so easy to leave the reincarnation world, someone in the human sovereign city would have done it a long time ago. No one would have been able to leave this world for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, he could only start with the black puppy. Yang Kai turned to look in the direction of Demon Rage City, frowning for a moment before saying, "Qing, I'll be back soon." Then, without waiting for Zhu Qing's response, he flew over. After walking for a short while, he suddenly felt that someone was following behind him. When he turned his head to look, he saw Zhu Lai chasing after him with a solemn expression. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and slowed down. When he caught up, he snorted, "You want to kill me? You're quite brave." Yang Kai did not realize this at this moment. Although Zhu Lai's expression was solemn, there was no murderous intent. However, when he was meditating to heal his wounds, he suddenly sensed the murderous intent in Zhu Lai's heart. That murderous intent was very well hidden. At that time, other than Zhu Lai, he, Zhu Qing, and Li Jiao were the only ones present. Zhu Qing was his sister, so it was naturally impossible for her to have any murderous intent. If it was because of Li Jiao, Zhu Lai would have already made a move without any hesitation. What did it matter if he killed someone in the dragon race? If he wanted to kill someone, he would kill them. Who could do anything to him? Therefore, there was only one person who could cause Zhu Lai to have murderous intent. Yang Kai's heart was as clear as a mirror. It was not easy to point it out in front of Zhu Qing, so there was no need to hide it now. Enemies hiding in the dark were the most frightening. Most schemes and plots would not be able to withstand a single blow if they were put on the table. Since you noticed, then there is no need to hide it. Zhu Lai freely admitted. After all, when one's cultivation reached this level, there were some things that could not be hidden once revealed. He said with a sullen face, "That's right, I want to kill you. If possible, I would have already killed you." Yang Kai's expression was cold. He did not stop moving and flew up side by side with Zhu Lai. However, the two maintained a subtle distance between them. He said in a cold voice, "You better give me a good reason. Otherwise, even if you are Zhu Qing's younger brother, I will not let you go." If it was before, it would not have mattered if Zhu Lai wanted to kill him. After all, the two of them were not familiar with each other before. However, it was different now. With Zhu Qing's relationship, regardless of whether they admitted it or not, the two of them had some connection. Yang Kai could not tolerate Zhu Lai suddenly acting like this for no reason. It was not a big deal for him to mess around with Zhu Lai. If it was a real life and death battle, then the one who would be in the most trouble would definitely be Zhu Qing. Yang Kai did not want to see that kind of situation, so he had to get to the bottom of it. Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and said, "It is because I am her younger brother that I want to kill you." What kind of bullsh*t reason is that? Yang Kai glared at him. "You don't understand. The reason why I followed you here is to tell you that if you can leave this world, you better stay away from Zhu Qing. Don't expose the relationship between you two. Of course, if you can't leave this world, then forget it. Just pretend that I didn't say anything." He had a serious look on his face, as if he would start a fight if Yang Kai did not agree. Yang Kai was instantly angered by him and said, "Silly boy, you don't have the right to say this. If Zhu Qing really has any ideas, she will naturally tell me." Zhu Lai shouted, "It is because Zhu Qing won't say it that I have to say it for her." Yang Kai sized him up and narrowed his eyes. He said, "Who are you to say this? The dragon race on Dragon Island, and Zhu Qing's younger brother?" Zhu Lai said in a low voice, "Does it matter?" "Yes." Yang Kai grinned and clenched his fists. He replied, "If it is the former, then I will beat you up. If it is the latter, then I will still beat you up." Zhu Lai said angrily, "Are you playing with me?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. There is a difference between beating and crippling. Killing and crippling is one kind, and giving a small punishment is another. Which one do you prefer? Zhu Lai shook his head seriously. "I will not argue with you. I only ask you one thing. If you can leave this world and part ways with Zhu Qing, it will be good for both you and her." For a member of the dragon race, being able to say the word "ask" was already the limit. How could the proud leader of all creatures lower himself to ask someone else? If it was not for the fact that he was no match for Yang Kai, Zhu Lai would have killed him when he was unprepared. Why would he waste so much time talking to him? Yang Kai sighed and said, "Although I can feel your concern for Zhu Qing, you have used it in the wrong place. I am sorry, I will not agree to what you said, and I will not even consider it. Zhu Qing is my person. She is today, tomorrow, and always will be, unless I die one day. Do you understand?" Zhu Lai said expressionlessly, "If Zhu Qing hears your sweet words, she will definitely be very happy." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I will say whatever I want to say. Unfortunately, you will cause Zhu Qing's death, and you will also cause your own death. Are you trying to tell me that I am from the human race and Zhu Qing is from the dragon race? Dragon Island won't allow her to be with me. If this news spreads out, it will only cause a lot of trouble." Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "Are you trying to tell me that I am from the human race and Zhu Qing is from the dragon race? You know." Zhu Lai frowned slightly. "You don't even admit it when I say that you are stupid." Yang Kai sneered. "I can infer what the Dragon Island is like from your stupid look. It will be strange if the Dragon Island will allow Zhu Qing to be with me. If the news of Zhu Qing and I being together is spread to the Dragon Island, I am afraid that the Dragon Island will immediately send more members of the dragon race to suppress me, right? They might even forcefully bring Zhu Qing back to the Dragon Island to be punished, and lock her up for life. Did Zhu Qing tell you all this?" Zhu Lai was completely dumbfounded, because what Yang Kai said was exactly what he expected. A 9th-rank red dragon was actually willing to submit herself to a lowly human. If this news is spread to the Dragon Island, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. The Dragon Island will definitely send experts to suppress Yang Kai, and forcefully bring Zhu Qing back. As for whether she will be locked up for life, that will depend on Zhu Qing's performance in the future. Yang Kai curled his lips and tapped his own head. He said, "Such a simple thing, it is easy to guess. Your Dragon Island has been passed down for so long, the longer your Dragon Island is passed down, the more pedantic you become. With such a great reputation, and such a high opinion of yourself, how can you allow your clansmen to submit themselves to a human? Isn't this a humiliation to your dragon race? It is even worse than defecating and peeing on your head." "Exactly." Zhu Lai nodded heavily. "Since you already know, why are you still so stubborn? You already know that you will die one day, so why are you still alive?" Yang Kai looked at him with disdain. Zhu Lai was slightly startled. He felt that what Yang Kai said made some sense, but something didn't feel right. Yang Kai snorted and said, "I don't have too many good points, I just like to cover up my shortcomings. Zhu Qing is already one of my people. If the Dragon Island really wants to bully her, don't blame me for not giving her family any face. So don't say such things again in the future. You and I are both close to her, if we have a conflict, it will only make things difficult for her. I think you don't want to see that scene either, right? Zhu Lai frowned tightly, he nodded lightly, then slowly shook his head. It was unknown whether he agreed or not. Yang Kai continued, but then again, the matter between me and Zhu Qing is only known by you and Li Jiao. If you don't tell the Dragon Island, how will the Dragon Island find out? Zhu Lai said solemnly, this matter is of great importance, how can I not report it? I hate people who like to snitch the most. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Whatever you say, this is the principle. The matter between you and Zhu Qing has already broken the rules of the Dragon Island. If I don't report it, the matter will only become more serious. You really can't hide it? Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him. Zhu Lai shook his head firmly. I will remember you. Yang Kai snorted coldly. You don't understand. Zhu Lai sighed lightly, although the Dragon Island has a great reputation and a long history, in any era, the number of our dragon race is extremely small. A dragon race with pure dragon race bloodline is even more precious. In order to ensure that the bloodline of the dragon race is passed down, the Dragon Island must have its own rules, and if anyone breaks this rule, they will definitely have to pay an extremely heavy price. Yang Kai smiled faintly, he didn't express his opinion and said unhurriedly, although the Dragon Island has a long history, it doesn't mean that it won't last forever, even the Dragon Island is no exception. Chapter 2979. Zhu Lai snorted and said, the waves will only shatter when they hit the boulder. Apart from that, there is no other effect. Yang Kai raised his head and said, then let's see if the Dragon Island is hard enough to shatter my bones. Zhu Lai looked at him in astonishment, as if he wanted to see if he was joking. But to his disappointment, although Yang Kai's expression was not serious, it was definitely not a joke. Slowly shaking his head, Zhu Lai said with a complicated expression, you are really a lunatic. Yang Kai laughed, I will accept this as a compliment. Zhu Lai didn't want to continue discussing this issue with him, because Yang Kai's attitude had already explained everything. He would never give up on Zhu Qing, nor would he submit to the rules of the Dragon Island. Since that was the case, it was meaningless to waste his breath. He suddenly turned his head and said, what are you doing here? While the two were talking, they had already arrived at the Demon's Fury City. At this moment, it was only half a day since the two of them came here. The aftermath of the battle had not yet subsided. The corpses of several demon kings were still in the same place, and the smell of blood filled the air. Suddenly, they saw these two terrifying guys coming back, and this time, they came side by side. Both of them looked very aggressive, as if they were about to go all out. The faces of the many members of the demon race in the Demon's Fury City turned pale. They felt that they would not be able to escape this time no matter what. But even so, none of the members of the demon race abandoned the city to escape. The demon race had been in this place for more than 100,000 years, confronting the human sovereign city. The competition between the two races had never stopped. If they were timid, they would not be called the demon race. One by one, members of the demon race walked out from all over the city, and gradually gathered at the place where Yang Kai and Zhu Lai were. Although their cultivation was uneven, there were a lot of them. The demon kings also gathered in one place. Their expressions were grave and stern as they looked at the two humans flying over from the direction of the gloomy Wind Mountain. The fighting spirit in their bodies was slowly rising. Yang Kai and Zhu Lai stopped 300 meters away from this group of demon king. Although there were only two of them, it was as if there was an army of thousands of men and horses charging towards them. On the contrary, their imposing manner completely suppressed the demon race. What do you want to do here? Zhu Lai frowned. Don't tell me you want to massacre the city. Humans and demons could not coexist. Even in the small reincarnation world, the grudges between the two races had been going on for hundreds of thousands of years. It would not be strange if the Yonkai really came to massacre the city. What's the point of massacring a city? Fighting and killing is the most boring. Yonkai grinned disdainfully as he swept his eyes across the demon kings on the opposite side, showing an innocent and harmless smile as he called out to a figure hiding behind the crowd, "Beautiful elder sister, can you come out and chat with me?" The demon kings all turned their heads and looked in the direction of his gaze. They saw a graceful figure hiding behind the crowd. It was as if she did not dare to show her true face and was always hiding in the shadows of others. She was clearly hiding very carefully and cautiously, but she was still pulled out from the crowd by Yonkai. She was immediately distressed and secretly cursed Yonkai's eyes. She also hated herself for finding trouble to provoke him. Now, she could not get rid of this killing god. She did not know what fate was waiting for her. Under everyone's gaze, the succubus demon had nowhere to hide and could only walk out shyly. She squeezed out a forced smile on her face and asked knowingly, "Master, are you talking to me?" "You're not talking to me, right?" He. No one said anything. She was also laughing awkwardly. She immediately stopped and lowered her head, looking very pitiful. "Yes, it's you." Yonkai nodded at her and smiled wholeheartedly. She knew this was the result, but when Yonkai confirmed it, she could not help but turn pale. She said with a trembling voice, "I don't know what Master wants to say to me." Yonkai sneered, "Just now you were calling me little brother, but now you're calling me master. Sister is really strange." The succubus demon's face turned even paler. Tears welled up in her eyes, making her peach blossom eyes even more charming. She bit her thin lips and said, "Just now this servant was blind and offended Master. Fortunately, Master is magnanimous and did not lower yourself to my level. This servant will not dare to do it again. Master, please spare my life." She begged for mercy, but the faces of the demon kings next to her were ugly. They all felt that this cheap woman had lost face for the demon race. She had made a despicable human look down on her for no reason. They wanted nothing more than to go up and tear her mouth off. But they could only think about it. Although the demon kings looked down on the succubus demon's attitude, they knew that this was not the time to start a conflict. If they really did fight, these two youths would be enough to wash the entire demon rage city with blood. "Don't be so nervous. It's as if we're going to eat you." Yonkai chuckled at the succubus demon. "This young master only came here to ask a few questions. Is there a place where we can talk?" Hearing this, the succubus demon did not know whether to believe him or not. But after thinking about it, even if she did not believe him, what could she do? This young master's arm was thicker than her thigh. There is. "Master, what do you think about that side?" the succubus demon said as she pointed in a direction not too far away. Yonkai turned his head and saw a wide plaza. There were stone tables and stone chairs at the edge of the plaza. There were also many statues in the plaza. All of them were tall and sturdy, and their faces were ferocious. These statues should have been created by strong masters. Every statue was vivid and lifelike, as if they were real people. There were male and female statues, and all of them were of different races. Even though Yonkai had studied the demon race quite a bit, he could not identify all of the statues' races. "Sure." Yonkai nodded and took the lead to fly over. Zhu Lai frowned. He did not know what he was going to do, but he could only follow. On the other hand, the succubus demon's feet seemed to have been planted on the ground and her face was filled with embarrassment. She really didn't have the courage to meet Yonkai, but if she didn't go, she was afraid that she would provoke him. She turned her head and looked at the other demon kings, as if she wanted to find someone to rely on. The demon kings that were swept by her gaze all looked away. They either looked up at the sky or whispered to their companions, as if they were discussing something important. Their expressions were extremely serious. The most outrageous thing was that there was even a demon king counting how many strands of hair he had. The succubus demon felt as if she had been isolated. She was incomparably helpless. All demon kings, get over here. Those who do not come will die. Yang Kai's voice came from afar. His voice was not loud, but it made the faces of all the demon kings change. The succubus demon's expression suddenly turned to joy. She could not help but laugh out loud. Seeing the pale faces of her people, she finally managed to hold back her laughter. She lightly snorted and swayed her slender waist as she chased after Yang Kai. She was extremely charming. With her taking the lead, the other demon kings followed one after another. Naturally, there was the unyielding one who stubbornly stood in place. He did not want to listen to Yang Kai's orders, but he was forcefully dragged away by his companions. They did not want to anger those two terrifying fellows. In the plaza, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai sat down. They glanced at the statues in the plaza. Yang Kai turned his head and asked, "What are these?" The succubus demon was the first to arrive. He was only 10 meters away from Yang Kai. His entire body was trembling slightly as he felt his mouth go dry. He was wondering what Yang Kai wanted to ask and how he should answer without angering him, but when he heard this question, he immediately relaxed and hurriedly replied, "These are the statues of the past demon kings of Demon's Fury City." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Demon's Fury City has stood tall in this world for more than 100,000 years. It can't be that only a few demon kings have left their names, right? Although there were many statues in the plaza, there were only around 1,000 to 2,000 of them. It was impossible for Demon's Fury City to have only given birth to a few demon kings after more than 100,000 years. The succubus demon hurriedly said, "Of course not. It's just that if you want to leave your name here, you need to be the first demon king." After saying this, he added, "The first demon king is the strongest person in Demon's Fury City. So that's how it is." Yang Kai lightly nodded and asked with interest, "Then, I wonder if there was a demon king among the demon king who died just now." The succubus demon's mouth twitched as he considered Yang Kai's intentions. In the end, he still lightly nodded. "Who did it?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. He felt that the first demon king's luck was too bad. The succubus demon cautiously glanced at Zhu Lai and forced a smile. "I also have to thank this master for giving the first demon king the opportunity to leave his name in advance. After all, according to the rules, only after he dies can he leave his statue here." Zhu Lai coldly snorted, "This dragon is not targeting anyone, it's just that you demon kings are all rookies." The demon kings of Demon's Fury City just happened to arrive at this time. When they heard Zhu Lai's words, their chests felt stifled and they couldn't breathe properly. However, they didn't dare to voice their anger. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The succubus demon didn't know how to respond. Although she wanted to curry favor with Yang Kai and Zhu Lai, she wasn't stupid enough to agree in front of so many demon kings. However, this red-haired youth was truly too terrifying. It wasn't that the first demon king was weak. In fact, anyone who could cultivate to the level of a demon king wasn't weak. Someone who could take the title of first demon king was definitely the strongest demon king. Even so, he was instantly killed by this red-haired youth. The succubus demon only wanted to know where this red-haired youth came from and what kind of cultivation he had. "What's the situation with the statue in the middle? It's like a crane in a flock of chickens. Why can't I see its face clearly?" Yang Kai looked towards the center of the square. There stood a huge statue. Compared to the other statues, it was like comparing a grandfather to a grandson. The difference was at least 10 times. What was strange was that while the other statues all had lifelike facial features, this statue was the only one that was flat without any trace of carving. Hearing Yang Kai ask about this statue, the succubus demon immediately said with a solemn expression, "This is the statue of the great demon god from my demon territory. It's only because no one has ever seen the great demon god, so. Great demon god. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and immediately recalled the precious experience he had in the Thousand Illusions dream realm. In the passage between the two worlds, the great demon god had attacked him from afar, almost causing his soul to scatter. That terrifying might was still vivid in his mind. Chapter 2980. Zhu Lai said with a look of disdain, "What bullshit great demon god? How come this dragon has never heard of him? What kind of ability does he have to actually dare to ascend to the godhood realm? Truly shameless." As soon as these words came out, it was as if a hornet's nest had been poked and all the demon kings glared angrily at Zhu Lai, obviously extremely angry at his disrespect towards great demon god. Even the succubus demon, who had been speaking cautiously, showed a rare look of seriousness as she grit her teeth and said, "Master, please be careful with your words." Zhu Lai glanced at her leisurely and said lightly, "This dragon says what he wants, why should I be careful with my words?" That indifferent look immediately woke the succubus demon up, her face turning pale as she felt a little helpless, regretting her impulsive actions just now. She pursed her red lips lightly and didn't dare to speak again. Another demon king stepped forward and quickly said, "Honored Sir's cultivation is profound and his methods are profound. We may not be your opponent, but if Honored Sir deliberately wants to humiliate us, we would rather fight to the death. Our deaths are not to be regretted, but the name of great demon god cannot be tarnished." As these words fell, all the demon kings took a step forward, all of them wearing cold expressions, as if they were ready to fight Zhu Lai at any time. The succubus demon hesitated for a moment before also taking a step forward, her face turning even paler. "Oh." The corner of Zhu Lai's lips curled into a cold smile. "You think trash like you can compete with me?" Murderous intent lingered as the dragon yuan in Zhu Lai's body surged. For him, it might take some effort to kill these demon kings, but he definitely had the ability to do so. The anger of an 8th-order red dragon was not something anyone could withstand. Even a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master wouldn't have much of an advantage in front of such an enraged dragon. The fate of the number 1 demon king in Demon Fury City was the best example. Zhu Lai did not place these demon kings in his eyes, nor did he need to speak to them as equals. To him, Demon's Wrath City was just a slightly larger ant nest. When he was happy, he would step over it, and when he was unhappy, he would kick it away. Now that these ants had taken the initiative to provoke him, only blood and death could calm the anger in his heart. Their killing intent was like a tide, rolling and surging. Their auras were tense and ready for a showdown. "The great demon god is very strong," Yang Kai said in a low voice. Zhu Lai turned his head to look at him and frowned. He didn't know why he would suddenly say such things. But then again, although he was extremely unhappy with Yang Kai and felt that he couldn't beat Yang Kai because of the suppression of his bloodline, it was undeniable that this guy did have some skills. He was only a 1st-order Emperor Realm Master, yet he was able to display the strength of a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master. Not many people in the entire star boundary had such a background. As such, Zhu Lai attached some importance to his words. The other demon kings were also a little stunned, their expressions softening as they looked at Yang Kai. All of them felt that this human was more than 100 times more pleasing to the eye than the red-haired young man. Yang Kai smiled at Zhu Lai, "The great thousand world is filled with capable people. Although divine spirits can stand alone, there will always be some existences that surpass our imaginations. All we can do is work hard to catch up. One day we will catch up to them, surpass them, and crush them." Zhu Lai was stunned. "Are you lecturing me?" Although he admitted in his heart that what Yang Kai said was reasonable, the pride in his bones made it impossible for him to agree. In the eyes of the dragon race was the most powerful existence, the leader of all living beings who stood above the clouds. All other creatures could only look up to them. In particular, Yang Kai spoke to him in such a matter-of-fact tone, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. "Young man, you're quite arrogant." Yang Kai chuckled. Before Zhu Lai could get angry, he turned his head and looked at the succubus demon. "I called all of you here for one thing. What does Master want to know?" The succubus demon asked in a harmonious voice. Just now, Yang Kai had cleared the name of the great demon god, which greatly improved her impression of him. She was no longer as fearful of him as before, and most of the other demon kings were the same. "Tell me about the return to ruins," Yang Kai said lightly. "What? Returning to ruins? Destroying the beasts within their territory? How do you know about the return to ruins?" The faces of the demon kings changed as they all shouted at once, as if they had heard something incredible. Yang Kai coldly harumphed, and only then did they shut up. Looking at their eyes, he could not hide the shock in his heart. The succubus demon gulped and cautiously asked, "Master, why are you asking about this?" "It's nothing much. I'm raising a return to ruins, so I want to know more about it." "Isn't the return to ruins an exotic beast within the demon territory?" "Naturally, I came to you guys to ask about it." You're raising a return to ruins?" The succubus demon's face turned pale as she heard this. She forced a smile and said, "Master, you really know how to joke. How can you raise an exotic beast like that?" Some of the demon kings also had half smiles on their faces, which made them look extremely strange. They didn't believe Yang Kai's words and felt that this guy really knew how to brag. After all, this kind of thing was too inconceivable. How could an exotic beast like the return to ruins, which was born to destroy everything, be raised by a human? If that was the case, this person would have been swallowed a long time ago. How could he still be standing here talking? Do I look like I'm joking? Yang Kai looked at the succubus demon with a serious expression. The succubus demon stopped smiling and slowly shook his head. "Then don't ask such a childish question." The succubus demon lightly coughed. He thought that this guy wouldn't mistake a monster beast for the return to ruins, right? However, looking at his serious expression, he didn't dare to say anything more. He could only follow along and say, "Then what does Master want to ask? Just say whatever you know." Yang Kai pointed at the stone table with one hand and pointed at the demon kings with the other. He said to the succubus demon, "Starting from you, everyone will say something about the return to ruins. If you can't say it, or if I'm not satisfied, then you'll have to bear the consequences." The succubus demon jumped in fright. "What consequences?" Yang Kai said, "I haven't thought about it yet, but it definitely won't be wonderful." He lightly sneered, and a trace of murderous intent appeared at the right moment. The demon king's expressions turned cold. They knew that this guy was serious. He really did want to ask about the return to ruins. They couldn't understand. Although the return to ruins was famous, it had long been extinct. Moreover, the return to ruins was a strange beast in demon territory. Why would a human ask about it? No one dared to ask. They all looked at the succubus demon. The succubus demon secretly felt bitter, but he could only follow Yang Kai's wishes. He thought for a moment and said, "The return to ruins is known as the extermination beast in territory. It is very famous in demon territory. The reason it has such a name is because it represents destruction. Wherever it goes, the void will shatter." After he finished speaking, he carefully looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned. Although he wasn't satisfied with such general information, he didn't care too much about it. He just waved his hand and let her pass. The succubus demon let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at the next demon king. This demon king obviously had a plan. He immediately said, "Rumor has it that the return to ruins was born in chaos. Although it is made of flesh and blood, it has no roots. No one knows how it was born. It seems that it has existed since the formation of demon territory." Yang Kai nodded lightly. The demon king who spoke understood and turned to look at the next one. The third Demon King said, I only know that the Return to Ruins has a strange space inside it that can swallow everything. Because the Return to Ruins is a beast in demon territory, it is very interested in the demonic chi. It seems that it can grow stronger by swallowing the demonic chi. That's right. Rumor has it that the Return to Ruins was not strong when it was born. Although it displayed a strange ability, the demon race didn't pay too much attention to it. It was only when it gradually grew that it attracted the attention of the strong in demon territory. Unfortunately, it was too late. Back then, the Return to Ruins ran amok in demon territory. It swallowed countless demon race members and destroyed countless cities. It even swallowed a few demon saint. The demon race united to resist it and paid a heavy price to kill it. The Return to Ruins is very tenacious. Rumor has it that the Return to Ruins is not actually dead. It is just hiding in chaos by faking its death, waiting for the day to rise again. Information about the Return to Ruins came out from the mouths of these demon kings. Although they were trapped in the reincarnation world for hundreds of thousands of years, some information about the demon territory was passed down from generation to generation, especially the Return to Ruins, which was a very representative beast of destruction. Although most of the information from their mouths was described as hearsay or rumors, it was still very good information. Occasionally, there were a few demon kings who didn't know much about the Return to Ruins, or the information they knew had been told by others in advance. There would be other demon kings who secretly transmitted other information to them. They could also pass the test with Yang Kai. After 2 or 3 rounds, no matter how these demon kings racked their brains, they couldn't think of any more information. However, seeing that Yang Kai didn't have any intention of stopping them, they couldn't help but feel bitter. They wondered if this guy was deliberately making things difficult for them. Why else would he ask about the Return to Ruins? After another demon king told the information he knew, the next one wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and thought for a long time with a troubled expression, but he still couldn't think of anything. Yang Kai looked up and said, "That's all." The demon king smiled bitterly and shook his head. The succubus demon hurriedly said, "Master, we've told you everything we know. There's nothing else we're hiding." "Yes, I know." Yang Kai nodded. "I believe that what you just said is true, but there's one thing I'm very interested in." "What is Master referring to?" "Return to Ruins can devour the demonic chi to become stronger." "What if it devours you?" Us. The succubus demon swallowed her saliva and her lips trembled. "It should be possible." "I don't think so." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "If Return to Ruins can devour demon kings like you, it should grow very quickly." Probably." The succubus demon forced a smile. Although she didn't think that Return to Ruins would really devour them, talking about this topic made her hair stand on end. It was as if a bloody mouth was going to bite her at any time and swallow her into its stomach. Chapter 2981. Call your big sister over. Yang Kai turned to Zhu Lai and instructed. Zhu Lai snorted lightly. Although he was not happy with Yang Kai's casual tone, he did not want to get entangled with him. Hearing this, Zhu Lai urged his dragon chi, formed a seal with his hand, and gently opened and closed his mouth a few times. Yang Kai then turned to look at the succubus demon and said with a smile, "If I asked you to kill a demon king, who would you choose?" The succubus demon's expression changed upon hearing this and he asked in surprise, "What does Master mean?" "Let's ask this, who do you dislike the most?" The succubus demon forced a smile and said, "Master, you must be joking. I belong to the demon race and have been forced to rely on each other for survival. We are all brothers and sisters in Demon's Fury City, so how could I dislike anyone?" When the other demon kings heard this, they all straightened their backs and tried their best to act as if they were willing to go through thick and thin together. Although no one knew what Yang Kai meant by asking this question, they all felt that something wasn't quite right. This human seemed to be harboring ill intentions and definitely wasn't as friendly as he appeared on the surface. He was like a ball of cotton wrapped around a needle, and if they weren't careful enough, they would end up with a bloody head. Yang Kai's lips curled up slightly. The opportunity is in my hands, but I won't have it if I slip away. The succubus demon didn't say anything and hesitated for a moment before quietly sending out his divine sense. Yang Kai raised his head and looked to the side, just in time to see a demon king with a gloomy expression. This demon king's entire body was surging with blood energy and a faint layer of red light. He seemed to be from the blood demon clan, and his expression was somewhat uneasy, as if he was worried about something. When Yang Kai's gaze swept over him, he immediately reacted and gritted his teeth as he angrily roared at the succubus demon, "Bitch, you dare to betray me." The succubus demon pursed her red lips. Her beautiful face was slightly pale, and she didn't say a word in the face of blood demon's accusation. The blood devil was even angrier. "You lowly servant girl are so heartless. When you were pleasuring me, you were so flirtatious and seductive. Now that you've climbed up to a higher branch, you want to kill me? She really is heartless. Actors are heartless." The succubus demon was angered by his words. He gritted his teeth and said, "I may be a succubus demon, but I'm not a promiscuous person. If you didn't force yourself on me back then, I wouldn't have." Ha 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 ha. The blood demon laughed heartily, the blood energy in his body violently surging. "Don't try to quibble with me. The succubus demon race is just a bunch of lowly slaves. If it weren't for this king's help, how could you have become a demon king with your talent? Do you think that this prince does not know that you have been secretly seducing other people all these years? You actually have the face to say that you are not promiscuous. The current you is just a pile of rotten meat that even wild dogs are too lazy to sniff. Even if you kneel down and beg me, this prince will not touch you again. Don't speak nonsense." The succubus demon screamed. She turned to look at Yang Kai and pleaded, "Master, although this servant does not know what you want to do, if you want to kill someone, please kill him. This servant will listen to everything you say in the future." "Impudent. You want to kill me? I'll kill you first." The blood devil was furious. He raised his hand and a blood-red light shot towards the succubus demon. The blood-red light exploded in the air, turning into a rain of blood that covered a large area. The rain of blood seemed to have a strong corrosive effect. There was a sizzling sound as it shuttled through the air. The succubus demon screamed. Her cultivation was much lower than the blood devil's, so there was no way for her to defend against the blood devil's attack. Her body quickly retreated as she uttered a demonic chant. She waved her hands and sent out streams of pure demonic chi. However, she was still unable to stop the rain of blood. Hiss, 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 the drops of blood broke through the succubus's defenses and landed on her body, causing her clothes to rot. Large patches of snow-white skin were exposed, and the parts of her body that were stained by the blood quickly rotted away, turning into pus and water. In some places, even white bones could be seen. She looked extremely wretched in an instant. "Slut, die." The blood devil did not give up. His body flashed as he pounced towards the succubus demon. It seemed that he wanted to kill her. The succubus demon was so frightened that her face turned ashen. Demonic chants continued to come out of her mouth, but she was still unable to stop the blood devil from pouncing on her. She could only feel the aura of death rushing towards her. She thought to herself that there was no way she could survive this time. The blood devil's body suddenly twisted in midair and exploded, turning into an endless stream of blood that fiercely surged towards Yang Kai. Its power was astonishing. It was like a surging sea of blood. The waves of blood contained an extremely terrifying killing power, as if they were going to engulf the entire area. The blood devil's face appeared at the front of the waves of blood. He seemed to be stepping on the waves as he ferociously pounced towards Yang Kai. The succubus demon was only a distraction. His target had always been Yang Kai. Although he didn't want to start a conflict with Yang Kai, with the charm demon's interference, he had been pushed to the heart of the struggle. If he wanted to survive this crisis safely, he had to strike first to gain the upper hand. The red-haired youth's strength was too terrifying. The first demon king had been instantly killed by him. No matter what, the blood devil did not dare to have any ideas about him. Although Yang Kai had killed a few demon kings before, he had relied on the power of his treasures. His own strength was not necessarily that great. Taking advantage of the fact that he had yet to summon his treasures, he might be able to capture him. As long as he could capture this human, he would have the absolute advantage. With this thought in mind, the blood devil immediately acted. He felt that he had a high chance of succeeding. At that moment, he suddenly saw a meaningful smile appear on Kai Yang's face. That smile made his heart sink, inexplicably giving birth to a feeling of being a sheep in a tiger's den, as if he had made the wrong decision. The hesitation in his heart made the waves of blood become sluggish. Yang Kai raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Chi chi chi, pitch-black crescent-shaped slashes whistled through the air, cutting through the waves of blood like a hot knife through butter. Every crescent blade made the blood devil groan. The light of the blood devil dimmed, and the blood water became less and less. After 7 or 8 crescent blades, the waves of blood rolled again. The blood devil's figure appeared, staggering not far in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's hands quickly formed a seal. His expression was solemn, and a faint power of the law of time flowed from his body. Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. With a light slap, the absent-minded blood devil was instantly hit. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a kite. He forcefully pulled himself together and shook his body again, turning into streaks of blood light that scattered in all directions. The instant heavy injury made the blood devil demon king realize that he had underestimated his opponent. It was impossible for him to win. He only wanted to escape, and the farther the better. Blood shadow escape technique. Yang Kai snorted and sneered. If it was the Shadow Demon clan's shadow kill divine escape technique, this young master might have to spend some effort to break it. How dare a trifling blood shadow escape technique be so arrogant in front of me? This young master will break it immediately. As he spoke, his gaze quickly swept through the many streaks of blood light. Then, he fixed his gaze on one of them and pointed his finger at it. Space principles surged, and the place where the blood light was instantly turned into an invisible cage. The blood light hit the cage and rolled back, revealing the blood devil with a pale face. How is this possible? He cried out in alarm. The blood shadow escape technique was the innate divine technique of the blood devil clan. There was no flaw in it. When ordinary people encountered this divine technique, they would never be able to tell which was the real body and which was just a smokescreen. But he never thought that this first-order Emperor Realm human youth would be able to see through it with a single glance. Moreover, what this young man said just now made him tremble with fear. The blood devil's blood shadow escape technique and the shadow demon's shadow kill divine escape technique were both innate divine techniques for escaping. Even the demon king of the demon race would find it difficult to break them, but from the tone of this human's voice, it seemed that he had done a lot of research on the demon race. The blood devil was horrified to the extreme, and the blood in his body turned cold. He wanted to use the blood shadow escape technique again, but a figure flashed in front of him. Yang Kai had blocked his way. The blood devil sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly tried to retreat. Look at me. Yang Kai's voice was low and deep, as if it had an irresistible charm. The blood demon instinctively turned to look at Yang Kai, only to see that his left eye had at some point transformed into a golden vertical eye. The majestic golden light seemed to be able to seize one's soul, causing the blood demon's divine sense to tremble, unable to move in the slightest. Yang Kai's divine sense surged fiercely like a tide, and a budding lotus flower in his left eye flashed and rushed into the blood demon's mind. In an instant, the blood devil's mind was frozen, and he stood there stupidly. His knowledge sea had collapsed, and the blood devil had become a walking corpse. A figure charged out from the side, his eyes flashing with unforgettable hatred. He was holding a white bone spear in his hand. The bone spear didn't look like the bone of a vicious beast, but more like the bones left behind by a human or demon race master who had died. It had been refined into a demon artifact by some unknown method. The bone spear's aura was extraordinary, and it ruthlessly stabbed towards the motionless blood devil's head. It seemed that this person wanted to kill him directly. Yang Kai coldly snorted and raised his hand to the side, sending the succubus demon flying. After falling to the ground, the succubus demon crawled up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Yang Kai in confusion. "Master." At this moment, the succubus demon was incomparably miserable. Her clothes were tattered, and her originally beautiful body was covered in large pustules. Many of the pustules were still leaking blood and emitting an unpleasant smell. This situation confirmed the blood devil's previous insult of her being a pile of rotten meat that even a stray dog wouldn't spare a glance at. Her strength was far inferior to the blood devil's, and she had almost been killed by the blood devil's fierce attacks. Now that she had been thoroughly humiliated, she naturally wanted to take revenge. However, she couldn't understand why Yang Kai had stopped her. It was Yang Kai who had asked her who she wanted to kill. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai coldly looked at her. The golden light in his left eye hadn't dissipated. Being stared at by this eye, the succubus demon's entire body turned cold. He hurriedly explained, "Master, didn't you want to kill him? Let me help. If I want to kill someone, I can do it myself. Why would I need your help?" Yang Kai softly snorted. The succubus demon trembled as she said, "I was wrong. Master, please don't be angry." She knew that if she wanted to live, she had to appear docile, so she didn't dare to complain or be dissatisfied. Yang Kai ignored her and raised his head to look at Zhu Lai. Chapter 2982. Zhu Lai had been sitting in his original position, not moving at all, but his dragons might have been pushed to the limit. The many demon kings standing in front of him were all drenched in sweat, and those with weaker cultivations were even trembling. Their faces were pale, and their chests seemed to be pressed down by a mountain, making it difficult for them to breathe. Although the battle between Yang Kai and the blood demon had ended in an extremely short time, the other demon kings wouldn't have just stood by and watched without Zhu Lai's deterrence. No matter what, they were all part of the demon race, so they couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. In fact, when the blood demon attacked, several demon kings wanted to lend a helping hand. However, before they could do anything, they were suppressed by Zhu Lai where they were. The pressure this red-haired youth gave the demon kings was much greater than that human. No one had the confidence to survive under his hands, so they could only wait obediently and pray that they wouldn't draw fire to themselves. Now that the dust had settled, the blood demon was heavily injured. Although he was still alive, he was like a walking corpse, which made them tremble with fear. They didn't know what kind of fate was waiting for them. "What do you want to do?" Zhu Lai frowned and looked at Yang Kai impatiently. First, he came to the Devil's Fury City to find a group of demon kings to inquire about information, and then he started a fight without saying a word. It would have been fine if he had killed the blood demon, but he had to make him half dead. It was simply ridiculous. "You'll know soon enough." Yang Kai replied indifferently. In his field of vision, Zhu Qing had already flown over, followed by Li Jiao, who was half a step behind Zhu Qing. It was unknown what he was trying to flatter, but Zhu Qing didn't respond at all. When the two flew closer, Li Jiao hurriedly came over to greet Yang Kai. "What happened here?" Zhu Qing looked at them with a puzzled expression. She was very curious about what had happened here. There seemed to be traces of a battle, but it was very short. "Nothing," Yang Kai replied casually, looking at the little black dog in her arms. "How's the situation?" It's getting better, but it seems a little weak. Zhu Qing reached out and patted the black puppy's head. The situation had indeed taken a turn for the better. When Yang Kai had left, the black puppy had been frozen into a block of ice. Although there was still frost on the surface of its body, it was obviously much stronger than before. Furthermore, at this moment, this guy seemed to have smelled something extremely delicious. He raised his head and stared at the Demon King, saliva dripping down from the corner of his mouth. It was extremely disgusting. Many Demon Kings felt as if they were facing a great enemy after being stared at like this. Their hands and feet turned cold, and their gazes were evasive. "Do you want to eat?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. Woof. The black puppy was suddenly energized. It struggled to get up from Zhu Qing's arms. "Don't eat anything." Zhu Qing frowned and scolded it. She had wanted to say something when she saw Bow Wow swallow 2 demon race, but the topic was changed. Seeing that it was acting cute again, she immediately knocked its head. The black puppy whimpered in grievance. Yang Kai lifted the black puppy from Zhu Qing's arms and said, "Qing, if we want to leave this place, we might have to let it eat more." "What?" Zhu Qing frowned. She didn't understand what Yang Kai meant. When she looked up, she saw that Yang Kai had directly thrown the black puppy toward the blood demon, who was standing there in a daze. In midair, Bow Wow was in high spirits, as if he had just been rejuvenated. His 2 black eyes shone with a terrifying light. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, which was as big as a door, and swallowed the blood demon whole. Hiss, gasps could be heard as the Demon Kings stared dumbfoundedly at the black puppy's sudden transformation. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets as the terrifying information they had just been awakened by Yang Kai replayed in their minds, gradually corroborating with what they saw in front of them. A conjecture that was enough to shock them to the core filled their minds. Return to ruins. The succubus demon's scream was loud enough to break through the sky. It had just regained some color, but it became incomparably pale again. It seemed to have lost all its strength, and it fell to the ground on its butt. Although the other Demon Kings weren't in such a bad state, they were obviously extremely frightened. Panic spread among the Demon Kings, making every Demon King's mind unsteady. Their minds were in chaos. They couldn't accept the sudden appearance of a legendary mutated beast that they thought was extinct. After all, in the history of the demon race, the return to ruins was one of the most important events. It was an existence that represented destruction and destruction. Almost a third of the entire demon territory was destroyed by its mouth. The current harsh environment of the demon territory was also greatly related to it. They couldn't understand how the return to ruins was still alive. Wasn't it already killed by the great demonic god? Could it be that the rumor just now was true? That the return to ruins was just faking its death to escape, so that it could make a comeback? When that time came, it would definitely seek revenge from the great demonic god, and the current demon territory wouldn't be able to withstand its torment. With so many demon kings, it was impossible for them to mistake the identity of the return to ruins. Although the return to ruins looked very ordinary at first glance, when it mutated, its characteristics couldn't be more obvious. In other words, this was without a doubt the return to ruins. It was very likely that it was the terrifying existence that had destroyed the demon territory and fought with the great demonic god. No wonder this human was asking for information about the return to ruins. It turned out that when he said that he had raised a return to ruins, it was actually true. It was laughable that everyone thought that he was just bragging. Thinking up to this point, the faces of the demon kings were as black as the bottom of a pot. They seemed to have revealed a lot of information that they shouldn't have, especially the part about how the return to ruins had become stronger. That was simply a piece of information that could kill them. For a moment, the demon kings were filled with regret, especially the demon king that had revealed this information. They wanted nothing more than to tear their own mouths apart. Just as the demon kings were in a daze, the little black dog had already swallowed the blood demon. Its huge mouth returned to its original state, and it revealed a satisfied expression. Its stomach heaved a few times, and the frost that covered its body began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. Traces of cold air flowed out of its body and merged into the surrounding air, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Furthermore, under Yang Kai's careful perception, the little black dog's aura seemed to have suddenly skyrocketed during the moment of its mutation. It had already far surpassed the standards of a 5th or 6th grade monster beast. After the mutation, it returned to its original state. In just a few breaths of time, the little black dog had returned to its original state. It was no longer as weak as before. It was full of energy, and its steps were vigorous. It looked at the demon kings with a longing expression, causing the demon kings to tremble with fear. Zhu Qing looked at the little black dog with a surprised expression. She didn't expect that swallowing a demon king would be of such great help to the little black dog. Yang Kai explained, "This little thing is a mutated beast in the demon territory. It seems to be quite famous. There's an unknown space in its stomach that can swallow all things. The demon race seems to be able to make it stronger." Zhu Qing said thoughtfully, "If that's the case, all the Yin winds that it swallowed before were all swallowed by it into that unknown space." Yang Kai said, "That should be the case. Furthermore, I'm guessing that the size of that space has something to do with its strength. Its current strength isn't enough, and the space in its stomach is too small. Therefore, it can't continue swallowing after a certain amount. It's really powerful." Zhu Qing was surprised. She looked at the little black dog carefully, as if she was trying to get to know it again. The demonic qi that they had encountered on the Yin Wind Mountain was too terrifying. The further they went, the stronger the demonic qi became. Even she and Yang Kai couldn't resist the demonic qi, but the little black dog swallowed it into the strange space and took them for thousands of feet. This ability was enough to make people gasp in amazement. "You want it to become stronger, strong enough to take us to a place deep enough in the Yin Wind Mountain?" Zhu Lai frowned and asked. Yang Kai's intention couldn't be more obvious. If he still couldn't figure it out, he would be a fool. "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Bow Wow is our only chance now. As long as it's strong enough, and the space in its stomach is big enough, it can definitely take us out." Zhu Lai thought for a while and agreed, "This is indeed a chance, but, before that, it needs a lot of food." As he spoke, he looked at the demon kings. Many demon kings looked bitter. They wanted to resist, but they couldn't. They were very sullen. The succubus demon sat on the ground in a daze. It seemed that it didn't expect such a fate to be waiting for it. It was thinking about how to survive. If the blood demon wasn't here, she could try it now. But the previous battle made her very embarrassed. It would take at least 1 to 2 months to recover. How could she have so much time to recover? Yang Kai said, "Of course, this is just my guess. I don't know if it will work. If you want to confirm it, you have to do an experiment." "How do you want to do the experiment?" Zhu Qing asked. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang reached out and grabbed the little black dog. The little black dog was dumbfounded. It didn't know what kind of treatment it was about to receive. "Keep an eye on these guys. Don't let any of them leave," Yang Kai ordered. His figure flashed and disappeared. Zhu Lai thoughtfully glanced in the direction of the Yin Foam Mountain. After a while, he retracted his gaze and sat down like a mountain. The succubus demon was stunned for a while. It wanted to run away, but it didn't have the courage. After thinking for a while, it stood up and walked toward the other demon kings. It carefully looked at Zhu Lai and found that he didn't want to stop it. It was secretly relieved. The demon kings gathered together and communicated with each other. They were obviously discussing how to save their lives. Occasionally, there was a faint murderous intent. They obviously wanted to fight. After all, they weren't weak. If they really fought to the death, they might have a chance to survive. It was better than staying here and becoming food for the return to ruins. Demon's Wrath City had stood tall in the reincarnation world for more than 100,000 years. It had constantly clashed with the human sovereign city, but it had never encountered such a dangerous situation. This sudden appearance of a master was simply not something they could contend against. Chapter 2983. As the demon kings discussed among themselves, Zhu Qing and her brother did not pay any attention to them. Li Jiao was cowering on the side, completely lacking the demeanor of a palace master. He wanted to chat with the two dragon race masters to improve their relationship, but he did not have the courage to do so. For a moment, he was frowning with a bitter expression. 2 hours later, a figure flashed above the square, and Yang Kai suddenly appeared. Although he was in a sorry state, his face was full of joy. When Zhu Qing and her brother saw this, they immediately knew that his previous guess was correct. Otherwise, he would not have revealed such a joyful expression, and they were secretly excited. On the other hand, the demon king's expressions all trembled, and they secretly felt bitter in their hearts. It could not be helped, but the return to ruins cub in Yang Kai's hand was actually covered in a layer of frost, clearly because it had swallowed a lot of Yin wind on Ill Wind Mountain. With that as an example, it was easy to solve this problem, but it was not what the demon kings wanted. Yang Kai nodded slightly at Zhu Qing, then turned his gaze to the group of demon kings, like a butcher looking at a flock of lambs. Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing did not say a word, and they all rose into the air, forming a triangle with Yang Kai to surround the demon kings. Li Jiao thought for a moment, then hurriedly joined in, urging his emperor's might. His expression was ferocious, and he looked like he could bite someone at any time. "Master, please wait." It was unknown whether it was on his own initiative or being forced, but the succubus demon quickly stood up, his head covered in cold sweat, and said loudly, "We just discussed and are willing to cooperate with the master to increase the strength of the return to ruins, and help the master leave this place as soon as possible." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked excitedly, "It's rare for you to have such intentions. If I don't satisfy you, I would feel bad. Then, may I ask who you have chosen to be the first to die?" The succubus demon hurriedly wiped the sweat on his forehead and forced a smile. "The return to ruins loves the demon race, and can use the demon race's strength to increase, but that does not mean that you need to devour my people, master." "I know." Yang Kai nodded, and said matter-of-factly, "Master, but isn't this the most direct and efficient?" The succubus demon, "The most direct, but that is not necessarily the most efficient." Yang Kai smiled faintly, "How is it not efficient?" The succubus demon gathered his courage and said, "There are only a few demon king-level existences in Demon's Wrath City. If Master return to ruins and devour all of us, what will you do if you still don't have enough strength to leave this place?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "Although there are only a few demon king, there are many demon race in Demon's Wrath City. There will be a day when I can devour enough." The succubus demon said, "How can those people compare to us? Master is also a strong person, so you should know that strength has nothing to do with numbers." Kai Yang smiled faintly, "What you said makes sense. Yes, I will give you a chance to convince me." The succubus demon's spirit was shaken, and he immediately said, "I have heard of a saying called killing the chicken to get the eggs. Master, what you are doing now is true. If you want the eggs, you don't have to kill the chicken that laid the eggs. Are you willing to be the chicken that laid the eggs?" The succubus demon smiled bitterly and said, "It's better than dying. We are willing to cooperate and let return to ruins devour our demon chi. Although this will not be as fast as directly devouring us, it won't be too bad. Moreover, it won't cut off the source of power. As long as we are alive, we will be able to provide return to ruins with the power to grow. Master is a smart person, so you should be able to understand the pros and cons." Yang Kai snorted and said, what if I insist on killing the chicken to get the eggs? The succubus demon pursed his lips and turned to look at the other demon king. He said bitterly, if master insists, we will have no choice but to give it a try. Although we know there is no hope, we will only die. Moreover, if we die, return to ruins will not be able to obtain any benefits. Master might not know this, but return to ruins doesn't eat the dead. It only eats the living. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai nervously. The other demon kings did not say a word, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit tense. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai's expression was grave and stern. After pondering for a long time, he revealed a look of understanding. No wonder it didn't eat the last demon race. It is actually this picky. The succubus demon could not help but be dumbfounded. When she saw Yang Kai thinking so seriously, she thought that Yang Kai was thinking about the proposal. Who knew that it was actually something unrelated? Just as she was about to speak, she heard Yang Kai say, if it is as you say, then it is not impossible to give it a try. Killing people is fine, but massacring a city is against the laws of heaven. If it is not forced, this young master is not willing to try. Whether you live or die depends on your performance. After he finished speaking, Yang Kai threw the black puppy over. The other demon kings turned pale with fright and instinctively dodged. They had clearly seen the scene of the black puppy swallowing the blood demon. It was a lesson learned for the future. At least the succubus demon was more reliable. She mustered up her courage and caught the black puppy. The black puppy opened its mouth and instantly blocked the light in front of the succubus demon. The succubus demon was so scared that its whole body went weak. It could only watch as the big mouth bit down on it. It did not have the strength to run away. A bang was heard as Yang Kai slapped the black puppy's head. The black puppy whimpered and closed its mouth, allowing the succubus demon to escape. You can't eat it. Yang Kai looked at it with a serious face. Don't play dumb. If I say you can't eat it, then you can't eat it. The black puppy's ears immediately drooped. It's fine now. Yang Kai looked at the succubus demon and laughed. The succubus demon froze in place. After a while, it said awkwardly, I'm a little weak. Who wants to go first? The group of demon kings looked at each other. In the end, a bone demon walked out and said in a hoarse voice, I'll go first. As he spoke, he strode in front of the black puppy and pushed his demonic chi. In an instant, his demonic chi rolled and fiercely rushed towards the black puppy. The black puppy suddenly became excited. It opened its mouth again and a strong suction force came from it, sucking the bone demon's demonic chi into its mouth and into its stomach. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the black puppy and the bone demon seemed to be connected by a black line. A steady stream of demonic chi flowed into the black puppy's body through the bone demon, and the frost covering the black puppy's body quickly melted. The bone demon's strength wasn't bad. The aura he emitted was between the second order and third order emperor realm. Among the demon kings, he could definitely be ranked in the top 10. However, such a demon king couldn't even last a stick of incense worth of time in front of the black puppy. No matter how much he pushed his demonic chi, the black puppy was able to suck it dry. Its small stomach was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. After a stick of incense worth of time, the bone demon staggered and withdrew his demonic chi. The flickering ghost fire in his eyes dimmed a lot. This was obviously a sign that he had consumed too much of his demonic chi. He walked to the side and sat down cross-legged to recover. With such a good start, the other demon kings walked to the black puppy one by one and did the same. One after another, the demon kings flashed past the little black dog's eyes. Every single one of them was almost sucked dry of all their energy and energy. Even the most powerful demon king couldn't last more than 2 sticks of incense worth of time in this kind of torture before running out of energy. In less than 3 hours, all the demon kings were sitting on the ground in several rows. Yang Kai's face was a little dark. Although he knew that the black puppy had definitely become much stronger, he was certain that it wasn't enough to take them out of here. The succubus demon observed his expression and said, "This mistress can summon all the demon commanders in the city. Although their strength is lower, they have the advantage in numbers." Yang Kai gently nodded. The succubus demon then began to summon people. Not long after, demon commander-level figures flew over from all directions of the city. Just as the succubus demon said, although the demon commander's cultivations were lower, they had the advantage in numbers. They could definitely provide the black puppy with some capital to grow stronger. When the numerous demon commanders arrived and saw the miserable state of the demon kings, they were all shocked and uneasy. They didn't know what kind of fate awaited them. The succubus demon called a few of the strongest demon commanders to its side and whispered a few words to them, causing their faces to turn pale. From time to time, they would raise their heads to look at the black puppy with extreme fear. Very soon, the demon marshals knew what they were here for. With so many demon kings as precedents, they knew that they couldn't resist. They lined up in front of the black puppy and circulated their demon chi. The demon commanders were far inferior to the demon kings. A demon commander was comparable to a Tao source realm existence, but they could only last for a few dozen breaths. The suction force from the black puppy's mouth seemed to be able to suck the surging energy out of their bodies, making it impossible for them to last for long. One after another, the demon commanders were completely exhausted. After a day, all the demon commanders had taken their turns. Looking around, all of them were sitting in meditation to recover. It was a spectacular sight. A short day wasn't enough for the demon kings to fully recover. The black puppy barked a few times impatiently. Ever since it was born, it had never eaten so happily. Although it wasn't as delicious as directly devouring a demon king, this method of eating was better in terms of endurance, making it so happy that it didn't want to go home. The bone demon that was resting at the beginning had no choice but to stand up again and do what it was doing yesterday. Yang Kai stood to the side and watched with cold eyes. He knew that if this continued, it would only lead to a vicious cycle. The demon race wouldn't get enough rest, and the energy they could provide to the black puppy would only decrease. In the end, there would be very little left. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai took out a few bottles of recovery spirit pills and awakened the succubus demon, asking her to distribute them. The succubus demon had a stuttering look on its face. It wanted to ask what these spirit pills were, but it didn't have the courage. Yang Kai coldly snorted and took the initiative to explain. Only then did it feel much more at ease. After a short while, the spirit pills were distributed. The demon kings that took the spirit pills all had happy looks on their faces. They could clearly feel that their energy recovery speed had increased by a lot. The succubus demon walked back. As if it could see Yang Kai's thoughts, it said in a low voice, "Master, you don't have to worry too much. Right now, the world principles are leaning towards the star boundary. After the world principles change, our recovery speed will be even faster. At that time, there shouldn't be any problems." "I hope so." Yang Kai didn't express his opinion. Chapter 2984. In the reincarnation world, the laws of heaven and earth were constantly changing, sometimes leaning towards the star boundary, sometimes leaning towards the demon territory. There was no pattern to it at all. The reason for this was that the reincarnation world was located between these two great worlds. As it drifted through the void, it would occasionally come into contact with these two great worlds. Whichever great world it came into contact with, the laws of heaven and earth would be affected by that great world. However, generally speaking, before the laws of heaven and earth changed, there would be some obvious signs of heaven and earth. The humans of the human sovereign city relied on this to avoid danger. With the pills that Yang Kai distributed, the demon kings recovered much faster, but it was still not enough to satisfy the little black dog's appetite. Yang Kai could only place his hopes on the changes in the reincarnation world. This wait lasted for half a month. In this half a month, the demon kings and demon commanders of the demon fury city had all been rotated by the little black dog close to 10 times. They had to constantly meditate to recover and then let the little black dog devour their demonic essence. No expert could endure this kind of torment, not even Yang Kai. As a result, all the demon kings and demon commanders had deathly pale faces, as if their lifespans were nearing their end and they could die at any moment. There were even some demon kings and demon commanders whose cultivation had regressed greatly, and it was unknown when they would be able to cultivate back. They simply could not continue living like this. If they could escape, they would have done so already. However, there were mutated beasts returned to ruins, 2 dragon race experts, and Yang Kai watching over them. How could they have a chance to escape? They were also looking forward to the arrival of the laws of the demon territory. Half a month later, there was finally a change in heaven and earth. A thunderous sound rolled over, causing the demon race experts, who had been waiting for this day, to be so excited that tears appeared in their eyes, and they cheered endlessly. After the sound, the world's spiritual energy seemed to have undergone a subtle change. Li Jiaoqiu came to Yang Kai's side and said with a distressed expression, "Palace Master Yang, save me." Since coming here, he had asked Yang Kai for help more than once. "What is it this time?" Li Jiao said, "This Li has already been corroded by the demonic qi. These days, demonic thoughts are everywhere, and it's been very difficult for me to hold on. The laws of heaven and earth are about to change. If I don't find a place to hide, I'm afraid this time it will really become the demon race." Previously, when he was wandering outside with Zhu Lai, he didn't find a place to hide when the laws of heaven and earth changed, and the demonic qi invaded his body. He had been relying on his powerful cultivation to suppress the demonic thoughts in his body. Seeing that the laws of heaven and earth were about to change again, he was afraid that this world would be filled with demonic qi again. In his current state, there was no way he could hold on. When the time came, he would definitely be completely devoured by the demonic will and become a demon. Then find a place to hide. "Why are you begging me?" Yang Kai asked with a chuckle. Li Jiao said with a bitter expression, "But I don't know where to go. Before, I heard Palace Master Yang say that there was a human sovereign city here. I don't think about the human sovereign city. Although it's not far from here, you don't have time to get there." When Li Jiao heard this, he immediately panicked. "Then what should I do?" Yang Kai shrugged and spread his hands. "Good luck." Li Jiao's face darkened and he almost cried, "Palace Master Yang, you can't just stand by and watch me die. This Li came here because of you." Yang Kai said, "If I can save you, of course I will, but there's nothing I can do now." Li Jiao's expression couldn't help but become ugly. Among the people present, the 2 dragon race shouldn't have to worry about being corroded by the demonic qi. After all, they were divine spirits and their dragon blood had divinity, so they had a strong resistance to the demonic qi. Not to mention the laws of heaven and earth changing, even if they were really thrown into the territory of the demons, it was unlikely that they would be demonized. Yang Kai couldn't be treated lightly. Although Li Jiao didn't know why he was so confident that he would be safe and sound, he knew that he had a way just by looking at his relaxed expression. Li Jiao was a bit angry. He felt that Yang Kai was too precious and wasn't willing to help him. "Didn't I show you a path before? What can I do if you don't cherish it?" Li Jiao said in a deep voice, "Palace Master Yang, don't joke around. Only you can think of taking blood from the dragon race. If this Li really made this request, I'm afraid that my end would be very miserable. Anyway, it's going to become the demon race. Can there be anything worse than this? Palace Master Yang, are you really going to stand by and watch me die?" Li Jiao's face was filled with killing intent. Black qi tumbled around his body as anger and evil thoughts grew in his heart, causing his demonic nature to suddenly increase by a lot. Especially now that the world's aura was beginning to transform into the demonic qi, it affected his temperament. Yang Kai looked at him with a cold smile. Are you going to bite me? Damn it! Li Jiao finally couldn't bear it anymore. His face became ferocious as he clenched his teeth and shouted, if it weren't for you, how could this Li be reduced to such a state? Since you are so cold-blooded and heartless, then don't blame this Li for not giving you any face. I will fight you to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, black qi tumbled around his body and his eyes became incomparably red. Shaking his head suddenly turned into a giant Jiao dragon's head, ferociously biting down at Yang Kai. Having been eroded by the demonic qi, he had been incomparably sullen these days. Now that he was provoked by Yang Kai, he finally couldn't maintain his nature. The suppressed demonic thoughts completely broke out, instantly becoming the demon race. A little Jiao dares to be impudent in front of me? Li Jiao, you've got guts. Facing Li Jiao's angry attack, Yang Kai just chuckled and urged the golden divine dragon source in his body, raising his hand and pointing at Li Jiao's forehead. A golden light bloomed from his fingertip. This golden light wasn't dazzling, but Li Jiao reacted as if he was facing a great enemy. With a scream, his giant Jiao dragon's head shrank back to its original size. The emperor qi in his body couldn't circulate properly, and he almost couldn't breathe. When Yang Kai's fingertip touched Li Jiao's forehead, Li Jiao's body shook and a trace of clarity returned to his eyes. After coming back to his senses, Li Jiao was shocked. He never thought that he would actually do such a thing and attack Yang Kai. He also knew that this was an action influenced by his demonic qi and not his original intention, but he was afraid that Yang Kai didn't know and would try to kill him. His cultivation was indeed higher than Yang Kai's by 2 minor realms, but under the suppression of his bloodline, this difference didn't give him the slightest advantage. If Yang Kai wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing a conch. He wouldn't have the slightest chance to resist. This was the tragedy of being a descendant of the dragon race. The bloodline of a dragon race descendant allowed him to walk further and stand higher than others. His current third-order emperor realm cultivation was proof. If he didn't have the bloodline of the dragon race, it would be impossible for him to have such a high cultivation with his aptitude. But in front of an opponent who also had the bloodline of the dragon race, one's own cultivation was often secondary, and the power of one's bloodline was the key. Cold sweat broke out on his back as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Palace Master Yang, I was wrong. Please show mercy. Yang Kai was still chuckling, completely ignoring him, as if he really wanted to kill him. Li Jiao's face was ashen as he thought to himself that he was completely done for. He pitied his fire dragon palace and his beautiful concubines. He didn't know who would benefit from them in the future. After these distracting thoughts passed, he didn't meet the call of death. Yang Kai's hand was still on his forehead, without the slightest murderous intent. He was just looking at him with a playful expression. Suddenly, Li Jiao felt that the power in Yang Kai's body had undergone a huge change. The aura that filled the air had an ancient taste, as if it had crossed over from ancient times. A deep and solemn incantation sounded as a ray of light blossomed from Yang Kai's fingertips and enveloped Li Jiao. In the next instant, Li Jiao's body trembled as his bones cracked. His originally tall body suddenly swelled as a fierce surge of blood qi spread out from his body, attacking the demonic qi that enveloped his body. Li Jiao was stunned. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai had done to him, he clearly felt that his strength had increased by a lot. Moreover, he inexplicably felt an extremely bloodthirsty and warlike thought. Although this thought made him feel a little uncomfortable, it diluted the influence of the demonic qi on him, allowing him to maintain a strange state of clarity. Looking from afar, Li Jiao was currently filled with 2 colors. One was the pitch-black demonic qi, and the other was the blood qi in his body blooming. The red and black intertwined and wriggled, incomparably strange. This is? Li Jiao involuntarily asked. At this time, he also knew that Yang Kai didn't have any killing intent towards him. The reason why he did this was probably to help him. However, he couldn't understand. Since Yang Kai had this ability, he should have done it earlier. Why did he have to play with him? Ancient bloodthirsty technique. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It has a strong restraining effect on the demonic qi that invades a human's body. In ancient times, the great wizard used this method to save his people, but today's world principles are somewhat different from those of that time. It is not difficult to expel the demonic qi in your body, but it takes some effort to eradicate it. It is best to let your demonic nature erupt completely in order to solve the problem once and for all. Otherwise, it may leave behind some hidden dangers. You don't want to inexplicably become the demon race when you cultivate in the future, right? Li Jiao looked at Yang Kai with a moved expression and said, "So Palace Master Yang has been ignoring me these days? Deliberately keeping me in suspense and squeezing me? If not for this, the demonic nature in his body would not have erupted so quickly." Yang Kai said, "We came in together, so we naturally have to go out together. What's more, your fire dragon palace still owes me a lot of source crystals, so I naturally can't let you die like this. This Li will remember Palace Master Yang's kindness in his heart." Li Jiao was extremely excited. He originally thought that he would die, but the situation had taken a turn for the better. Not only did he have a chance to live, but he also didn't have to worry about the consequences. Don't be happy too early. As I said, the world principles today are not the same as the world principles in ancient times. The people who live in different world principles are also different. This method is useful for ancient humans, but I don't know how effective it will be for you. You have to be more careful when you cultivate in the future. Yes, yes, yes. This Li will definitely be careful. Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned solemn. He changed the incantation in his mouth and raised his hand to slap Li Jiao, shouting in a low voice, "Demon suppression." Under this palm, the tumbling demonic qi on the surface of Li Jiao's body seemed to be suppressed by something and frantically withdrew into his body. Chapter 2985. Yang Kai changed his incantation again and sent out another palm strike, demon vanquishing. When the light flashed, a black qi whizzed out from behind Li Jiao, as if the vengeful spirit that had possessed him had been repelled. It even let out a ghostly wail. The black qi that rushed out lasted for more than a dozen breaths, and when the demonic qi was completely removed, Li Jiao's eyes flashed with joy. He was clear about his own situation. He had been plagued by demonic qi these days, and the demonic qi was like a bone that would continue to grow. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master couldn't get rid of it. But now, with Yang Kai's help, he clearly felt that the problem that had been troubling him was completely solved. There was no longer any demonic qi remaining in his body. With the demonic qi expelled and the bloodthirst technique restrained, there was no longer any demonic thoughts in his heart, and his knowledge sea was clear. "Many thanks, Palace Master Yang." Li Jiao shed tears of gratitude. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yang Kai grin at him, then send out a palm strike. This palm strike was definitely not a demon vanquishing technique, because it was quite powerful. Most importantly, it contained the power of the dragon race's bloodline suppression. Poor Li Jiao, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, didn't even have time to react before he was knocked unconscious by this palm strike. Yang Kai waved his hand at him, and Li Jiao immediately disappeared. Zhu Lai, who had been watching coldly, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He couldn't figure out where Yang Kai had taken Li Jiao. Only Zhu Qing knew that the little flood dragon should have been thrown into that strange space. The world principles were about to change, and although the demonic qi in Li Jiao's body had been removed, if he didn't find a way to avoid it, he was bound to be corroded by the demonic qi again. The human sovereign city was too far away, and there was no place to hide in Demon's Fury City. That strange space was the best place. Thinking about what happened in that strange space, Zhu Qing couldn't help but feel her cheeks burn. At this moment, the change in the world principles was very obvious. The world energy seemed to be affected by a strange influence and was rapidly transforming into demonic qi. Many demon kings and demon commanders were waiting excitedly. This was the aura of their ancestral land. When the world principles of the reincarnation world shifted towards the demon territory, their cultivation and recovery would be much faster. The black puppy also became very excited. Obviously, it was very obviously fond of the world principles. And it opened its mouth swallowing the demonic qi. Not long after, the entire world had changed greatly. The surroundings were filled with dense demonic qi, and the world was dark. The dense demonic qi filled the surroundings, giving people the illusion that they had entered the demonic domain. Although Yang Kai didn't know what the demon domain was like, he guessed that it shouldn't be much different from the current reincarnation realm. This time, the change in the world principles only lasted for 3 days. In 3 days, the experts of Demon's Wrath City had recovered a lot, but it was still not enough to satisfy the black puppy's appetite. 3 days later, Yang Kai brought the black puppy to the Yinfeng mountain again. When he returned, he was frowning. Under the disappointed gazes of many demon kings and demon commanders, he left the black puppy behind and let it continue to devour the demonic qi. "How is it?" Zhu Lai asked. "I can't see the exit." Yang Kai shook his head. Although they had walked a bit further this time, they still couldn't determine where the exit was. In other words, the black puppy's current strength was not enough to take them away. They could only let it continue to grow stronger. Zhu Qing walked forward and held Yang Kai's hand. "Don't worry, we will be able to get out. It's just a matter of time." Yang Kai smiled. "I'm not worried about anything. It's just that this damned place is a bit depressing. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can feel at ease." Zhu Qing hesitated for a moment before asking softly, "What if we really can't leave?" Yang Kai held her hand tightly and said affectionately, "Then we'll spend the rest of our lives together here." Zhu Qing lowered her head and blushed. "You too, do you think I'm blind?" Zhu Lai snorted coldly, his expression ugly. He had sternly warned Yang Kai before, but he didn't expect this guy to not take his words seriously at all. Not only that, but this guy was actually flirting right under his nose. He couldn't bear it. Yang Kai raised his hand and grabbed Zhu Qing's shoulder. He looked at him provocatively and said, "You keep an eye on things here. I'm going to take a walk with your big sister." After saying this, he directly flew away with Zhu Qing. Li Jiao anxiously called out from behind, "Palace Master Yang, come back soon." Without Yang Kai, he definitely wouldn't have been able to resist the corrosion of the demonic qi when the world principles changed. Although he didn't know what kind of method Yang Kai had used before, he didn't show any signs of being corroded by the demonic qi when he was unconscious. If he wanted to survive in this place, he could only rely on Yang Kai. "Where are we going?" Zhu Qing thought that Yang Kai had brought her out for some reason and asked innocently. "Anywhere, as long as there's no one around." These words were too explicit. Zhu Qing immediately understood what he meant and felt her heart burn like a rabbit. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, it had been 3 months since Yang Kai and the others arrived in Demon Fury City. During these 3 months, the demon kings and demon commanders of Demon Fury City were living a life worse than death. They constantly wandered back and forth between recovering and being devoured. Often, they would only recover 20 to 30% of their cultivation before they were forced to fight. In these 3 months, the cultivation of all the demon kings and demon commanders had dropped by 1 to 2 minor realms. This was simply like stewing a knife and cutting meat, even more painful than being directly killed. Sometimes, the demon kings simply wanted to throw caution to the wind and fight Yang Kai and the others, but after thinking about it, they decided that it was better to live than to die. Their ancestors had operated here for more than 100,000 years, and Demon Fury City couldn't be cut off in this generation. Thinking like this, they could only wait bitterly, hoping that they could send this group of demons away as soon as possible. The little black dog still looked the same, only exuding the aura of a 5th order or 6th order cultivator, but through Yang Kai's many experiments, it had become much stronger. The unknown space in its stomach was more than 100 times larger than before, and it could already bring Yang Kai to a very deep place. During these 3 months, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing would occasionally go out to sightsee, spending a day or two outside before returning to Demon Fury City. Zhu Qing had a lot of complaints about this, and many cold words and sarcastic remarks were to no avail. Zhu Qing's face was thin, and every time she was scolded, she would feel guilty and blush for a long time. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was like a troublemaker, and no matter what he said, it was all nonsense. Li Jiao also didn't have a good time, because every time the laws of heaven and earth shifted to the side of the demon territory, he would be knocked unconscious by Yang Kai, and would only wake up when the change was over. Until today, he still didn't know how Yang Kai had helped him avoid the fate of being corroded by the demonic qi, but his gratitude towards him grew with each passing day, and he had the intention of following his lead. At this time, Yang Kai was already a little glad that he hadn't let the little black dog devour the Demon King here. Because if he had really done that, the little black dog would never have been able to grow to its current level in 3 months. Keeping these egg-laying chickens was indeed better than swallowing them directly. The bitter days of the demon race were finally coming to an end. Because the last time Yang Kai brought the little black dog back from Wind Mountain, he told Zhu Lai that he had vaguely grasped the location of the exit, and that as long as the little black dog became a little stronger, there should be a chance to leave this place. This news made all the demon race extremely excited. They had bitterly endured here for 3 months just for this day, and now that they saw hope, they naturally worked even harder to restore themselves. Their treasured demon fruits and demonic beasts that they were reluctant to use were all taken out, sparing no effort to restore their strength. After another round of world principles change, Yang Kai took Li Jiao out of the sealed world bead and woke him up. On the square, all the demon kings and demon commanders sat cross-legged on the ground, their faces weak and haggard as they stared at Yang Kai anxiously. Yang Kai grinned and said loudly, "Since ancient times, humans and demons have always been at odds. You and I have a blood feud that is difficult to resolve, so it stands to reason that I should kill all of you and end this once and for all." As soon as this statement came out, the faces of many of the demon race changed slightly, but they didn't panic because from the meaning of Yang Kai's words, they could tell that Yang Kai didn't intend to do so. However, thanks to your help these past few months, we have hope of leaving this place, so I am willing to spare your lives. Many thanks, Master. The succubus demon shouted, but no one from the demon race responded. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I hope we won't have a chance to meet again." "Who wants to meet you again?" All the demon kings and demon commanders cursed in their hearts. "Farewell." Yang Kai smiled and beckoned the black puppy, taking the lead to fly towards Wind Mountain. Zhu Qing, her brother, and Li Jiao quickly followed. "I wish Master good luck and success." The succubus demon waved his hand vigorously, the corners of his eyes slightly moist. "It wasn't easy, we finally sent these demons away." Many demon kings and demon commanders looked at the backs of Yang Kai and the others, praying sincerely in their hearts that they could leave this world. Yang Kai had been to Wind Mountain more than a dozen times, and every time he came, he would bring the black puppy to experiment. Each time, he would be able to travel a long distance more than before. So, he was familiar with the entire process. The cold demonic qi that swept over from an unknown place was endless, and the deeper they went, the more terrifying it became. In the beginning, everyone was safe and sound. They could resist the effects of the cold demonic qi with their own cultivation. However, after 1,000 feet, they began to struggle. Without the black puppy's help, no one was able to travel more than 300 feet. The black puppy was clearly very familiar with this, so after 1,000 feet, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and swallowed all the cold demonic chi. In an instant, the pressure on the group of 4 was greatly reduced. 90% of the cold demonic chi was swallowed by the black puppy, and the remaining 10% was dispersed. Yang Kai and the others could easily deal with it. As they continued to move forward, the cold demonic chi became more and more powerful. However, the black puppy was safe and sound, taking it all in. Only after 100,000 feet did a faint chill begin to appear on its body. It was clear that the cold demonic chi was beginning to affect it. Chapter 2986. The group of 4, Yang Kai took the lead with the black puppy in his arms, Zhu Qing and her brother in the middle, and Li Jiao bringing up the rear, were only 3 steps away from each other. The surrounding scenery could not be seen, and even his divine sense could not extend beyond 200 meters, so Yang Kai was not worried about going in the wrong direction. He only needed to walk in the direction of the cold demonic chi. After a day, there was finally a trace of abnormality in front of them. Strong fluctuations of space principles came from that direction, causing Yang Kai's spirit to shake as he shouted, "Cheer up, we're almost there." Hearing him say this, the remaining 3 all wore solemn expressions, especially Li Jiao, who pushed his emperor Qi fiercely as a voice rang out in his mind. In just a little while, they would be able to leave this hellish place and return to their fire dragon palace. Thinking so, Li Jiao's blood boiled and he was filled with anticipation. The cold qi around the black puppy's body became even more severe as a thick layer of frost enveloped it. Its mouth, which had been open all this time, had also shrunk significantly, obviously reaching its limit. 1,000 meters in front of the group, there seemed to be a source of cold demonic qi that was howling with cold wind. The cold demonic qi that existed anywhere on Ill Wind Mountain was not as terrifying as this place. The last time Kai Yang came here, he had found this place and knew that this should be the location of the exit. The little black dog had grown a lot in the past few days, so according to Kai Yang's estimation, it should be able to lead them to the exit. Success or failure would depend on this. Kai Yang continued to whisper encouragement into the little black dog's ear. The black puppy obviously understood and probably knew that everyone's life and death depended on it. Suddenly, as if it had received divine assistance, a muffled roar came from its throat and its mouth, which had shrunk significantly, swelled up again. All the cold demonic qi that was blowing towards them was swallowed up. The pressure on everyone decreased sharply. Yang Kai's pace also increased a lot. 700 meters. 500 meters. 30 zhang. When he was 10 feet away, Yang Kai was finally able to clearly see what the exit looked like. At first glance, it looked like a crack in the void, but also like an open wallet. From that crack, pure and rich demonic qi and an ice-cold aura that could extinguish life rolled and converged. The gap was dozens of feet long, stretching across the top of the Ill Wind Mountain. It rose and fell continuously, changing constantly. It seemed to be extremely unstable. Logically speaking, such a crack could not exist for a long time because the laws of heaven and earth would automatically repair such an incomplete place. However, the reincarnation world was a peculiar small world in the first place. It was located in the void crevice between the demon territory and the astral plane. It was not surprising that a crack had appeared in the reincarnation world due to the pull of the 2 large worlds. If one day, the pull of a large world on the reincarnation world suddenly became much stronger, perhaps it would tear the entire reincarnation world apart. At that time, all living beings living here would inevitably perish. And this kind of crack was not enough for people to casually pass through, because its changes would trigger the power of the space laws. If someone who did not understand this tried to force their way through, it would be fine if they were lucky, but if they were unlucky, they might die on the spot. If one wanted to leave through this crack, they would first have to stabilize it and create a safe entrance. Many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, but he had already come up with a plan. He shouted, "I will cast a spell to stabilize this exit, but it won't last for long, at most 3 breaths of time. You must follow closely, don't get lost in the void." An. Zhu Qing nodded heavily. Zhu Lai and Li Jiao also tensed up, their minds tense, ready to move at a moment's notice. This matter was related to the void crack and the space laws, so no matter how strong they were, it was useless. At this time, they could only listen to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression also became serious, and the space principles around his body fluctuated. Although he stood in place, he gave off a feeling of being far and near, which was because the surrounding space was affected. Open. With a loud shout, the invisible space principles were mobilized, transforming into a visible shockwave that slammed into the constantly changing void crack. Suddenly, a transparent door seemed to be installed at a certain location in the void crack, and the area covered by this door became extremely stable. "Qing, let's go." Yang Kai called out. Zhu Qing, who had been prepared, rushed through the invisible door and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhu Lai followed closely behind, not saying a word. Li Jiao was the last to act. With his strength, if nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to rush in as well, but the moment he left the black dog's territory, his body stiffened and his Emperor Qi became sluggish. Staring at the entrance right in front of him, he was frozen in place. His eyes widened, and the blood in his body almost froze. Fear enveloped him, and he was shrouded in despair. He knew that he was finished. If he missed this best opportunity, he would never be able to leave this place, and his only fate would be to freeze to death. In a moment of desperation, he could only cast a pleading look towards Yang Kai. "What a piece of trash!" Kai Yang angrily cursed. He hadn't thought that this guy would actually drop the ball at such a critical moment. He wished he could just let him go, but he still reached out and grabbed him. Holding the black puppy in his other hand, he quickly rushed towards the crack. After 3 breaths of time, the stabilized territory began to collapse, and the void crack began to fluctuate again. Yang Kai had no choice but to urge his space force again, pushing out a safe space in front of him before disappearing. The howling wind suddenly disappeared, and the surroundings were completely silent. There was no light at all, nor was there any world energy. It was as if this place was a void. Suddenly coming from such a noisy environment to such a strange and quiet place, anyone would feel a little uncomfortable. In this place, only divine sense had some use. "Qing, Yang Kai called out as soon as he arrived, but his voice could not come out. Fortunately, he had already sensed Zhu Qing's aura, so he immediately left Li Jiao and came to Zhu Qing's side to hold her. "Are you alright?" Yang Kai asked. "I'm fine," Zhu Qing replied. She was the first to rush in, so naturally nothing would happen to her, but Yang Kai's concern still warmed her heart. "This is the void crack." "Yes, this is the void crack." This was not the first time Yang Kai had come to this kind of place. The void crack was everywhere, and one could enter from any place. Although the void crack was similar in size, it was vast and boundless. For some people, even if they were strong, such a place was extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, they would be lost in it and never be able to leave. Only those who were proficient in the Tao of space had the qualifications to walk through it, and even then, they were still far from being able to stroll through it. At this time, Zhu Lai and Li Jiao also came over. Zhu Lai was fine, but Li Jiao had just been severely frozen and was currently shivering, a look of lingering fear on his face. Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he sent them a message: "The void crack is filled with void turbulence. Once that thing comes into contact with it, it will either be sucked into it and disappear, or it will immediately be teleported to an unknown location, so if you feel that something is wrong, don't be curious and investigate, just stay as far away as possible." "Palace Master Yang is right, I will listen to you," Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. In this situation, even if Yang Kai let out a fart, he would have to be careful. There was no other way. Not only had he been indebted to Yang Kai time and time again, he had just been saved by Yang Kai. Now, if he wanted to leave this place and return to the star boundary, he could only pin his hopes on Yang Kai. It is also very easy to get separated in this place. Even if you are nearby, you may not be able to find each other in a moment of distraction, so I suggest that everyone should hold each other's hands and become good friends. That's a good suggestion. Li Jiao was looking for some sense of security, and Yang Kai's words had undoubtedly touched his heart, so he quickly turned to look at Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai said with a cold face, "If you dare come over, you're dead." And, "It was Palace Master Yang who said so." Li Jiao replied awkwardly. Zhu Lai frowned and took out a ribbon from his space ring without saying a word. Although this place was filled with nothingness and chaos, when this ribbon appeared, it still bloomed with a brilliant light. This was obviously a good emperor artifact, and an emperor artifact that was suitable for women. "Use this," Zhu Lai said. Letting him hold hands with Li Jiao was simply worse than killing him. "That's fine." Yang Kai nodded. Zhu Lai immediately shook the ribbon and flicked it straight at Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed one end, tying it to his waist while Zhu Lai tied the other end to his body. Li Jiao looked at it eagerly and said with a bashful face, leave a little for me too." Zhu Lai snorted lightly. Although he was very unwilling, he didn't go too far and really left a section for Li Jiao. Li Jiao hurriedly tied it to his wrist happily. In this way, the three men were connected together. The quality of the ribbon was quite good, so it wasn't easy to break it. As for Zhu Qing, there was no need to worry. She was always in Yang Kai's arms and could be said to be the safest one. It was just that being so intimate with Yang Kai in front of others made her blush a little. "Okay, let's go find the exit now," Yang Kai called out. "Do you know where the exit is?" Zhu Lai asked. "I have a feeling." Yang Kai turned and looked in a certain direction, his figure flickering as he rushed over. Zhu Lai and Li Jiao hurriedly followed. After walking for a while, Zhu Lai realized that something was wrong. Using ribbons to contact each other was indeed a good way to avoid the awkwardness and discomfort of holding hands, but now, why did it feel like Yang Kai was holding hands with two animals? Thinking so, Zhu Lai's face suddenly became incomparably dark. Shame, a great shame. He secretly decided in his heart that if anyone mentioned today's matter in front of him in the future, he would never let it go. He turned his head and fiercely warned Li Jiao with his eyes. Li Jiao was shocked, and cold sweat slid down his forehead. Inexplicably, he actually felt Zhu Lai's killing intent. He didn't provoke him, so what was going on? He couldn't understand. Chapter 2987. In the boundless void, the group of people walked for an unknown amount of time, avoiding countless void turbulence, and finally arrived at a strange place. There seemed to be two levels here, and each level had an enormous vortex. The vortex was pitch black and seemed to be able to swallow everything, causing one to shudder with fear. The two vortexes appeared to be in a strange state of stillness, but anyone could feel the shocking suction force coming from them. Yang Kai and the others stood in the middle of these two vortexes. After observing for a long time, Yang Kai said solemnly, "There are two exits here. If I'm not wrong, one should lead to the star boundary, and the other should lead to the demon territory." Li Jiao asked, "Which one should we go to?" Yang Kai pointed and said, "The one above, although it looks the same on the outside, the one below has some demonic chi spilling out, so it definitely leads to the demon territory." "Since we can determine the location, let's go," Zhu Lai urged. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I will take you out of here and return to the star territory, but I can't guarantee your safety on the way. After all, there is a lot of randomness. Now that things have gotten to this point, there's no point in saying anything more." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then let's go. Be sure to follow closely." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards the vortex. The laws of space around him surged madly, transforming into an invisible force that surged towards the vortex. As he spied on the situation within, he broke through the layers of barriers and opened up a path between the two worlds that allowed him to pass through safely. The tranquil whirlpool immediately underwent some unexpected changes. Layers upon layers of whirlpools began to rotate, and a crazy squeezing force came from all directions, as if it was going to squeeze people to the point of exploding. At first glance, this scene looked like Yang Kai was riding the wind and breaking the waves, splitting them to the left and right, but converging behind him. Zhu Lai and the others could only follow closely behind Yang Kai to avoid the danger of being swallowed by the waves. Fortunately, everyone was a master among masters, and they were connected by the Emperor artifact ribbons, so no one made any mistakes at this critical moment. Yang Kai rushed all the way, pushing the space laws to the limit, like a hot knife through butter. After shuttling through the void vortex for an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a huge resistance in front of him, making him feel as if he had slammed into an iron plate. For a moment, the blood in his body churned, and he felt dizzy. The barrier of worlds. The reason why the great worlds could not be connected to each other was because of the existence of the world barrier. This was the barrier between two worlds. Generally speaking, it was extremely strong, and even the great emperors could not tear it apart. As far as Yang Kai knew, only the great demon god of the demon territory had once broken through the territory's barrier and allowed the powerhouses of the demon territory to descend into the ancient star boundary. If this world barrier was in its normal state, even Yang Kai, who was proficient in space principles, would not be able to break through it. After all, his cultivation was too low, only at the first-order emperor realm compared to those masters. However, the world barrier here was not complete, and the reincarnation world was drifting between the star boundary and the demon territory, so there had always been some flaws. Although Yang Kai's collision made him dizzy, he also felt that there was a chance to break through. In his knowledge sea, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus suddenly bloomed with 7 colors, stabilizing his mind. At the same time, he urged the power of the space principles to condense moon blades, which he madly shot forward. Countless moon blades exploded, chasing after the stars and the moon. Sure enough, a crack appeared in the sturdy barrier of the realm. Yang Kai was overjoyed and led everyone out of the gap. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Who knew if it was caused by Yang Kai's means, but after the gap appeared in the world barrier, a turbulent flow of void suddenly burst out and wrapped around everyone in an instant. Yang Kai was shocked, and when he came back to his senses, his hand was empty. Zhu Qing had disappeared. He turned pale with fright and scanned with his divine sense. His heart sank to the bottom. Not only had Zhu Qing disappeared, but even Zhu Lai and Li Jiao, who had been following behind him, had disappeared without a trace. The little black dog had also run off to some unknown place. Cold sweat dripped down, and Yang Kai wanted to turn around and rush back, but the world barrier was already out of his reach. His vision blurred, and he appeared in a different world. Feeling the familiar world principles around him, Yang Kai understood that he had returned to the star boundary, but it was a little different from what he had expected. This place was not frozen ground, because the surrounding environment was not as harsh as the harsh cold and white snow. This was not even the northern territory. Although the world principles of the star boundary were more or less the same, there were still some differences between the territory. Yang Kai had not stayed in the northern territory for long, and if this place was the northern territory, he would definitely be able to feel it. What the hell was this place? Could it be that Zhu Qing and the others did not keep up and were lost in the void? Thinking so, Yang Kai's face became extremely ugly. He had not expected the accident that happened when he broke through the world barrier. If he had known this would happen, he would have been more careful. If Zhu Qing and the others were really lost in the void, they would never be able to find a way out. In that case, he would have to make a trip back to the reincarnation world, but now the little black dog was gone. Even if he could really enter the reincarnation world, he would not be able to go deep into Wind Mountain. For a time, Yang Kai's mood was extremely depressed, and the joy of returning to the star boundary was gone. Looking down at his waist, Yang Kai saw that Zhu Lai's ribbon artifact had been broken, its brilliance dim, and its spirituality completely gone. This was a high-grade Emperor artifact, but it had been cut in half by the void. If it had cut Zhu Qing and the others, even their dragon bodies would have been injured. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai forced himself to calm down and carefully recalled what he had just experienced. After a while, his tense expression gradually relaxed. Although everything just happened very quickly, Yang Kai could still sense it. Recalling what happened just now, he could more or less find some clues. He now felt that Zhu Qing and the others should not have been lost in the void. It was because they were affected by the void's turbulence when they were passing through the world barrier, causing them to be separated from him. If this was the case, it meant that they had all returned to the star boundary, but they had all landed in different places. As long as they returned to the star boundary, with the strength of Zhu Qing and her brother, they would not be in any danger. Perhaps they were also looking for him now. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai relaxed a lot, but whether this was the case or not still needed to be confirmed. He turned his head and looked around. There was yellow sand everywhere, like a desert. The world energy here was not very good, and the environment was a bit harsh. There was not even a blade of grass in sight. In any case, it was more important to find Zhu Qing and the others first. Thinking so, Yang Kai immediately summoned his flowing cloud shuttle and randomly chose a direction to search. This desert seemed to be very large. Yang Kai wandered around here for several days but still could not see the border. Of course, he was constantly circling around the place where he appeared and did not walk in a straight line. If he had walked in a straight line, perhaps he would have left this desert. The reason why he was constantly circling around was naturally to find the whereabouts of Zhu Qing and the others. 5 days later, Yang Kai, who was paying attention to the movements around him in the flowing cloud shuttle, finally sensed a familiar aura. His spirit shook and he immediately rushed in that direction. After a short while, he arrived at the place. He saw sand and dust rolling in front of him, as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses galloping past. In front of the sand and dust, a small black shadow was running, as if it was escaping the pursuit of a strong expert. It seemed to be in a panic, and its path was erratic. The speed of this black shadow was extremely fast, and the one chasing after it was undoubtedly an extremely powerful monster beast. It was moving through the sand, but it was still unable to catch up with its target. It constantly roared angrily and launched a series of attacks, creating huge craters in the surrounding desert. Yang Kai put away the flowing cloud shuttle and directly went to meet the small black shadow that was running for its life. It seemed to have sensed Yang Kai's aura. When the small black shadow raised its head to look at Yang Kai, it was pleasantly surprised. Its 4 short legs dashed forward, and its speed suddenly increased a lot. In an instant, it opened up the distance between it and the enemy behind it. A moment later, the small black shadow rushed in front of Yang Kai and jumped into his arms. It whimpered a few times and its body trembled. "Bow wow, don't be afraid." Yang Kai's hanging heart finally relaxed, and he gently stroked the black puppy's back. Seeing the black puppy, Yang Kai was sure that Zhu Qing and the others should be safe. At the very least, Zhu Qing was absolutely fine, because the black puppy had been in Zhu Qing's arms all this time. Since the black puppy had returned to the star boundary, then Zhu Qing must have returned as well. It was just that he didn't know where she was now. The black puppy had obviously been chased for a long time. At this moment it was panting, and its small body was undulating. It finally found a trace of security in Yang Kai's arms. Roar! A thunderous roar rang out, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. Then, a huge 2-story monster beast suddenly appeared in front of them. This beast's face was ferocious and terrifying, like an angry bull. Its 2 fangs were exposed, and its eyes were red with blood. Its monster chi was rolling, and it was emitting the aura of a peak 11th order. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "You're too useless, being chased around by this guy. Don't you have the devouring divine technique?" An 11th order monster beast was equivalent to the Tao source realm. Although this monster beast looked amazing, the black puppy had even swallowed the demon king. How could it not do anything to an 11th order monster beast? Yang Kai couldn't understand the situation no matter how hard he tried. "Stop fooling around, swallow it." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and poked the black puppy. Unexpectedly, the black puppy shrank even further into his arms, leaving only its butt exposed. Its legs clamped down on its short tail, and it looked like it was unwilling to come out no matter what. Roar! With another roar, the 11th order monster beast seemed to be enraged by Yang Kai's disrespect. It raised its huge paw and slapped down at Yang Kai, as if it wanted to smash him into a meat patty. Yang Kai frowned and stretched out his hand, pointing his finger at the monster beast's paw. Without a sound, the huge paw suddenly exploded, and the force of the explosion forced the monster beast to involuntarily retreat. The ferocious look in its scarlet eyes disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by a thick sense of horror. Chapter 2988. After cultivating to the 11th order, this monster beast would definitely have its own intelligence even if it did not transform. It would know how to seek fortune and avoid disaster. Yang Kai's gentle finger attack that exploded its giant claw immediately made it feel a fatal danger, so it immediately turned its head without hesitation. Its entire body was covered in sand and dust, as if it was using the divine technique to escape. It fled into the distance like the wind. Yang Kai was in a good mood after finding the black puppy, so he did not chase after it. He did not put the 11th order monster beast in his eyes, so he did not stop it when he saw it running away. "What's going on with you?" Yang Kai held the black puppy in front of him and looked at it carefully. He did not understand what was going on. It could even swallow the demon king, but it was being chased by an 11th order monster beast. If Yang Kai had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Thinking back, when Gong Yu was possessed by the demon spirit, he had said that the black puppy had a trace of the bloodline of the Return to Ruins, but he did not say that it was the cub of the Return to Ruins. Thinking about it, the black puppy's bloodline was very likely to be impure. When it was facing its favorite food like the demon race, its divine technique would definitely be activated. However, when it was facing other enemies, this ability would not work. It had once swallowed manager Liao in the reincarnation world, but when it was fighting the princes and princesses in the palace, its performance was very normal and did not use its ability to swallow. Now it seemed that it was being chased by the 11th order monster beast because it could not use its divine technique. This impure bloodline was very troublesome. However, Yang Kai did not care too much. It was good that the black puppy was capable, but it did not matter if it was not. After all, he did not need a dog to rely on its power. The most important thing now was to figure out where Zhu Qing had gone. Yang Kai lifted the black puppy and put it on his shoulder. He did not summon his flying emperor artifact and flew straight up. For the next 10 days, he continued to search the desert, but to no avail. 10 days later, an oasis suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Suddenly discovering such a bright place in a place full of yellow sand and dust, Yang Kai's mood became wonderful. There seemed to be a small village in the oasis, and there were many auras of living beings there. Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and immediately knew that there were no masters here. The strongest one here was just a Tao Source Realm master, and the rest were even weaker. He landed on the oasis and came to the side of a clear pond. He washed his face with the water, and the little black dog jumped into the pond and swam around happily. When he looked up again, he saw a few children standing next to him, staring at him curiously with wide eyes. There were both boys and girls among these children. The youngest was only 4 or 5 years old, while the oldest was only 11 or 12 years old. Perhaps it had something to do with the environment here, but their clothes were rather simple and crude. There were even many patches on their clothes. Moreover, their complexions were not very good. All of them were as thin as skin and bones. At first glance, one could tell that they were malnourished. Among them, the older ones should have already started cultivating, but their cultivations were pitifully low. Their eyes flashed with curiosity as they stood a few dozen meters away and looked at Yang Kai timidly. Yang Kai smiled at them, but just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked at the head of one of the girls and asked in surprise, "Little girl, where did you get this thing?" This girl was relatively older than the other children and had a bow on her head. What made Kai Yang pleasantly surprised was that the material used to tie the bow was none other than a very familiar colored ribbon. This was Zhu Lai's Emperor Artifact ribbon. Previously, in the Endless Void, in order to prevent them from getting separated, they used this Emperor Artifact ribbon to connect with each other. In the end, it was cut off by the void on the other side of the barrier. Yang Kai had a piece of it, but it was useless, so he threw it away. He did not expect to see another piece here. This was obviously not the one he threw away. After all, it was too far away from here, so this little girl definitely could not have picked it up. In other words, this piece of ribbon was either thrown away by Li Jiao or Zhu Lai. This discovery further confirmed Yang Kai's previous guess. Sure enough, everyone had returned to the star boundary, but they had all landed in different places. When Kai Yang suddenly opened his mouth to speak, all of the children were startled and retreated a few steps. "Let me have a look at this thing, I'll return it to you later." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and the ribbon flew into his hand. Looking down, Yang Kai confirmed that this was indeed a piece of the Emperor Artifact ribbon. Although it was an Emperor artifact, after being broken into several pieces, it had lost all its spirituality and was no longer of much use. If not for this, the power of this Emperor artifact alone would have been enough to crush this little girl to dust. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, but when he raised his head again to ask something, he saw the children suddenly scatter, probably frightened by his sudden action. A moment later, accompanied by the cries of the children, dozens of cultivators of varying cultivation suddenly rushed out from all directions and swarmed towards Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by 3 layers of people, all of them looking at him vigilantly with unfriendly expressions. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily, knowing that his actions were a little rash. Turning his gaze, he fixed it on the face of a middle-aged man and asked, "Are you the one in charge here?" This middle-aged man had a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivation and was the strongest person here, but for some reason, his face looked particularly weathered. His Dao Source Realm cultivation did not prevent the flowing time Great Emperor from leaving a mark on his face. The other villagers were also the same. Moreover, Kai Yang also discovered that something was not quite right from their expressions. Their eyes seemed to be filled with despair. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the middle-aged man nodded and said, "Yes, this one is the one in charge of this green water manor. May I ask sir's name?" Although his cultivation was not as good as Yang Kai's, he could see that the young man in front of him was not someone he could provoke. His tone was very respectful, for fear of bringing a fatal disaster to Green Water Manor. "My name doesn't matter, I just want to ask something." Yang Kai raised the ribbon in his hand and said, "I saw this thing on that girl's head just now. I just want to ask where she got this from, but I don't want to disturb her." "But I didn't want to disturb them. Can you help me ask them?" The middle-aged man said, "If that's the case, there's no need to ask her. You know." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "I got this from a red-haired young man." Red-haired young man. Yang Kai was happy to hear this. He did not need to ask carefully to know that it was Zhu Lai, so he quickly asked, "Where is that red-haired young man?" "He has been gone for a long time." The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, "About half a month ago, he suddenly came here, and then waited here for half a day. Another woman came to find him, so the two left together." Yang Kai quickly asked, "What did that woman look like?" Did she also have red hair? The middle-aged man nodded and said, yes. Moreover, those two people seem to be extremely powerful, even more powerful than you. Yes, yes, they are stronger than me. Yang Kai was full of smiles, and his hanging heart was completely relieved. Although he guessed that Zhu Qing should be fine when he found the little black dog, now that it was confirmed, he still felt relieved. Red hair was a sign unique to red dragons. Zhu Lai had obviously come to this oasis, and then used the dragon race to contact Zhu Qing. After she came, they left together. The middle-aged man said again, this ribbon was thrown by that red-haired young man before he left. The child is not sensible, so she casually picked it up to play with. If this thing is useful to Sir, please take it back. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, that's not necessary. I'm just asking some questions. You don't have to be nervous. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and the ribbon immediately flew to the little girl. The little girl looked at Yang Kai, and then grabbed the ribbon in her hand. She held it in her hand like it was a treasure, and did not let go. After confirming that Yang Kai did not have any ill intentions, the group was relieved. They also felt that Yang Kai was very strong. If Yang Kai had any ill intentions, they would not be able to resist. Where did that man and woman go? Can you tell me? The middle-aged man pointed and said, that way. Yang Kai looked into the distance, and then cupped his fist and said, thank you. He turned around and called for the little black dog, and then picked it up. Then, his figure flashed, and he chased after Zhu Qing and her brother. Seeing him leave, the group secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, the figure in front of them blurred, and the young man came back. The middle-aged man asked curiously, Sir, what else do you want? Yang Kai smiled and said, I thought about it. You helped me, so I should return the favor. It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. The middle-aged man shook his head. It may be a small matter to you, but it's a big matter to me. How about this, if you have any requests, just tell me. I can satisfy you. As soon as he said this, the group could not help but become restless, and they all looked at the middle-aged man. The steward's expression changed, but after hesitating for a long time, he still shook his head and said, Thank you for your kindness, sir, but we don't have any requests. Yang Kai smiled and said, Judging from your expressions, you must have some difficulties, or even life-threatening. If you don't answer my questions, it means that you are being suppressed, or you don't have confidence in me. Are you being targeted by some master? It's not like that. The middle-aged man shook his head again, looking a little nervous. Sir, you should leave quickly. The people you are looking for have been gone for half a month. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up with them. Yang Kai ignored him and looked at the little girl who had picked up the ribbon, saying, You helped me, so I'll help you now. Tell me if anyone bullied you. I'll teach them a lesson so they can never bully you again. The little girl was pleasantly surprised. Really? Really? The little girl said, Then can you go and kill that big snake? It often comes to eat people. My little brother and little sister were eaten by it. Big snake. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Chapter 2989. 10 days later, in a city, Yang Kai leisurely appeared. After so many days, he finally figured out where he was. Western Territory. In the star boundary, the Western Territory was the most barren and barren. He had been in the star boundary for so many years, but he had never set foot in the Western Territory. He never thought that he would accidentally come to this place when escaping from the reincarnation world. He didn't know if this was the will of heaven. 10 days ago, when he left the oasis, Yang Kai went to kill a monster beast serpent. That monster beast was a 12th order monster beast, comparable to an ordinary second order Emperor Realm Master. It seemed to regard the people in the oasis as food and would eat one or two of them from time to time. Even if the people in the oasis wanted to escape, they couldn't. Anyone who dared to leave the oasis' 10-kilometer radius would die without a burial. A 12th order monster beast was a terrible nightmare for those people, but it was nothing to Yang Kai. Killing it in passing would be considered as returning a favor. Yang Kai didn't return to the oasis and left directly. He believed that in a few days, the people in the oasis would discover that the serpent had been killed. He chased after it all the way, but didn't find any trace of Zhu Qing and her brother. Presumably, the two of them had returned to Dragon Island or went to their own high heaven palace. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was no longer in a hurry. Along the way, he crossed thousands of mountains and rivers and experienced the unique customs of the Western Territory. It was quite carefree. It was rare for him to come to the Western Territory, so Yang Kai wanted to find a secluded place to set up a territory-crossing space array. This way, it would be much more convenient for him to come to the Western Territory in the future. But after searching for a few days, he couldn't find a suitable place, which made him feel helpless. Although the Western Territory was barren compared to the other three territories, it was only relative. There were still many famous mountains and rivers, as well as sacred cultivation grounds with rich spiritual energy. The famous Assassin Hall was located in the Western Territory. The Assassin Hall was the overlord sect in the Western Territory and was also the sect of the Great Emperors. Its founder was none other than the Great Emperor's Night Shadow, whose name struck fear into the hearts of many. Compared to the other Great Emperor sects, the Assassin Hall was without a doubt the most mysterious one. This was because even the native cultivator in the Western Territory had no idea where this sect was located or how many people there were in it. However, this did not hinder the Assassin Hall's supremacy in the hearts of the Western Territory cultivators. If the Star Soul Palace was the sacred ground in the hearts of the cultivator in the Southern Territory, then the Assassin Hall had the same weight in the hearts of the cultivator in the Western Territory. The Great Emperors were experts among experts, and a Great Emperor proficient in stealth and assassination was even more terrifying. There was a rumor in the Western Territory that there was no obvious difference in strength between the Great Emperors, but if one were to ask them to name the opponent they were most afraid of, it would be none other than the Great Emperor's Night Shadow. This was not an honor that just anyone could obtain. The city was not small, so Yang Kai directly found a tavern and went inside. He found a table by the window and sat down. The waiter immediately came over to greet him warmly. "Sir, what would you like to order? Do you have sword wine?" Yang Kai asked. The waiter chuckled. "Sir, you found the right place. There are thousands of taverns in Starpoint City, big and small, but there are only 10 that sell sword wine, and this little shop happens to be one of them." Yang Kai generously waved his hand. "First, 100 jugs to moisten your throat." The Western Territory was not only famous for the Assassin Hall and the Great Emperor's Night Shadow, but also for the sword wine brewed by the Winesward Manor. The brewing process of this sword wine was extremely complicated and time-consuming. It also required the assistance of experts proficient in the way of the sword to fuse their understanding of the way of the sword into the wine. Every jug was extremely precious. However, this sword wine was very beneficial to the cultivator. Drinking it over a long period of time could increase one's cultivation. It was especially beneficial to the cultivator who cultivated the way of the sword, as it could help the cultivator comprehend the way of the sword. It was precisely because of the existence of this sword wine that the Western Territory generally had more experts using the way of the sword compared to the other three territories. When Yang Kai and Zhu Qing first met, Zhu Qing kept pestering him, which annoyed Yang Kai immensely. In order to get rid of her harassment, Yang Kai had asked Zhu Qing to go to the Western Territory to try some sword wine. Originally, he had only intended to make things difficult for her, but unexpectedly, Zhu Qing had really managed to obtain some sword wine. Recalling the unfamiliarity and rejection at the beginning, and now that they were husband and wife, Yang Kai could not help but sigh. The heavenly way was unpredictable, the heavenly way was constant, and all karma was a natural cycle. Zhu Qing probably never thought that the two of them would end up like this. Now that he had personally come to the Western Territory, the first thing Yang Kai thought of was sword wine. If he could bring back a large amount of this thing, it would be of great help to the future development of High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai's friends and relatives on Shadowed Star should not be very strong, so when he brought them to the star boundary, with the assistance of sword wine, their cultivation would definitely be much easier. Perhaps he could go to the Wine Sword Manor and find a way to reach a cooperative relationship with them. He was an Emperor Realm alchemist, so as long as he could meet their requirements, Yang Kai believed that the Wine Sword Manor would not refuse his proposal. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, but suddenly, a sneer came from a nearby table. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Sword wine is such a fine wine, yet you actually want 100 jars. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yang Kai turned his head and looked over, only to see a bare-chested brawny man looking at him sarcastically. This brawny man had a bulbous nose, a toad's mouth, and was extremely ugly. A necklace of skulls hung around his neck. Yang Kai did not know what kind of beast these skulls were made of, but each one was the size of a fist and exuded a cold aura, further accentuating his ferocious appearance. Although his appearance was not impressive, what surprised Yang Kai was that this brawny man was actually a second-order Emperor Realm Master. There were two other people at the same table with this brawny man, both of them first-order Emperor Realm Masters. Yang Kai could not help but furrow his brow at this discovery. According to his observation, this Point Star City should not be too big, so it did not make sense for so many people from the Emperor Realm to be here. In fact, in addition to the three people at this table, there seemed to be two other people from the Emperor Realm in this hall. Their divine senses were quietly surging as they vigilantly observed their surroundings. Yang Kai clearly felt that something was wrong. These people from the Emperor Realm seemed to be waiting for something here. When their eyes met, the brawny man slammed the table and said sternly, "What are you looking at, you country bumpkin? What a bad temper." Yang Kai snickered inwardly, too lazy to argue with him. However, the two people from the Emperor Realm at the same table quickly said, "Master Xiong, please calm down. There is no need to lower yourself to the level of this country bumpkin. Let's talk about business." That's right, the other person quickly agreed. The brawny man with the surname Xiong coldly snorted. Yang Kai's show of weakness seemed to have made his vanity explode. He glanced at Yang Kai with disdain, then picked up his wine glass and drank it in one gulp with a complacent look on his face. Seeing that the disturbance had abruptly subsided, the waiter next to them broke out in a cold sweat. He cautiously looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Sir, have you come from afar? You have good eyesight, young man." Yang Kai smiled softly and did not deny it. Generally speaking, the waiter who worked in this kind of crowded environment would have a pair of excellent eyesight. Basically, they would be able to guess the identity of a person at a glance. Not to mention, there were some subtle differences between his clothes and the cultivator in the Western Territory, making him even more travel-worn. If the waiter could not even see this, then he would be too unqualified. The waiter smiled and said, "Then you can't blame the customer. I want to let the customer know that this sword wine can only be produced in the Wine Sword Villa. The annual production is limited. Although this little shop sells sword wine, the quantity is not much. So, 100 jars, this little shop can't take it out." Yang Kai understood and asked, "How many jars can I buy?" The waiter awkwardly said, "1 jar. Only 1 jar." Although Yang Kai was somewhat mentally prepared, he was still surprised. It seemed that sword wine was not something that could be casually drunk even in the Western Territory. He really did not know where Zhu Qing got it from, but he did not care too much. He nodded and said, "1 jar is fine. I want the best one." As soon as this was said, the strong man next to him sneered again, "The best sword wine is something that you can drink? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You really don't know how long your face is. The other person at the table also sneered and said, the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. Master Xiong, why do you care about him? The strong man shook his head and said, this king looks down on these embroidered pillows who think they are elegant, but in fact, they have no ability except for appearance. This kind of people, this king will beat one when I see one, and if I see two, I will beat a pair. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this and just looked at the waiter and said, what's the point? The waiter became more and more embarrassed and explained, sword wine is divided into 3 grades. This small shop usually only sells low-grade and medium-grade sword wine to customers. There is a jar of high-grade sword wine every day, which can only be obtained by participating in an auction. Auction. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. He knew that this was a means of attracting customers. He immediately asked, today's auction, it was already auctioned this morning. Yang Kai nodded and said, then give me a jar of medium-grade sword wine. Okay, please wait a moment. Seeing that Yang Kai was so easy to talk to, the waiter was relieved and turned around to leave. Yang Kai turned his head and looked out the window. Seeing the stream of people shuttling back and forth below, he wanted to go to the wine sword manor more and more. At this moment, some whispers entered his ears and one of them said, this time, the wind and cloud pavilion is bleeding a lot. They have issued a wanted order. Whoever can kill that little girl will be rewarded with 10 million high-rank source crystals. If they can capture her alive, the reward is even more amazing. The reward is 20 million high-rank source crystals. The voice came from the table next to him. The 3 people were all from the Emperor realm and thought that their voices would not be heard by others, but they did not know that Yang Kai's divine sense was so powerful that he could hear them clearly no matter how low their voices were. A reward of 10 million or 20 million high-rank source crystals was something that even the people from the Emperor realm could not resist. After all, a top sect in the Northern Territory like the Fire Dragon Palace only had 50 million high-rank source crystals a year, and this was the entire income of the sect, so it was even less if it was divided among individuals. In comparison, 10 million or 20 million high-rank source crystals seemed a little scary. Chapter 2990. As soon as this person finished speaking, another person chimed in, who told that little girl to kill the young pavilion master of Wind and Cloud Pavilion. How could she survive after provoking the Wind and Cloud Pavilion in this territory? She would have died sooner or later. That person said, that woman is really interesting. She could have killed anyone, but she chose to kill the young pavilion master. Although the old pavilion master had countless wives and concubines, he never had any descendants. It wasn't easy for him to have a son in his old age, so how could he let it go now that he was killed? If not for that, the reward wouldn't have been so generous. Speaking of which, that young pavilion master wasn't a good person either. He relied on his status and the old pavilion master's indulgence to bully men and tyrannize women. Although his cultivation wasn't high, his background was powerful. Who knows how many women he defiled? I heard that the reason he was killed this time was because he took liberties with that little girl. The brawny man surnamed Xiong's eyes lit up when he heard this, so, that woman's looks aren't ordinary. The first person laughed, of course, the young pavilion master has played with countless women. What kind of woman hasn't he seen? How could he take a fancy to any ordinary woman? To tell you the truth, I once saw that woman from afar. She was an outstanding beauty, just like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. If I could marry such a woman, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the heart to cultivate in the future. How could a hedonistic young master like the young pavilion master be able to control himself after seeing such a woman? Unfortunately. Unfortunately what? Unfortunately, that woman's cultivation was also not ordinary. This one wasn't sure he could defeat her, so he could only watch helplessly as the opportunity slipped away. This king also likes beautiful women. The man surnamed Xiong grabbed the wine jar on the table and took a sip. The wine flowed down the corner of his mouth, making him look extremely bold and unrestrained. A wicked light flashed in his eyes as he said, "This king wants to see what kind of beauty that woman is. She's just a trivial first-order emperor realm master. If this king sees her, she won't be able to escape even if she grows wings. With Master Xiong taking action, that woman definitely won't be able to escape," someone flattered. The brawny man surnamed Xiong laughed, "After this king captures her, I'll play with her carefully before handing her over to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion for the reward." "That's good. If Master Xiong really manages to capture him, please let this little brother bask in the glory." The brawny man with the surname Xiong chuckled and said, "Brother, your appetite is a bit heavy. You like my leftovers? It's just for fun. It's not like I'm going to marry her. What's the big deal?" "Alright, then it's settled. I just don't know if the information is accurate. Is that little girl really going to pass through here?" "The news is confirmed without a doubt. That woman is very bold. After provoking the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, not only did she not hide her whereabouts, she even killed her way to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. It seems that many people have died at her hands. Point Star City is the only way to get to the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. If she passes by, she will definitely reveal her whereabouts. We will just wait here. Didn't the two of you notice that there are many people from the Emperor realm in Point Star City? They're all here for that woman. Humph, they think they can compete with me. They are simply overestimating themselves. It's fine if they don't interfere with me, but if they do, don't blame me for being merciless. Master Xiong is right. How can these pieces of trash compare with you?" While they were talking, the cultivator with the surname Xiong suddenly raised his head and glanced at Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai was tasting the medium-level sword wine sent by the waiter. After just one sip, he frowned because he found that this sword wine was a little different from the ones he had drunk before. It was not on the same level at all. Although there was sword intent in the wine, it was extremely shallow. It rushed into his meridians and flesh and was easily dissolved by him. It did not have the slightest effect. The sword wine Zhu Qing gave him last time seemed to be of a very high grade. He frowned as he held the wine cup and suddenly felt bored. At this moment, the opened wine jar on the table was suddenly sucked to the side by a suction force. The brawny man with the surname Xiong laughed and said to Yang Kai, "Boy, sword wine is not something you can drink. I reluctantly sold it for you. You don't have to thank me." The sword wine at this table had already been drunk, so when he saw Yang Kai ask for a jar, he snatched it without any explanation. As he spoke, he picked up the wine jar and gulped it down, his emperor chi rolling as if stimulated by the sword intent in the wine. Yang Kai's face suddenly sank. This brawny man with the surname Xiong had repeatedly humiliated him, but Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with him, so he did not expect him to snatch something from him. Yang Kai did not care for this jar of medium-level sword wine and did not intend to drink it again, but it was a different matter if it was snatched away. Good wine. After drinking the sword wine, the brawny man with the surname Xiong was stimulated by the sword intent, causing his blood to surge and his face to flush red as he wiped his mouth and shouted happily. The other two people at the table looked at Kai Yang with ridicule, their eyes filled with ridicule. Yang Kai's face was cold as he snorted, "Kind people are bullied, kind horses are ridden. I didn't want to lower myself to your level, but a piece of trash like you came to provoke this young master. It seems you want to die." Hearing this, the brawny man with the surname Xiong was startled for a moment before laughing, "Boy, what did you say? This king didn't hear you clearly. Say it again for me." Saying so, he deliberately turned his ear towards Yang Kai, as if he really wanted to hear what Yang Kai said. Yang Kai sighed, "Some people are frogs at the bottom of a well, but they still think they are so great." The brawny man with the surname Xiong's face became cold as he stood up and said, "Boy, who are you calling frogs at the bottom of a well? The two people at the same table also stood up abruptly and urged their Emperor Qi, one of them snorting, "Boy, don't talk nonsense here. This is not your backwater village. It's fine to say something wrong, but it's not good to lose your life. You're the ones who will lose your lives." Yang Kai raised his hand slightly, preparing to teach these three a lesson they would never forget. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A loud bang suddenly came from the distance, followed by a few screams that resounded through the sky, as if someone was fighting. Emperor Qi surged, world energy trembled, and principles appeared everywhere. In the next moment, a pink figure suddenly sped past. Yang Kai was sitting by the window, and when the figure passed by, he smelled a faint fragrance. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a graceful figure, her hair fluttering in the wind and her pink gown fluttering in the wind. In the blink of an eye, she had rushed far away. Following closely behind this woman, streaks of light sped past. "Bitch, how dare you run? Since you dare to show your face in Point Star City, you won't be able to escape this time. Chase after her, don't let her get away. The reward is 20 million high-rank source crystals." After a while, hundreds of people chased after her, including those from the Emperor Realm and many Dao Source Realm cultivators. Obviously, they were just there to join in the fun. Yang Kai was stunned in place, his head a little dazed as he stared blankly at the departing figure, rubbing his eyes hard. "It's that little girl." A cry of surprise came from the side. "Let's go." Another person hurriedly leaped out. When the brawny man surnamed Xiong heard this, he was no longer in the mood to tangle with Yang Kai. After glaring at Yang Kai fiercely, he stomped his big foot on the ground and directly broke through the roof to chase after her. The tavern was in a mess in an instant. The waiter rushed over after asking about the commotion, but he suddenly felt like crying. Yang Kai also came back to his senses at this time. He hurriedly threw down some source crystals and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already outside the city. A group of people swarmed out of the city, not paying much attention to his sudden appearance. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the beautiful figure that was escaping in front of them. All of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they chased after her. For these people, that woman was equivalent to 10 or 20 million high-rank source crystals. Yang Kai joined the chase without saying a word. It was not too eye-catching, but there was only one question in his heart: did I see wrongly? Just now, when the woman flew away from him, her speed was too fast. His attention was still on the people at the next table, so he did not pay too much attention to the woman's appearance. He only caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eyes. It was this glimpse that made his heart tremble. Because he felt that the woman was somewhat familiar, and it was someone he had not seen for many years. If he was not mistaken, then it was too unbelievable. He did not dare to be too sure, so he planned to blend in with the crowd and observe carefully before making a decision. He did not want to embarrass himself if he recognized the wrong person. What's more, this woman was in a bad situation now. If he did not do well, others might misunderstand and think that he had ulterior motives. Outside Point Star City, the woman's speed was extremely fast, turning into a pink stream of light as she sped away. Behind her, a group of cultivators chased after her relentlessly, all of them treating the woman as a delicious cake. It did not take long for the difference in cultivation level to be revealed. The Dao Source Realm cultivators who followed her fell behind one after another. Only those from the Emperor Realm could barely keep up with the woman's speed. There were not many people, only about 10 of them, and most of them were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. However, this was already a force that could not be underestimated, especially for the woman. Even though they were not close, Yang Kai could sense that the woman was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. It was precisely because of her cultivation level that Yang Kai was not sure if he recognized the wrong person. After all, he was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. If this woman was really the one he knew, how could she have such a cultivation level? A First-Order Emperor Realm Master obviously did not have much chance of winning against so many pursuers. But very quickly, Kai Yang discovered that something was not right. The woman fleeing in front of him did not seem to be panicking. Her aura was deep, and it was obvious that she was not using her full strength. Instead, she seemed to be fishing. When this thought surfaced, Yang Kai could not help but laugh. He wondered if he was overthinking things. As they chased, they soon left Point Star City. In a wilderness 5,000 miles away from Point Star City, the woman who had been running away suddenly stopped. She stood quietly in the void, leaving the crowd with a beautiful back view. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, dazzling everyone who looked at her. The dozen or so cultivators from the Emperor realm who were chasing after her also stopped. At this moment, everyone finally realized that something was wrong. The woman did not seem to be running away. Instead, it seemed like she was leading them into some kind of trap. Thinking of this, everyone quickly checked their surroundings, fearing that there might be some kind of spirit array or powerful helpers. Chapter 2991. After sweeping the area with their divine senses, everyone relaxed. There were no traps or spirit arrays hidden here, nor were there any traces of masters lying in wait. On the contrary, the young woman's posture with her back to them was very annoying, making them feel like they had been underestimated and extremely resentful. An old man with a rosy nose sighed, "Little girl, why did you provoke that wind and cloud pavilion? You've brought disaster upon yourself for no reason." Although this old master does not want to bully the weak, the reward is simply too good to be unmoved. Listen to this old master's advice and surrender, otherwise, it won't be good if you get hurt in a fight. His tone was earnest and well-intentioned, but when he spoke, his eyes were rolling around. It was obvious that he was thinking of something devious. The others remained silent, but all of them were secretly circulating their emperor chi, ready to act at a moment's notice. The old man continued, "Little girl, you have no chance of winning. Stubbornly resisting will only cause you more harm. It's not easy to have such a cultivation at such a young age, but unfortunately, you don't know how to hide your strength. This old master is willing to be a mediator and go with you to Wind and Cloud Pavilion to ask for forgiveness from the old pavilion master and resolve this grievance. What do you think?" As soon as the old man's voice fell, the young woman chuckled, "If you hadn't secretly used that secret art on me, I might have really thought you were a good person. Unfortunately, your methods are too despicable. Master was right, the people outside are all insidious and cunning. How hateful." Having said this, the young woman suddenly raised her finger and swiped it through the void. With a light puchi, the sound of something being cut rang out and a burst of light appeared in the air. The old man with the rosy nose trembled and his face paled. Obviously, his secret technique had been broken and he had suffered some internal injuries. He was both shocked and horrified, not having expected that this delicate little girl would be able to break his secret technique so easily. He instantly gained a clear understanding of her strength and became extremely wary of her. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared 10 meters away from the woman. It was unknown when this man had snuck up behind this woman, but before this, he had not revealed himself at all. He had taken advantage of the moment when the woman had broken through Chubby Nose's secret technique to launch a sneak attack. This was the moment when the woman was most relaxed, so this man had grasped the perfect opportunity. His emperor chi surged as he raised his hand and summoned a large net-like artifact towards the woman. This large net flashed with 5 colors and was obviously a powerful emperor artifact, the kind that was specifically used to capture people. The huge net spread out and seemed to be able to envelop heaven and earth. It completely enveloped the space around the woman. The person who attacked laughed, "Let's see where you can run to now." Although the woman's strength wasn't bad, she clearly didn't have much combat experience. When this unforeseen event occurred, she frowned and floated back. However, to her surprise, the net was like a maggot attached to her bones, and she couldn't escape no matter how hard she tried. What's more, the net was rapidly shrinking, trying to envelop her. If she was really caught by this Emperor artifact, she wouldn't be able to escape no matter how strong she was. After all, there were many people from the Emperor realm gathered here, so as long as they all swarmed her, they would definitely be able to capture her. The moment the woman turned around, Yang Kai's expression froze as he stared blankly at this somewhat familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar face, unable to connect this woman to the person he knew. Is this really her? Yang Kai wasn't sure. At that moment, the person from the Emperor realm who attacked suddenly formed a few hand seals and shouted, "Withdraw." The big net suddenly shrank, completely wrapping around the woman. A look of panic appeared on the woman's face as she tried to escape from the net, but the space around her had already been sealed. A look of determination flashed across her beautiful eyes as she knew she could only use her trump card to break this Emperor artifact. But at that moment, a strange force suddenly wrapped around her, and inexplicably, when the large net shrank, she found that she had actually escaped. The owner of the large net was obviously a little surprised and had a blank expression on his face, completely unaware of what had happened. Master said that if anyone hits me once, I will hit them twice. You have to take 2 of my punches, and if you don't die, I will let you go. After experiencing the sneak attack just now, the woman was obviously a little angry. Her beautiful face was filled with anger, but a beauty was still a beauty, so even if she was angry, she was still beautiful. Saying so, her tender body flickered and she rushed towards the man, her pair of delicate fists glowing as she smashed forward from a distance of more than 100 meters. The man was still wondering why his Emperor artifact didn't work, and upon hearing this, he angrily shouted, "Little girl, you are so arrogant. You don't put me in your eyes at all. This king doesn't know who your master is, but if he can teach a disciple like you, he obviously isn't a powerful person. Not to mention 2 punches, even 100. Z." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. When the woman's delicate fists smashed down, the entire world suddenly froze, and he felt as if he was being crushed by a towering mountain. His chest felt stuffy, his breathing was labored, and all the blood in his body stopped flowing. Hong, with a muffled sound, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the cultivator from the Emperor realm was smashed to the ground like a meteor, vomiting blood in mid-air as his face turned extremely pale. A huge crater appeared in the ground as cracks spread out from the center of the crater, as if the heavens were falling and the earth was shattering. A series of gasps rang out as everyone's eyes widened, stupefied as they stared at the seemingly weak girl. They never would have thought that this seemingly ordinary attack would actually be so powerful. The visual impact gave them an extremely unreal feeling, causing them to involuntarily wonder if they had seen wrongly. Yang Kai was also a little dumbfounded, feeling more and more that this girl wasn't the person he knew. Although this girl was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, the strength she could display was extremely terrifying. If she was really the person he knew, she shouldn't be able to do this. Second punch. The girl flew down and arrived above the crater, punching down again as she spoke. This time, everyone was mentally prepared and could see more clearly. It was still a simple punch, without any trace of secret technique, but it was this punch that made the crater more than 10 times bigger. The ground shook, and the First-Order Emperor Realm Master who was smashed into the crater let out a muffled groan before he stopped moving. Many people swept over with their divine senses, and everyone was shocked. Dead. That person was actually dead. He was killed by 2 punches from a delicate and weak young girl. Below the crater, that person's death was too horrible to look at, and it could be said that not even his bones remained. You. Who is your master? The old man with the chubby nose asked in shock. Even a fool could see that something was wrong at this time. The girl's strength was astonishing, and it was obvious that she wasn't cultivated by an ordinary person. If her disciple was so powerful, how could her master be any weaker? It was very likely that there was some kind of heaven-defying master behind her. Thinking of this, everyone looked at the girl again, and seemed to see a figure standing behind her. For a moment, everyone felt that they had provoked an existence they shouldn't have provoked. This girl dared to kill the young pavilion master of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, so it wasn't without reason. Although the Wind and Cloud Pavilion wasn't ordinary, there were still a few great forces in the Western Territory that could contend with it, not to mention the elusive Shadow Killer Hall. Why do you care who my master is? You just plotted against me, so I'll punch you twice. After the girl finished off her previous opponent, she turned her gaze to the old man with the chubby nose and raised her fist. The old man was shocked. Although he was quite strong, he didn't dare to say that he was stronger than the person who had just died. If that person couldn't take 2 punches from the girl, he definitely couldn't either. That raised fist was white with a tinge of red. Although it was beautiful, in the eyes of the old man, it was a lethal weapon that could take his life. Panicking, he shouted, "This girl is strong. Everyone, let's attack her together. Little girl's skin is really pretty. Let me dote on you." An angry roar was heard as a burly figure pounced toward the girl. Everyone was stunned, thinking that there really was someone who wasn't afraid of death. With the lesson from before, they were all prepared to retreat. After all, they were not a single piece of metal. If everyone could work together, there was a high chance that they could take down the girl, but everyone knew that everyone had their own thoughts. If they really rushed forward, it would only give the girl a chance to take them down one by one. When that time came, there would be heavy casualties. Now that someone had rushed out, it undoubtedly changed the situation a little. After seeing the appearance and cultivation of this person, everyone was shocked. Big Bear. It's actually him. This is great. With him taking the lead, this matter may be a success. For a time, those from the Emperor realm who were preparing to retreat stayed and watched quietly. Big Bear had already rushed in front of the girl, his Emperor Chi surging. His fists, which were larger than bowls, were swinging rapidly, each punch containing enough power to topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, the sky was filled with fist shadows. He was tall and sturdy, and when he attacked, his attacks were wide open and looked extremely fierce. Facing this incomparably violent attack, the girl pursed her red lips and silently countered it. With a series of rumbling sounds, the two sides exchanged hundreds of punches in just a few breaths. Big Bear suddenly pulled back, a look of shock on his face, his arms trembling uncontrollably. The group was stunned. They saw that Big Bear's fists were a bloody mess while the girl was unscathed. Her enemy had retreated, but she didn't take advantage of the situation to pursue and instead just glared at him angrily. So strong. Big Bear lowered his head and looked at his fists in disbelief, but the facts were right in front of him, so he had no choice but to believe it. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, yet he had actually lost to a young girl in a fist fight. This made Big Bear feel a little embarrassed. With a roar, he formed a series of seals and the skull necklace that had been hanging around his neck suddenly unraveled. The white skulls flew out one after another, turning into giant skulls. Their eyes flashed with eerie ghostly fire as they pounced towards the young girl. You're tuning into the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.